What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, Ako.
Inevitable. Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di babalik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, Ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kate na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected.
This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Life is a stage, and I am the dancer. Life is too short not to dance.
This is my tempo.
be a legend. I must win.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simply Smart Acro.
Inevitable. Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, katigan for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simply Smart Ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer, para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end team.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Life is a stage, and I am the dancer. Life is too short not to dance.
This is my tempo.
Everyone will be a legend. I must win.
What do you do when what you desire is beyond reach?
You use power that breaks barriers. The Giga Life.
Now in 5G.
Do you believe this is possible?
I do.
How do you know?
Simple, smart, Akko.
Inevitable. Hey guys, I'm here with Kate and Bea.
Bad timing ang kate. Baka dandruff yan? Use Head and Shoulders every day. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. Para di pa balik-balik, kati gone for good na. Dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Hi guys, I'm here with Kate.
Para araw-araw, close na close. Max pinabango pa.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one pack. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, Akko.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Happy Thursday mga ka-ML! Umpisa na naman ng umaakit mong aksyon mula sa Mobile Legends Bang Bang! Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 7, presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. MPL Philippines would also like to thank the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits. Rise above and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Live app and choose free games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. With its Helio P95 chipset, 6.43-inch Full HD Plus AMOLED screen display, 4,310 mAh and 30 watts VOC flash charge 4.0, victories and ranking up will be made easy with the all-new Oppo A94. Live life at full speed and get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. Head and Shoulders also is presented this Season 7 para sa ating MPL Philippines. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward hashtags. It's a GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and age-free. Now, mas mabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Friendly reminder mga lods, sa laro, pati na rin sa life, manalo or matalo, dapat gwapong-gwapo pa din para gwapo all day. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Face Wash. It cleanses 99.9% of germs, controls oil for up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. All in one. Bring your clay game with a new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo na napapansin talaga namin mga babae. And we'd also like to thank the other sponsors, Paymaya, Secret Lab, JNT Express, Javianos, Jansport, TikTok, and the World Wildlife Fund. MPL is also under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board of the Philippines. Eto na, excited na ang lahat para dito. Stunt Show Skin has officially launched in MLBB April 27, and we're wondering, meron na ba kayo nito? Have you experienced this already? A totally new skin with unprecedented skills. With the Stunt Show Skin can be your favorite MLBB skin. Now, if you want to learn more about the skin, just log into MLBB now and unlock more information about it. Marami nang namimigay nito ng skin katulad ni Rob Luna sa kanyang live. Pati na rin ang ating mga manlalaro sa MPL-PH. Check it out! Now, we also have the Selena and Brody skin, the 515. The image of Stunt Group KB has been revealed. The Brody skin will officially be launched on May 7. And the Selena skin will officially be launched on May 15. Now, in addition, the players can log in to MLBB on May 15 to get cool free skins. Now, call your good friends, log in to MLBB to learn more about it now. At eto, mga ka-ML, Mobile Legends Bang Bang Southeast Asia Cup is back! Pagkatapos mawala ito noong nakaraang taon, gaganapin ulit ito ngayong Hunyo. Meron tayong 12 kupunan mula sa 6 na bansa sa Southeast Asia na maglalaban-laban para sa 150 USD dollars. Halos 7 milyong peso po ito mga kababayan. Kaya abangan po natin yan. And subaybayan ito from June 7 hanggang June 13. And if you want to find out more information about this, just visit Mobile Legends Philippines. Now, ang MPL Philippines sa Facebook, marami pong mga detalye dyan, kaya subaybayan natin. And as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. Now, this includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask, face shield, sanitizing, hand washing, and most importantly, staying at home as much as possible. So let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. Eto mga kalods, grabe! Magsisimula na ang ating Week 5 dito sa MPL at kasama ko ngayon dito sa ating panel, TDZ and Manjin Faldas! Guys, Week 5 na, grabe, ang bilis!
Sobrang bilis.
Halfway there na tayo, men.
Lagpas na.
Nung isang araw lang, nagsiset up pa tayo dito, tapos nandito na pa-intense ng pa-intense yung mga matches, di ba?
At nakikita man natin talaga, nag-e-evolve ka agad yung meta every single week. At mukhang hindi lang evolution to, nagkakahiritan pa ng mga retribution.
Nagkakaretrihan
pa.
Oy, gusto ko lang sabihin na, Rob Luna, yung 515, hindi pa ako nabibigay.
Ako rin eh, gusto ko rin makita. Ang ganda ng effects ha, para sa Chancho.
Paswag eh.
Paswag to, ang lakas makaswag.
May giveaway siya, so sana may giveaway din para sa atin. So mga hindi nakasubaybay kung ano nga ba yung naganap sa ating MPL noong nakaraang linggo ng Week 4, don't worry, may highlights tayo dyan para sa inyo. Babalikan natin ang ating mga kaganapan that happened last week for the past 4 days. Ito na ang ating highlights.
Ang masasabi ko lang dito, feeling ko bitin tong highlight reels natin. Sa sobrang daming highlights na nangyari. Tama ka, Tads eh. May mga naganap na comebacks. Parang linggo ng mga comebacks yun, tapos linggo din ng retrihan.
Yung mga retrihan. Diba? Marami talaga nagka-retrihan. At marami din talaga mga na-steal. Tulad nito, ito yata si Curtisi nung nag-ano siya eh, nung nag-retri siya ng flame shot eh. But yeah, as going to add some points to it, talagang maganda ang performance ng mga teams natin ngayon.
From Omega, from Blacklist, dito kasi tayo nagkaroon ng mga games na may mga na 0-2 na teams, tapos may mga naka 2-0 din. So parang bawi lang itong mga teams na to. Specifically itong Omega na naglalaro ngayon, yung work, at maging yung Bren Esports. Itong Blacklist pa rin yung nanatiling undefeated, pero nakakakita tayo ng mga glimpse of, teka baka matalo na sila eh. May ganun na eh, di ba?
Kumbaga parang nagigets na. Malapit na ma-decode ang undefeated Titans sa Blacklist International ngayon. Pati nakita mo naman talaga dito, kahit Aura and Cignal, lahat nag-i-step up na at uma-advance as the week progresses.
Yeah, iba talaga, no? Para sa akin, TDZ, nabanggit ko rin to sa mga, sa mga vlogs ko, sa mga content ko. Ako, honestly, nai-elibs ako ngayon sa pag-switching ng Aura Philippines dito. Especially against dito din sa Cignal na hindi na natin alam, teka, saan ba po maglalaro si JP? Saan ba maglalaro itong si Hades? Na I think mamaya makikita natin sa mga power rankings din natin dito, di ba?
Yeah. At ito yung mga Lord's Lane
Ayan, yung
with the
ONIC
rotation.
Signal naman.
Wow.
Ang napansin ko lang din dito sa week na to, TDZ, parang hindi na effective yung Digi na yung parang ipa-final touch mo, di ba? Parang ilang beses natalo. I think pati yung Cignal, nagdigi din sila ng isang beses na may kinalaban din sila, tapos hindi rin naging effective
Nakita ko yan nung nung na-counter agad siya ni Wise, ng Granger siya.
Oo.
Kumbaga, I think that was Omega if I'm not mistaken. Pag kumbaga nakita na yung solusyon sa Digi strat. Kaya nakikita natin, I'm expecting that less na yung Digi strat this week.
Yeah. By the way, nakita natin doon yung si Kyrie na sa kanyang Lord Steel doon sa ONIC versus Cignal. Kamuntika na rin ang Cignal doon. Pero moving on to the games, again, ito yung binanggit ko kanina, TDZ, nakabawi rin yung ONIC Sige, nakatuwan sila, pero dito naman sa Bren, na 2-0 nila. Tapos yung Bren, nakaka 2-0 din sa ibang team. So parang ang nangyayari, nagiging rock, paper, scissors.
Oo, may pattern,
May
May pattern na lumalabas talaga unti-unti dito. At lahat talaga nag-i-step up. At ito yung mga pagkakataon na akala mo tapos na, Jin, Isang one big push na lang, tapos biglang maka-counter ulit. Iikot na naman yung laro. Parang pendulum, sabi nga namin ni Wolf nung nagkaas kami.
Iba ngayon. Like for example, itong Aura, ito yung game nila with work na pare silang umaangat para doon sa top 1 spot. Kaso, ang nangyari dito, since yung work ay nakapag-practice din naman and inaral nila yung laban nila with Bren, ang dami nilang outplays dito against Aura. May tawag na nga sa kanila Hindi na sila, di ba, kung merong TZ Brothers, sa work daw, merong TP Brothers.
TP Brothers?
Oo. Magpapalit na daw ng pangalan si Trimar, magiging Trimar TP.
Trimar TP.
Tsaka si RTP.
Mas okay yun, mas okay. Kumbaga parang merong dagdag flavor,
dagdag flavor talaga At ito yun, isa sa mga highlights, men. Yung comeback nung Blacklist International, I think game 2 with Cignal Ultra, we are electric na movements mula sa Luyi. Siguro later makikita natin. Ayan, yan yun.
Ito yun.
Ay, hindi. Bren LPE pala to.
Ito yung Bren na lagi natin nakikita. Yung pseudo-mage composition nakikita rin. Chang'e na side lane, sa Eve as priority pick, mid lane ng Bren Esports, laging effective. Tingin ko isa rin to sa mga meta nung week 4.
Nagkaroon bigla na yung mga mages na yung nilalagay sa side lane na ginagamit ni Doc Ribo. Na alam naman natin na isa rin sa mga dating carries talaga na player ng Bren Esports. Ito yung nag-trending, pare, na series, Omega versus Work. Ito yung, meron kasing tinatawag na parang 30-second rule na yung kapag get timers nyo 30 second, tapos nasa gitna yung minions, tapos ang boxing, tapos ang ML. Kaso, ano pa yun 24 seconds pa yun. Kaso ang nangyari, harit kasi yung gamit ng OMG.
Yung Zinaman Force yung gitna.
Zinaman Force yung gitna.
Marami talaga tayong pinapakita dito sa ating pre-show na talagang nag-trending sa ating social media. That's why you should not miss the pre-show every single game day. Na meron din tayong mga manlalaro ng nagibabaw sa KDA, sa kills and assists. Now, i-highlight natin sila. Let's start off with the top 5 KDA. Tingnan natin yan.
Wow.
Yung ating week 4 na MVP now at the top of KDA charts with 7.46 ratio. And if you take a look at that, tatlong manlalaro mula sa Blacklist,
Yeah. Gusto ko lang sabihin dito, Tads, given yung Blacklist, given din si Lord Hades kasi binibigyan siya dito ng kills talaga. Pero si Kyrie, si The Future, hindi siya jungle. Hindi rin siya gold lane Mage mid siya. Tapos ibig sabihin siya yung pinakamataas sa KDA. Sobrang safe maglaro dito ni Kyrie.
Pati laging success yung laging secured kill. Kumbaga parang calculated movements para sa mage.
Yung KS niya, hindi kill steal
Kill secured.
Kaya kitang-kita nga kung bakit nga ba naging MVP of the week sa ating week 4 si Kyrie. Now, susunod naman dyan ang ating top 5 na manlalaro sa kills. Take a look at this. H2O at the top, mataas yung success kill ratio niya. And this shows how effective yung mga changes ng rotation ng Next Play.
I agree. Nakikita naman natin na bawat rotation, especially alam naman natin ang strength ng Next Play Esports is all about rotation. Ang dami nilang baong mga rotation na pwedeng pang sorpresa sa mga kalaban nila. Hindi naman nalalayo yung kills 99, 98, 97, 97. At si Chu nandun sa may pinaka-bottom with 92, but it doesn't matter. Kumbaga, it's all about kung gaano kataas yung makukuha mong success when it comes to with those rotation is also with the kills.
Katiting lang Tsaka pansin ko doon sa mga teams na kasali, ito yung mga teams na nagre-revolve talaga sa jungle nila. Di ba? Parang pa naglalaro tayo, lagi kayo nagre-revolve sa akin. Ganon din sila. Oo, ganon din. Pero kitang-kita yun sa next play.
Lakas! Naman din tayong top 5 sa assist. Let's take a look at this. We have Eston from Blacklist, Unravel, Yawi, Oh My Venus, and Jay.
Uncle Ison.
Uncle talaga si Ison. Sa lahat ng mga uncle mo, siya talaga. Parang ever since week 1, okay lang kasing madali si Ison, okay lang magkadet si Ison. Basta't mahawakan niya yung kalaban, assist na yun
Malaking bagay na rin doon, pati when it comes to playstyle. Nakikita ko kasi sa Blacklist talagang punto per punto, laging merong aksyon
Oo, laging magkasama
Laging magkasama.
Kung may B-wise, meron silang isang bouncer na si Iso na lagi
laging susuporta, kumbaga parang trio tagapayo lang lagi umiikot sa Blacklist International. Pero Ison talaga the best when it comes to assisting and providing information sa side ng Blacklist.
Sobrang ganda talaga na nangyari nung nakaraang linggo. Marami tayong mga triumphs, upset, kaya nagbago din ang ating standings. Sisilipin natin ang current team standings right now. Tingnan niyo yan. Itong Work Oster Force going at the top, binawi nila kasi nagpalitan sila ng Aura, but Work talaga. Ginalingan ngayon with 16 points. Aura not far behind with 14. Bren at number 3, ONIC at number 4, and Cignal, kailangan pa rin nilang makakuha ng panalo. Now, silipin natin dito sa Group B. Blacklist International hasn't been defeated. 18 points sila yung pinakamataas na punta sa buong liga. Tignan nyo itong Omega and Exe. Nagpalit sila. Dati yung Exe yung number 2 at Omega number 4. Ngayon palit. Omega at number 2, Exe at number 4, NXP nasa gitna para dyan. At itong LPE at number 5 with 2 wins.
Men, sobrang dikit, men. Ang masasabi ko lang itong week 5, ito na yung pinaka-importanting linggo sa lahat ng importanteng linggo. Kasi itong week 5 dito na madidetermine kung nasan ba ako. Parang papunta ba ako second place, papunta ba ako third place. Ang mga, I think ang pwede lang natin munang tutukan dito ng todo ay yung mga nasa final place. Kasi kung hindi ako nagkakamali, ang sabi ni Ginoong Valdez, nag-status siya Sabi niya na yung Cignal is 2 to 3 matches away from being eliminated. So, medyo tagilid ang vapor doon, Tads, di ba?
Kaya kailangan talagang humabol dito ng mga nasa bottom part. Sinasabi mo nga kanina, Jin, talagang ito yung week na laging lahat naghahabulan. Kung last week na 3-han, ito naman lahat habulan. Habulan ng scores. Kailangan umangat lahat ng mga teams. At syempre, yung nasa bottom natin, kailangan makaka 2-0 na maka 2-0.
Silipin naman natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaro ngayong araw. Meron tayong mga kupunan na crucial talaga manalo tulad ng Cignal. At ito, kalaban nila ang LPE, yan ang ating unang serye. Bren versus Blacklist International para pa sa pangalawang serye. And finally, ONIC versus Exe. Pag-usapan natin one by one. So first, Cignal versus LPE. Kailangan nilang makakuha ng panalo today para makontinue yung kanilang playoffs hope. At sa susunod naman, Bren versus Blacklist.
Man, TZ Brothers versus V-Wise. The hype is real para dito sa M2 Champions at saka sa number 1 team right now ngayong MPL.
At sa ONIC pati Execration naman, kung merong V-Wise, meron din namang K-Brothers, Kelra.
The double K.
The double K, pati si Hate at Iyak. So sobrang exciting ng series natin ngayon, guys.
At alam niyo ba, sinisilip din natin ang inyong mga comments during live. And we're gonna highlight some of them right now. Maraming maaga nag-log in para sa pre-show at ating pre-game. Nandito ngayon si Jason Dayanan. Sabi niya, TZ Brothers versus V-Wise. Ayan, Bren versus Blacklist yan. Yan ang ating mga dynamic duos. Maglalaban sila mamaya para sa ating second series. Na ang susunod naman dyan, nag-comment si Connie Maderia. Batak na batak mga idols. Blacklist International. Ano nga kaya sikreto nila? Bakit sila undefeated? Kami rin nagwa-wonder Ito mula, nag-comment ang Blacklist International. Sabi nila, G. That's it. One letter,
Sila
G.
din. Sila din. May shades pa. May shades pa. Ibig sabihin, G with swag.
G with swag.
G with swag.
Meron dating.
Kung nag-comment ang Blacklist, nag-comment rin ang ONIC Philippines. Sabi nila, 3 games this weekend. Pagod na ako.
Totoo. ONIC nyo, pagod na. Kahit 3 games sila, no?
Ang hirap na
Pressure yun.
Pressure yun. Malaking
Nakausap ko nga si 8G.
Ano sabi ni 8G?
Sabi ni 8G, Jin, 1 game pa nga lang, nababad trip na ako 3 games pa kaya. Gumanon si 8G
Yeah, mayroon talagang pagod factor. Pero
Kailangan
sabi nga naman nila,
mag-head and shoulders sa mga kamot ulo para walang dandruff. Para clean na clean yung kanilang mga suits. Ito naman mula kay Jenny Rose Flor de Lis. Sabi niya, my God, maglalaban na ang Bren and Blacklist. My two teams. Alam mo, ouch, inaabangan talaga ito ng lahat. Inaabangan talaga ng lahat itong laban na to. Ang team na nasa top ngayon kontra sa defending champs.
Kasi ito yung nangyari. Di ba nung week 3, nawalan tayo ng totoong week 3?
Yan.
Kumbaga dito siningit, ito dapat yung Sunday ng week 3. Ngayong Thursday, ang gulo. Pero yun. So, ngayon, isang beses na maglalaban tong mga to. Walang bawi dito. Kung sino manalo dito, panalo sa Sokmed.
Walang bawi.
Isa pang comment sa ating Sokmed, Drake De Castro, sabi niya, Go Blacklist! Good luck both teams. Marami talagang, dumami yung mga fans ng Blacklist, ha? Blacklist agents, subaybayan ng laban ng Blacklist International.
Yun.
Ito naman kay Ron Monteverde. Magaling pa rin ang ONIC on the post-V-Wise era. Third series nila mapapanood ang ONIC PH.
Yeah, pati nakikita natin yung adjustment, kumbaga hindi lang din naman Blacklist, meron din dating yung mga naiwang members nung umalis yung MLBB pati si Vice Combination.
May Dlarmy.
Meron pa rin talaga.
May Dlarmy, meron ding Torinatics. Kung merong Kyrenatics, may Torinatics din.
Marami rin mga supporters ng ONIC.
Ito naman si Ryan Levita, sabi niya, Laban Team Ultra, we support you. Itong Cignal, first game natin yan, subaybayan natin yan. It ain't over till it's over. And Cignal talagang, they're really trying to get that first win.
Yeah, the only way is up.
Exactly.
Kapag ganun, talagang kailangan tingin ko ilabas nila yung inner beast. Kailangan nilang mag-alasan Goku na pwersa, taas yung kamay. Para isang, bam!
Pero kalmado pa rin.
Kalmado pa rin.
Kalmado.
Baga, merong ultra instinct, merong ultra kalmado.
At ito mula kay Rio Perez. Sabi niya, Go LPE! Kakalabanin ng Cignal ang LPE para sa ating first game. Kaya subaybayan yan. At ito, hawak ko ang ating Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with all new Oppo A94. Babasahin ko yung mga comments sa ating live right now. At magsha-shoutout ako. Ito ang ating rapid shoutouts. Nandito si MC James Gages Riguin. Nandito na si Raynor Tadle, Katrina Nadera, Kent Bernabe, JR Bildua, Sherry Ann Coliada, Aika Kosai, John Skirt, and Charles Dave Ruta. Nandito rin si Glenn Soten, Santa Maria, Paul, nandyan si Arnold Dison, Isaiah Elizabeth Sanchez, Charles Dave Ruta, Sab Loreto, Ace Deliosa, and Charles Michael Angelo Patubo. Ang linaw ng ating Oppo A94. So keep on making comments sa ating comment section para ma-feature kayo tuwing pregame natin. At ito, gusto ko rin syempre manalo yung ating mga manonood. Meron tayong mythical raffle draw kung saan makikita nyo itong QR code right over here. Kapag in-scan yan, mapupunta kayo sa isang page kung saan napakadali lang ng quiz na dapat sagutin nyo para manalo kayo ng mga in-game prizes. Hindi lang yan. Meron din tayong live watching rewards. Alam nyo, may mga keyboard warriors tayo dyan, nanonood sa ating live. I-scan nyo kaya to para manalo din kayo ng ating treasure chest where you will have a chance to win skins and diamonds. Eto na mga ka-ML, malapit na magsimula ang ating unang laban. Yan ang Cignal Ultra kontra Laus Playbook Esports. Hihimayin natin yan sa ating pre-game show sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines Season 7.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one path. Experience more Giga moments when you make a smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. What's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing.
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94 and get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Season 7 is also presented by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #HGG moment thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free, now max mabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Ito ang sikreto ng mga gwapo. Ito na, magsisimula na ang ating unang serye. Kasama ko ulit ngayon, TDZ and Manjin Paldas. Manjin, TDZ, meron tayong dalawang koponan dito that's finding themselves from the outside looking in. They're itching to climb their way to the top. Yan ang Cignal at ang LPE. Pero pag nakita natin, nasa bottom sila ng ating Group A at Group B. If we take a look at their performance, sobrang dami nilang game na super close. Muntik na masungkit ang panalo. Pero bakit nga ba sila nagkukulang? Ano yung pagkukulang na dalawang koponan for them na hindi sila nakakapunta on a winning note?
Ako sa tingin ko, ang dilemma dito, ang taas na rin kasi ng pressure eh. Yung kapag umabot ka sa point na natatalo ka eh, parang bawal matalo, may ganun kalaging mindset eh. Tapos imposible kasi hindi pumasok sa utak nila yung pag natalo to, pwede ako mawala, pwede ako matanggal. So parang, para sa akin ang taas ng pressure. Yung mga ganun kasing matches na hindi mo natatapos, yung laban, ano na yun eh, parang jitters na yun eh, di ba? Oo.
Masyado na silang, kailangan na focus sa ending. Focus agad sa ending.
They've faced many challenges this Season 7, but they are not giving up. This is Cignal Ultra. Eto, Tads, magaling ka mag-analyze. Cignal Ultra, they've had a couple of weeks of playing. Papunta na tayo sa ating Week 5. Ano ba ang kailangan nilang gawin? At nakita mo naman yung kanilang improvements from last games.
Yeah, talagang meron ng mga pagkakataon na yung Cignal Ultra is nakakuha na ng mga wins compared dun sa Week 1, Week 2, Week 3 na results. Pero nakikita ko dito, adding to what Manjin said earlier, no, yung closing. Kailangan mo agad mag-focus na, okay, ito yung mga power spikes natin, ito yung mga kailangan natin gawin. At kapag na-reach na nila yung ganong klaseng moment, o kapag alam nila na, okay, kompleto ng items natin, let's go ahead and end the game na kagad.
And now let's take a look at the lineup. Rhea, Kekadot, Imba DJ, Janice, and Aquaboy.
Gusto ko dito yung binanggit ni Imba DJ nung pagkaunang laban nila, nung nagkasunod-sunod yung talo. Sabi niya, it's just a bad week, not a bad life. So may ganun pa rin mindset ang team ng Cignal Ultra dito, TDZ. Ang sa tingin ko lang talaga, parang masyado na rin kasing, parang nung pagka-switch nila, tapos hindi gumana, nung lineup nila, parang switch nila ulit. So parang doon, nagkagulo-gulo na. Parang ano ba talaga yung lineup na gagawin natin?
Tingin ko yun din talaga yung kailangan nilang i-fix yung kanilang roles.
Oo.
Kakalabanin ng Cignal Ultra ang isang koponan na nais ma-boost ang kanilang playoffs hope. Ito ang LPE. LPE, 2 wins and 5 losses so far. Now, what do they need to do to get that third win of today?
Ang napapansin ko dito, ang isa sa mga kailangan nilang gawin is magkaroon sila ng isang standard pick. Napapansin ko ang LPE tol kasi sobrang flexible nila. Ang dami nilang mga heroes na ginagamit. So parang double-sided yun eh. Pwede yun siyang gamitin pang surprise sa mga kalaban. At yung cons naman niya is yung kung gaano ka-comfort dun sa mga heroes na ginagamit ninyo.
Yeah, totoo. Kailangan nila nung unang kita, LP ito.
Silipin natin na kanilang lineup. Nandyan si Jake the Dog, Aspect, Arvs, Friota, and Bimo.
Men, sobrang nabibilib ako this time kay Bimo na pinapakita niya yung veteran movements niya. I think sinusunod pa rin dito ng LPE yung movements niya. Pero nagkakaroon lang minsan ng mga parang miscom na pasok ba si ganito, pasok ba si ganyan. Or may times din kasi na nababasa yung gagawin. Like meron bang split push na gagawin si Jake the Dog? Na nahuhuli si Jake the Dog dun eh. Tapos yung apat, biglang maliliit yung pasok. So, siguro may mga ganong factors na kailangan nila i-fix. But knowing this team, ito yung team na para sa akin, ang taas ng disiplina talaga sa katawan. So, pwede pa rin humabol para sa akin ang LPE.
Sino nga ba ang may mas mataas na disiplina at talagang mag-work itong head-to-head natin para tumaas sila sa ating standings? This is our storyline for today in the danger zone. Bakit nga ba? Kasi itong Cignal at LPE, nasa bottom sila ng standings. Kapag hindi sila manalo at lahat ng kupunan sa taas sila manalo, baka hindi sila mapunta sa ating playoffs.
Yeah, dagdag pa doon sa danger na sinasabi mo, kailangan nila manalo at kailangan ding matalo yung mga nasa taas. So, ang hirap nun kung doon ka na bumibase eh.
Nako.
Diba?
Pati kailangan yun yung puwersa, yung pressure na pinibigay. Guys, kailangan natin maka 2-0 kasi kapag hindi bumaba yung nasa taas, nako, mas may iwan tayo dito sa bottom line.
You can't control what other people do, but you can control the way you perform. Ito naman ang ating statistics, team comparison sa Cignal and LPE.
Halos parehas eh, no? Actually, medyo parehas ang playstyle dito eh. Ang tingin kong pwedeng maging lamang ng Cignal Ultra dito sa persahe nila muli sa roles, ang LPE. Kasi ang LPE, at least alam mo na kung sino-sino yung maglalaro eh. Diba?
Yeah, pati yung mga hero pool nila, ganun din naman. But looking at the stats here, KPG kills per game, mas aggressive magiging playstyle ng LPE dito. I think it's all about the closure talaga eh. Both teams, malupit sila early game and also mid game. Ang nagkakaproblema nandito is pag umabot na tayo ng mga 15 to 20 minute benchmark.
Yeah, lalo na matagal na yung mga death timers.
Yeah.
So, tama ka, kailangan tapusin ng mga teams yung
Kasi kailangan talaga, ang taas na. Kailangan muna mag-TikTok bago makabawi ulit. At yun yung nagiging problema talaga eh. Kaya ang ganda ng timpla ng 20-minute marks eh.
Tignan natin kung sino nga ba ang ating key players sa Cignal. Nandyan si Kakadot, Imba DJ, and Aquaboy.
Usong-usong ngayon pa rin talaga mga marksmen pagka kay Aquaboy dito. Pero ang gusto ko rin i-emphasize dito, no, si Kekedot nagbigay din ng mga matitinding chow plays eh. Para sa kanya dito eh. Hindi natin nakita doon pero gusto ko ulit makita lalo na may stun chow. Baka dito ilabas niya yung best pick niya.
Yung foreman na Jeet Kundo tol, ibang klase talaga. Yun yung nabigay sa kanila ng momentum para sa Cignal.
Eto naman ang key players mula sa LPE, Bimo, Ryota, and Jake the Dog.
The veteran, Bimo, ilang beses natin nakita yan with his performance gamit ng kanyang Benedetta at yung sobrang shattering na rock niya. He's controlling the way how the game flows. Kumbaga kung sakaling merong yung mapa, player din, si Bimo yung mapa, tol, siya yung land of doon, ganun niya kahawak yung buong mapa.
Parang sa laro, siya yung Captain America ng LPE. I'm the captain now.
I'm the captain.
Ganun siya eh.
Kumuha tayo ng isang manlara sa bawat kapanan, pagtabihin natin sila at ikumpara natin ang kanilang mga numero. Aquaboy and Jake the Dog, take a look at this.
I like it. I like the matchup, Kuya Tads. Claude versus Claude. Ako honestly, hindi ko alam kung sa'yo, Tads, dama ko ang nerf sa Claude lately eh. Parang hindi na enough yung Demon Hunter Sword. Pero pag ginamit dito ni Aquaboy at saka ni Jake the Dog, parang wala namang nerf. Parang meron pa din.
Parang parehas lang, no?
Kaso ang nangyari ng mga past few weeks, pansin ko, yung mga Claude din nila na laro, parang ang din eh, parang underwhelming din eh. Baka nga dahil apektado ng nerf. Tingin mo ba?
Tingin ko rin kasi when it comes to nerf, yung attack speed, ang laking bagay when it comes to clashes. So tingin ko, if you want to play Claude successfully, you need to do it fast. Kasi yung power spike na dahil dun sa nerf, medyo mas bumilis. Mas tumaas palalo. Kumbaga, if you play aggressively or at least defensively, kailangan yung ibang lanes mo nag-workout na rin para maging effective.
Silipin natin ang ating mga lanes. Ito ang prediction. Take a look at that.
Ay! Nagbago na rin yung mga picture nila. May mga cards na
kasi meron na tayong mga cards, no? Wow!
Ay, ang gusto kong matchup dito, pare, Bimo versus Imba DJ. Parehas pa silang may double E dito, which is halos iba din yung playstyle nila kung iisipin mo eh.
Oo, kumbaga isang aggressive, isang medyo passive yung playstyle. Pero sabi nga nila depende rin yan sa flow ng momentum dito and also when it comes to the rotation. So tingin ko mga supports din malaking bagay for this fight.
Exciting to, exciting.
Sobrang exciting.
Uumpisahan na natin ang ating unang serye ngayong araw na to. Who will come out of the danger zone? LPE kontra Cignal Ultra. Eto na, shoutcasters! Pasok!
We'll definitely find out who comes out of danger zone. Red-themed teams here coming in for MPL Philippines Season 7, week number 5. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. I'm going to be one of your casters. I'm Rockhart alongside the dashing Reptar, and we'll be giving you the action coming in this one. Analysis is going to be heavy on this one for sure, because we want to see the stats. What do these teams look like when it comes to the standings, bro?
Well, yeah, they're both in the danger zone, as our panel put up here. Very crucial game for both of them. LPE may be the favorites going into this one, but don't count out Cignal's surprise factor.
And of course, as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we'll encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. That includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. So, you were saying about the stats, by the way. Is there any leeway at least for LPE? Because we know Cignal, they're like super tight on points. What about LPE?
Well, yeah, this is going to be a crucial game for them, because if they can win this 2-0, that means they're just going to be 1 point away from meeting up with Execration. And with that very, very tight race in Group B between NXP, Execration, and relatively LPE, again, they need to win this 2-0. Get that 3 points. Close that gap. Because if they don't, it's going to be so much harder for them as the season goes on. We only have, 4 weeks remaining?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it would be really, really tough.
Yeah, I think so too. So, definitely we'll find out coming into this one whether or not we are going to see if they are, up to the challenge, right? Reaching that 4th spot. Because right now, they're both dead last, right? In their specific groups. By the way, today is an intergroup day. So these are going to be matchups that you're going to be finding out only happening once in a season. So this is the first time and possibly last time that both of these teams are going to see each other.
Yeah, it's very poetic that at this point in the season, the two bottom teams in the league, both desperate for points, desperate for a win, are going to be meeting up, and then yes, they're going to be their only showing this time around. So it just even adds more to the drama that we have for this series. Even looking at the stats earlier between these two teams, very, very similar. Kills per game a little bit higher than LPE. Cignal Ultra has faced more blowout losses, and
0-2s.
Yeah,
they have more
0-2s.
0-2s.
A lot of 0-2s, and a lot of games where they didn't even break the 10 kill mark. And their opponents would be 15 plus. So yeah, Cignal Ultra has got to not show something new here in the sense of surprises with picks. They've done that enough. What they need to show us is leveled up consistency. With everything that they've showed, with the 39 unique heroes pick that they've had so far this season, they need to show us their stable 5 or their stable pool of around 15 that they can juggle around and get wins from consistently. And also, as our panel put up earlier, they need to work on their closers. They are having a lot of difficulty closing games. Going back to their series against Blacklist International in that game too, it went tremendous for Cignal Ultra. Blacklist International didn't get their first kill until 12 minutes and 23 seconds in that game, which goes to show Cignal Ultra, give them control. They really know how to make the most out of early to mid game. But the closers, the closing statements, the endings of the match is what Cignal is having a big problem with.
I think that's actually true for both of these teams, right? LPE is a little better. Cignal, seriously, they really could help step up in that department. Doesn't help if you're great in the early game or the mid game. Like, if that's the case, like you're trying to rely on some really good, like, destruction, really good snowball to win. But that doesn't always seem to be the case. Even if you snowball so well, you get a 10k goal lead. We've seen last week that happen. 7k goal lead evaporated in one team fight. We see that a lot, so definitely Cignal Ultra definitely is a team I want to see step up on that late game. Now, we're about very, very close on the draft here. Speaking of picks, we're talking about Kekedot out, right? Kekedot in, Ben Sanity out. What's going to be the variation between Kekedot and Ben Sanity, which could help Cignal?
Well, in terms of the hero picks that they've shown, it's not that different actually. They have both shown being able to play the meta that we have now with the healer type or more support. You guys know what I mean, you know? Yeah, you guys know what I mean.
Yeah.
The Estes, the Rafaelas, the Popol and Koopas. Although we haven't seen a Popol and Koopa game from Ben Sanity, he's shown to be reliable in that situation as well. But, of course, with Kekedot in here, that allows Cignal Ultra potentially field in their Natalia lineup, which has not had that great success this season. However, that can be an option for them if they want to. Kekedot, as well as Manjin said earlier, had an amazing Cho game, and based on what we saw there, you could really tell that Kekedot is comfortable with playing heroes such as Jawhead and the Cho as well. You know, those heroes that can really pick off and start the tempo early.
Not to mention, I think I've also seen him in Rafaela.
Yeah.
Right? Which is something that obviously Ben Sandy won't do. But that's great. That kind of forces the flexibility of the team to be stretched out a little bit more. Not just forcing Imba DJ on heroes like this, but also on Kekedot. Now, on the other side, LPE, obviously we got some pretty good rollers already. Jake the Dog, such a good win rate on his Harif.
Yeah.
And Bimo, I wonder what tank pick he's going to bring up today.
Yeah, Bimo is one of the most flexible tanks that we have in our league. He has played the likes of Hylos and Sylvana, more traditional-minded tanks that we have.
And Grok.
And Grok as well.
Yeah.
But then he has also shown to play things like the Popol and Koopa, Rafaela. He played a position, I think it was like a position 5 Benedetta even. He's even been able to play the Diggy, although hopefully we get to see the end of the Diggy strat. Teams have shown that it's starting to down. If you're gonna play the Diggy, play it more like how Omega plays it. Like they don't go for the Diggy strat, they just go for the, okay, let's try to keep Diggy alive as much as possible because the ability kit is so good. You have so much control, and Time's journey come mid to late game is such a bother to deal with.
And obviously a lot of teams are really repelled by the Diggy strat right now. They're like, and so far it's not 100%, right? It's so far I think it's garnered at least 3 losses so far, right? Am I right?
Relatively,
relatively 3 to 4 games, and all that they've lost already. So it's not 100% win rate, although it does make the game exceedingly difficult.
And if we're going to be continuing to talk about key picks here, I think LPE would want to go and make sure that they get the Benedetta if it's going to be open. Pretty sure Cignal Ultra has their eyes set on banning that out or taking that up for themselves. But as Midnight and the rest of our casters here have put up all throughout the season is that LPE's signature Benedetta playstyle, with them setting the tempo early on, with Ryota being very aggressive with how he invades in the early parts of the match. He will cut waves. He will go all the way to the orange buff or whatever buffs he's closest to just to take it down and disrupt the jungler. That's something that we have to watch out for in this match.
Yeah, the jungler though. How's the performance of Janus so far? That's what I want to talk about. We're gonna run these guys for the meantime. Again, we're waiting for the draft to get in, so sit tight. For Janus, he's been great on Lancelot, obviously. How's his flexibility this time around?
Well, with the switch up, with Janus now going more into the gold lane, if they do decide to bring him back into the jungle, you can still depend on him really to show up here. He's really shown to be more of the assassin type of jungler, of course with the Lancelot games that we've seen, but he also plays a pretty mean Granger as well. But despite all the amazing performances Janus has shown in the jungle, the 2 times he's gotten MVP this season has been when he transferred to the gold lane. One with Zask against ONIC, and then one with Uranus against Bren. So, and I want to continue this discussion here with the junglers. A lot of people are thinking that, oh, maybe Aqua Boy's better than Janus in the jungle. But as I said yesterday in an episode of a show that I did, you cannot say one is better than the other.
Absolutely.
Because they're both great in the jungle, but it just seems like you get to tap more of Aqua Boy's potential in the gold lane, in the jungle role, and then Janus slots in relatively well in the gold lane as well.
Yeah, I feel like that is also one of the strengths of Cignal. Again, that's the reason why they're just so great in the early game to mid game. And once more, the fight is going to be happening later on, most likely. Both of these teams, we're gonna be watching the early game and the mid game. We're gonna be like, yeah, this is expected. And the late game, that's where we're gonna have to find out what's the key differences. For LPE again, I wonder, why do you say that they're the more favored team here?
Well, with what they've shown so far this season, of course, they've already won 2 matches compared to Cignal Ultra's none still. Although they're relatively close into the points, the victories that LPE have had here have been very impressive. In one game, they were able to end it really quickly with the surprise grot play. I believe that was in the series against Omega. That game 1 looked really good. They were even able to win game 3 there, win that series. So based on just the performances we've seen, you can count on LPE to, of course, get more wins. But as I mentioned earlier, Cignal Ultra has that surprise factor. They've brought out surprise picks. They've pulled out surprise stats. They almost surprised Blacklist International last week. So that's something that you can count on from both of these teams to bring out. But again, for Cignal, maybe tone down a little bit more on the crazy surprise picks. I think Unique Heroes picked at 39 is more than enough for this season.
I think so. I feel like, come on.
That's a lot of
Too
heroes
many.
already you've tried.
Too many. I feel like Akai is also something that he could possibly bring out. I know BMO plays that all the way from season 3 of the MPL. So, again, that's just because of the veterancy. That's also a possible reason why you kind of lean towards LPE sometimes. A lot of people would say, yeah, LPE's got a better chance of this. But we've seen Cignal do some impossible stuff, right? Again, we mentioned against Blacklist, who right now, 7-0, hello. Can someone kind of bring us down a notch here a little bit? And it's also a reason we also want to see that later, by the way. If you guys are wondering, later on we got a Bren and Blacklist game, which is saying something. That's going to be one to watch. But this one is also something you want to watch, especially if you're a Cignal Ultra fan. Once more, the team that's on top of Cignal right now is Bren Esports. That is, wow, right? A team that you can kind of expect at least one win off of every match they have.
Yeah.
And Cignal Ultra's win condition, or at least their condition to reach the playoffs, is that Bren loses everything until the playoffs, until week 7 ends. And the condition also is that they win their games 2-0. So you guys kind of can see where we're, how it's very almost difficult to predict a Cignal Ultra playoffs appearance.
Yeah, because, well, not just Bren Esports that they have to worry about. It's gotten to the point where, just think about it, there are games wherein it's up to your opponents making a mistake for you to capitalize on and then turn the game around. If you're that far behind, that's the situation right now for Cignal Ultra. With how close Bren and ONIC are, even in the points for that 3rd and 4th slot in Group A,
very close.
They're really more dependent on one of those two teams making a mistake. Let's say if somehow, miraculously, Cignal Ultra goes on an amazing run, 2-0s all around,
2-0
suddenly. The probability of that happening is quite low because, again, it's gotten to the point where you're depending on your on the leaders or the teams ahead of you in the group to make a mistake. It's grim news, really, and these are just facts that we're stating here. That's how bad it's gotten for Cignal Ultra this season. It's not impossible, but it's close to impossible. But what I love about Cignal Ultra is, based on how they're interacting in social media, they still show up every week. Every game they have, you can really see the desire for them to win. Up against Blacklist International last week, they showed us their abilities to just surprise, even against Work, although Work also, it was a stomp on their end. You could really see the attempt of Cignal to try things. This is a team that, despite all the losses they have this season, you cannot deny that they have a lot of heart, and that's something we can all respect.
Heart, man. You gotta respect the Cignal grind, right? Despite that, of course, you also have to think about, LPE as well on their own group, which is a little closer, but they're also still in danger zone. Once more, we talked about. So that's the reason why this match is so important. We're already in week 5, and we only have 7 weeks because everything just got compressed here. We had 4 days of MPL in 1 week, and then I feel like Cignal Ultra so tired. We already saw on the analyst the panelist desk earlier that ONIC commented they're also kind of tired. So everyone is like, this is not the usual MPL that we have. This is like So many games in 1 week.
Yeah, this season has been an absolute grind, and which is why, again, you could really see here the improvement of the teams from Season 6. Although we do always say this, that every season the teams look better, but I don't know, maybe it's just something about the environment and the situation which we find ourselves in, you know, the context with the pandemic going on. There's just something about the teams this season that it makes for an even more unpredictable Season 7. Like, legit, the only sure thing you can say so far is that Blacklist is undefeated.
Yeah.
Other than that, what else can you say that is a sure thing? Omega, Bren, Aura, Work, all those other teams, all the teams in the MPL can vary so much in performance. One day they can get 2-0'd, or one day they have like a lackluster series. Then the next day or maybe the next week, suddenly they look completely reborn. They look like they could make a run for the championship. That's why a lot of us say that this has to be one of the most interesting seasons we have. Other than, of course, the context that we find ourselves in. It's just that with how teams improve on a week per week and day by day basis is pretty. It feels new.
Everything feels
new.
new.
Yeah,
I know what you mean. Oh man. Though we are, again, I think we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties here coming into this game. I don't know what's happening to the draft right now. They're not throwing us to it, but that's okay. I mean, we do want to make sure that the team's internet latency and everything, all that's good. Again, we are playing online, so things are like this kind of expected to happen. So, again, we'll have to find out who's going to make the smart choices in the draft. So catch it next year, brought to you by Smart, official tournament telco partner of the MPL. What I want to know here is how well is Cignal Ultra prepared? Like, is it too late for them? Is it too late? Because I feel like I think you should do some radical stuff, right? Glue is available, is he not?
Not yet. Tomorrow we'll see the debut of Glue, and
so
there's so much to say on the possibilities there for Glue, but not just yet. As much as I do want to see him also today, just one more day. Tomorrow we'll see Glue.
I was wondering if they can kind of use Glue today. Then I thought, yeah, one more day.
Yeah,
I would do that if I was going for broke. If I had no choice,
yeah, let's just try.
Let's just do anything. Let's just try anything that we want and see if that'll fix our problem where we are right now. So tomorrow, guys, just chill. If you guys are maining Glue right now, let us know. What do you think about the hero? And are we gonna see some Chos just because of the skin? Man, I want to see that.
Hopefully. We need to. It's a beautiful skin. I got that myself.
Man.
But it's gotten to the point where I'm even just I'm not the best Cho player. You know, I can push lanes and stuff,
a difficult hero.
but I cannot be that TikTok level of flashiness with the combos. I can't even pull off the flicker Jeet Kundo well enough. So I've been playing a pretty mean stun Cho in versus AI. But you know, better than practicing than.
Yeah,
you know, making my teammates lose stars.
Why AI? Why don't you Classic? Classic's better.
You know, I don't want to get that that comment from some rando telling me, Skinner.
Skinner.
I'm sorry, I know.
No, I feel like that's just unfair. I'm just having fun here. You know, I'm just having fun.
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about? I mean, if you look at my account, it's all skins. No wins. All skins, no wins. I'm going to make that a thing here.
Is that your motto? All skins,
all
no
skins, no wins. Hey. So, again, aside from that, jokes aside, obviously, I think we got some Cho players on on both teams. Bimo can also play this very well.
Yeah.
On the other side, I think Janus, I don't know if Janus is gonna do it.
Rhea so far has been the only one.
And Rhea, right? Yeah. So Cho players are kind of expected here because I, as a player, would really love to see that. Actually, I would love to use that all the time when I can. Plus, there are 2 others coming soon, so that's for
Brody and Selena.
Yeah. So stand by for that, guys.
Yeah, the Selena skin is something. It's something else. And I find it funny because once we saw the the artwork for the stun skins, a lot of people on social media suddenly said, yeah, now I really feel like playing Selena.
Yeah.
Like even Womi earlier in the talent room, he was like, yeah, I don't play Selena, but there's just something about that stun skin that makes me want to get better at playing Selena.
What I want to see is like the Selena with if there's like any effect on the Abyssal Arrow.
Oh yeah.
Because there's some skins where you can't really see the Abyssal Arrow that much. Oh my god, thank you. Who will make
Finally!
the smart choice in this draft? Catch it next,
Your
brought to
team
you
is
by
banning.
Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free the game great with Smart.
Your team
free
is
games
banning.
for all.
Yep, we are just relieved as you watching right
Let's
now.
go,
that
let's
we're
go.
finally in this. Let's go in the draft. And okay, take out the Harith. Jake the Dog, pick up there for LPE. Take out the Jawhead as well. BMO
Your
showed an
team
amazing
is
BMO at the
banning.
qualifiers and has
Signal's
shown to
doing
play
their
really well.
homework.
Yeah, they're doing their homework real good. But of course, you also just want to... Jawhead's one of the tanks from this season you really don't want to give to any team because it just empowers so much of that early game. Now, LPE, take away the Eve. So that lessens the
team is
possibilities of
banning.
heroes for Cignal Ultra that can really contest objectives early on. They take out the Estes as well. Cignal Ultra has shown to play a very great lineup with Estes. They'll pair that up with the Bruno and then they'll just put in some other picks there. Coach Topus is back. That's Coach Topus, the newest addition to the coaching staff of LPE.
It's flying.
Yeah, it's a flying octopus.
It's
and
flying.
and Cignal Ultra, surprisingly enough, they go for a Claude ban here. Which, with the current adjustments to Claude, which Manjid mentioned
Feel-
earlier,
yeah.
you sort of feel like the nerf. A surprising
Little
ban.
bit. Yeah, a little bit. Surprisingly, it's just the speed, obviously, of the hits, right? The buff on your Art of Thievery.
Yeah.
Sorry, the nerf on Art of Thievery. I thought it
Your
was not
team
going to be a
is
big deal. Apparently, it is.
Mhm.
Especially if you're talking about Claude, you got to believe Manjin. You know, he plays that almost exclusively for
Yeah.
like 500
Your
games.
team
So
is picking.
you got to believe what that guy says about Claude.
100, wow.
I think so. On the other side, though, it is the Granger pickup that you also talked about. Actually, that's a possibility for Janus, but also don't forget Aquaboy really likes his marksman, yo. Does like the marksman role.
Yeah. Great first pickup there for Cignal Ultra, but that
Your
gives away
team
the
is picking.
Benedetta and the Matilda away to LPE. So they'll be able to play their signature early aggression playstyle here. The Benedetta and Matilda in a team together. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Signal's side. So, expectedly, they take something like the Popol and Koopa to add in the traps, and
Your
they add in the
team is
Farsa as
picking.
well. It's going to be a replacement for the Eve in this lineup. And what you get there is good zoning potential. It's going to be important here for Rhea to hit level 4 as soon as possible because that's going to deter any of LPE's attempts to really just mess up the early game farm here of Janus or Aquaboy. Either of these two will ever go into the jungle.
Yeah, the Farsa is gonna be great. Also, kind of slow down that Benedetta, but don't forget. Farsa's also a kind of a prime target here for a Benedetta if you've ever seen one, not to mention the Matilda.
And Blacklist International, and actually not just them, a lot of the teams have shown this season just how fun the combination of Matilda can be if you have Guiding Wind on one of your teammates,
Your
and then you
team
go for
is
the Circling
banning.
Eagle, you just see your teammate flying alongside with you. That's going to be something Imba DJ has gonna watch out for here on this Farsa, because as you mentioned, it's gonna be a difficult game, even more so now that LPE has shown an Alice. So Cignal Ultra, whoever they're gonna put here in the fight, the role needs to be a wall for their squad. Will they pick up the Uranus? Maybe, but then I'd like to see them go for something more of a Khalid or a Lapu Lapu, someone who can actually deal out damage as well, not just to eat up damage, but you're going to need to trade that up. You're going to need to be able to show LPE that, okay, we're not just going to be here to sustain everything that you throw at us, we're also going to be here to send you back reeling a bit.
Yeah, they do need some pretty good sustained damage as well.
Your
it's not enough
team
that you have
is
a Granger
banning.
and Farsa, I
Yeah.
feel. Right? That's what you're talking about. On the other side, LP also picked up a very high win rate hero, which is the Alice, which is really scary for Signal.
Yeah, for LPE, that Alice currently, well, for the
Your
entire
team
league,
is
very
banned.
high win rate. But for LPE, surprisingly enough, in the 3 games that they've played, no wins yet. This might be a different time around for the Alice for LPE. I like the chances against the Farsa. And so looking at the bans now for the second phase, take out the Uranus. Again, it could have been an option for Cignal Ultra. So LPE seem to want Cignal Ultra to go for more of the damage. They believe in the damage that their lineup can show out here. Whoever that they'll put here for the 4th and 5th pickup. LPE might even pick up the Kagura and the Lunox to deal out that burst. For Cignal Ultra, they take away the Lancelot. They already have their jungler, so they're just trying to take things away from Aspect.
Yeah, not bad at all. Because Aspect's also showing to be a little bit
Your
of
team is
one of
banning.
the lower KDA and lower impact players on LPE, right, in terms of stats.
Yeah,
true. I feel like Aspect just needs more oomph. He hasn't been able to really snowball well when you give, even with heroes like the like his signature white Yi Sun-shin. When you think of Aspect, you think about the qualifiers. He played such a good Yi Sun-shin.
Yeah.
It disappeared. Right? So Aspect really one of the guys you want to target also as well, who needs to step up on LPE.
Yeah, you mentioned Yi Sun-shin. That could actually be a potential pickup here for LPE. So that's just gonna be so much pressure onto Imba DJ's Farsas, because now he's gonna time so many things. So many things to consider if you're gonna be using that feathered airstrike.
I hear Angela.
Yeah,
Angela.
The Angela. Okay, so with the Angela pickup, again, this is gonna be the support tandem of the Angela and Matilda. Good healing, great sustain. So LPE here, it's really gonna be up to what their final jungler
Wait a
would be.
second. Is that just a jungler? Because it's... I don't know, man. I feel like it's such a squishy lineup. You got some pretty solid cover on the side lanes, but the team fight is going to be so difficult without the Alice in. And you know the Alice, he needs to be at least always on the side, soaking up those minions. I don't know, man.
I think LP are gonna go for a lineup here that want to end this quick. They might consider the Harley here, but it would be really tough. Because again, that's all your cards on the table. We'll just try to do early to mid as fast as possible. That's going to be a sign for Cignal Ultra. Now, yeah, Bauman going in here. Interesting pickup. It could actually give BMO a hard time here because of the damage that he can deal. It creeps up on you, but then you realize it really hurts. Suddenly, if you think, oh, it's okay, he's not going to kill me, bang!
Yeah,
he gets a lethal counter in and you're gone.
Yeah, you get Spinneroonied and then you get dunked. So, okay, there you go. So definitely on the jungler side, obviously squishy, but a lot of mobility here for LPE. For Cignal Ultra, it's a kind of a different story. They got some pretty good crowd control, and again, Hook City, you gotta be careful. If Gekadot gets cooking, you gotta make sure you're running, because again, if you get caught, you got a lot of execute damage also on the side of Cignal.
Yeah, and now LPE, still, with their lineup, they can play this aggressive. They have the Ling. So they can really go for the disrupt onto... Seems like Janus is... Yeah, he's going to be going back into the jungle role. It's going to be Aquaboy rocking the Farsa in the gold lane, in the non-turtle lane. So, a bit of a reel back, callback, throwback, I mean, to having Janus in the jungle here. And it's good because Janus, again, being more of an assassin main than a marksman main in the jungle, knows or at least has an idea of how Aspect will want to play this game.
Yeah.
So then Janus will be able to really direct or tell Imba DJ and Gekadot, hey, can you guys position here? Can you guys help me out here? Because this Ling might just come in here, surprise me, and then I'm going to lose my buff or I'm going to be sent back early. That's something Cignal Ultra has to watch out for. Imba DJ and Gekadot have to be on top of their game here to really make sure Janus has enough room to farm. He's going to be disturbed, but then you can mitigate that a bit.
So better position. Again, you also... They have a better position to go aggressive early on, right? And again, LPE, they do have the Angeling combo, man. That's so classic. So, Janus is going to be in for a very difficult time in the jungle for sure. Unless they can do some aggressive actions first, considering they do have the Franco and, of course, Koopa's Bite.
Yeah.
Which is great for positioning heroes to get hooked in.
Yeah, exactly. They too can play aggressive. It won't be as fast as a LPE style of aggression, but the surprise is there. The sudden captures, the sudden crowd controls. That you're just walking through the jungle, LPE, just trying to get positioned, then suddenly, oh, I'm hooked, oh, I'm gone.
Yeah.
That's something they're gonna have to respect as well. Now, looking into the side lanes though, Aquaboy may be the target here for LPE. Give this Farsa a hard time. They're gonna want to delay that as much as possible. Make sure you can delay a little bit the pickup of the Clock of Destiny and then the other items as well, because this can be a very disruptive pick. There's a lot of mobility on the side of LPE, but you can't also count out the possibility that Aquaboy will just be on the next level of timing today, and then and positioning as well. That despite all the mobility LPE has, will just be bursted down by this Farsa.
There you go. Let's find out if that's going to be happening here as we go into game 1 of week number 5, day 1, Cignal Ultra versus LPE. Now, again, again, both of these teams are in the danger zone, so this is basically their match of the season, right? This is the match of the season. Only time they'll be facing each other. Winner gets top points and again, fighting chance on their bracket.
Yep.
Loser is gonna have a tough time calculating later on after this. So let's find out what's gonna happen here.
Yeah, and you see there the rotation of Janus opting to go for lane, Litho, and then get a Rock Ursa of Aspect, while Aspect instead focusing for the buffs. So it's going to be Aspect who'll be able to set the tempo over here early if he'll decide to show up in the lane.
We got Aqua Boy again locked in by the blood. Oh, there. Jake the Dog and Arvs doing some pretty good early game harassment, making sure that they are not comfortable at all. Ryota very deep here. Around the lane of Ryota with Aspect coming close. He's level 4, so he's got some oomph with the Temps of Blades, but he decides to back off.
Cool. And as expected, Aqua Boy, early pressure that he's experiencing here. LP are playing this right. Arvs, great rotation, really just leaving the mid for the lanes or for even BMO to just clear up himself. So yeah, you're gonna want to do this to Aqua Boy. And then as expected, Ryota's playing the aggressive Benedetta. Minion wave cuts.
2.
Yeah.
Round 2 on the bottom, and again, Ryota's still... I think both of these guys on the top side of the map, they're just going to be cutting each other's lanes anyway, so...
Yeah.
You can't expect that. Except for the time they go into the lore there. Oh, look at this. Ryota's HP lower than half. Aspect has that Angela heart guard, but will be secured by Jans instead. Temps of Blaze goes down, still fighting over Ryota, very, very low. Still goes for the fight. Flicker in by Rhea, and first blood goes over to Cignal.
Well handled fight there for the Turtle 4 Cignal Ultra LTE. Great start though initially because Imba DJ stopped BMO, or I believe it was Arvs, in the back line, disrupting them enough to sort of delay the response that LTE could dish out. So with that slight adjustment by Imba DJ, already level 4, getting the ultimate for Koopa, getting the bites, getting the traps in, really helped a lot with that fight. It could have been a great response by LP, but at that point, they were Ryota was just too low to stay long in that fight.
That's the thing about them. They're going to be fighting for those HPs, get the poke damage in, and Cignal, they just got the tools to do that, especially in the early game.
Yeah. Now, 3 minutes and 10 seconds in, Cloud of Destiny already picked up Arvs though! Gets hooked!
Looked in, locked down by Jans, gets that kill once more. Granger getting a very critical kill. 2-0 for Cignal. That gold starting to look like it's gonna go to the left, to the blue side of the map.
Yeah, and now you see here the adjustment that Kekadot went for. Because that turtle is no longer the top lane, he can now help out Aqua Boy in the bottom lane more by watching out in that part of that river. I said there earlier, LPE have to watch out for getting hooked by Kekadot, and because Kekadot notices, hey, Aqua Boy needs a bit of help, Arvs is pressuring him too much. Okay, I'm gonna be the bodyguard here. I'm gonna be the checkpoint in this river. If he can keep this up, it's gonna be bad for LPE.
Yeah, that's the thing about Kekadot right now, though he's like more of a bodyguard, more less aggressive, right? He's just trying to make sure that everyone is being kept in check.
Yeah.
Right now, of course, with the help of Imba DJ, gonna be going for the forward, trying to go for BMO. He's low, he's very low. Less than half XQ is gonna be there, still not gonna be used by Rhea. Used instead on Ryota. Closes him out before he can finish Electro final blow.
Ooh, that lethal counter, and this bomb and pick going really well right now for Cignal Ultra. They're just getting zoned out and damaged really well here by Cignal LPE. Now they will have a difficult time contesting this turtle. They will not be able to.
That's a free turtle right there. Cignal Ultra, they're trying to go deep, getting those objectives closed out already by Aspect, obviously. But again, they are doing a very good job denying resources and the turtle buff from the lane of LPE.
Ooh. They have to watch out for that Balmond here. They can't keep giving him kills this early because he's just going to be ramping up that damage over and over again.
Especially Jans right now, fighting under the turret. Certainly Eagle goes in. That's a little too deep, but they're going to take him. Aspect going in, Tempest of Blaze, forces down the fight. 4 blades, 3 blades down. Take the dog though. Kind of a bit of a misstep. And oh my god, what a beautifully timed feathered airstrike there. Puts down Jake the Dog.
Yeah, well-timed feathered airstrike. Beautifully executed hook as well for Kekadot. This is the gamble that you get from playing a defensive Franco. because Franco can really disrupt if he plays aggressively. But defensively, you're going to need to land the hooks for the counterplays, and that's what he's been doing so far. Hence why Cignal Ultra has this early lead.
Yeah, I mentioned that before as well, Ryota. Oh, no hooks! No hooks needed! You just go in, you soak up that damage, and make sure Ryota cannot flicker out a fight! And Rhea, wow, did you see that lethal counter? Zoning lethal counter! Expected the plays here from Rhea.
Fast hands, Ray on that bomb, and flicker lethal counter. Ryota cannot get anywhere, and the signature Benedetta pick for him, who has a 66% win rate in the season so far in 6 matches, is having a hell of a hard time in the early game. 3 deaths for Ryota's Benedetta.
Bro, that's saying something. That's a Benedetta. That's such a mobile hero. I guess a Bauma? Come on. Come on, man. But again, it was well set up by the rest of Cignal Ultra, so I don't blame him at all for that. But beautifully coordinated fights. Looking good here for Cignal so far.
Yeah, and this could be a big play for the Turtle here. Both two teams are positioned primed and ready for a team fight. Arvs has to watch out.
Oh, that's going to be the Koopa bite. Not going to be holding down Arvs as of yet, but Turtle is getting... Oh, there you go. Secured by Jans once more. And, man, the Hunt, man, is just doing a lot of work here for Kekedot. Ryota also on the side, just waiting for a good timing, not really finding it. Cignal Ultra secures Turtle number 3.
So again, you're seeing 2 contrasting styles in terms of the drafts here. Fast, guerrilla-style warfare, rotations and aggression by LPE. Meanwhile, Cignal go for the counter-punch. And the counter-punch is just working really well right now for Cignal Ultra. But now, because of the pushes that happen in this top lane, LPE, they're still getting towers. They have to watch out for the Cignal because they've been grouping up a lot. They've been going 3s and 4s, and that's leaving the side lanes quite open. So that's something they have to be careful of.
The punch is getting, their punch is getting a lot of oomph. You know, and again, that's just because of the flexibility of the Franco. You can either go for long-range engages or just go ahead, ult, and then just go for the target. They got such squishy targets.
Yeah, and great zone out here by Aqua Boy to use the feathered airstrike. They might even get a kill onto Jake the dog.
Almost.
He barely gets away. You can see his health there. And all of that was just to secure that bottom tower because LPE showed up in mid. So this is the counterplay by LPE. Another hook!
Oh my god, are you kidding me? That's another one in Ray. Again, great follow-up. Ryota trying to fight there. This time around has the heart guard, but doesn't seem to be getting the targets. They knock off. Again, one target from Cignal, able to flicker out. Kekedot, he doesn't want to die yet. No! No, seriously! That is the worst possible time to do that.
That was a beautiful
Oh my gosh!
Even Rob Luna and Wolf.
Seriously!
Even they're going, well, what the heck just happened?
No way!
Okay,
wow.
We can't assume so much on why that pause happened, but let's break down what happened there in the fight. Kekedot again, starting that out. Beautiful read there. Of course, the tendencies of the teams to position themselves that way. That shrub in front of that, in front of the Wind Serpent, the buff, and then at the same time with one of the other teams being in the middle there. Great read by Kekedot. He just threw that out there. It's like, I feel like someone's in here, but
here we go.
rock hard, we're back in the fight.
Back on. Does he survive? Apparently he does! Oh, are you kidding? That is great. That is great there for Cignal. But LPE, again, they are on the back foot. Switching off over to Ryota, who is, again, taking a lot of damage here. Even the tank-type Benedetta not really able to withstand the amount of damage that's coming from the Popaling Koopa plus the Franco. Every step is a possible death, right? Every small movement you make, you get locked down either by the Popaling Koopa bite or by the Franco Iron Hook.
Yeah, this Kekedot's Franco is going to be a little bit more difficult to take down now because he just picked up the Athena shield. He needed that magic reduction because he's up against 3 damage dealers compared to the 2 of LPE. LPE doesn't even have a lot of physical damage right now. Most of it is coming out of Aspect. Ryota, because of the bad early game that he was dealt by Cignal, isn't dealing a lot of damage at this point. He'll be there to disrupt a bit. Yeah, he'll deal a bit of damage, but it's not the same Benedetta we're used to seeing from LPE.
Yeah, and don't forget, Aspect is 0-0-1 right now. Not getting any deaths, but his farm is also just completely disrupted by Cignal. So LPE now on the back foot here. 4,000 gold separates these two teams. Actually 4.5 in favor of Cignal Ultra this time around. And Here we go again. This is what we're talking about by Cignal. I mean, they're having a great early and mid game, but what happens when it comes to closing out these games?
Man, Cignal Ultra, hopefully we get to see them see a better closer strategy there. But Kekedot, he's gonna go for Ryota.
Oh, that was a bloody hunt.
Ooh, really close.
I think he almost casted the bloody hunt there.
Yeah.
And if he got caught, that would have been a dead guy.
Yeah, that would have been Ryota just gone here. And I find it so funny because earlier I was saying, Cignal Ultra, maybe you want to pull back a bit on the surprises, but they surprised us yet again with this kind of lineup with the bomb hunt. First time they picked
Flicker
it.
in with the bloody hunt once more. BMO cannot react.
Kekedot playing so well in this Franco. He might be the MVP of this match.
Possibly.
He's really setting the tempo well for Cignal Ultra.
Yeah, for sure. Oh!
What? Oh my goodness!
Oh! You're looking for the TikTok? That's for the TikTok, man.
That man just lassoed an airplane!
That guy! MVP!
That was a flying Matilda
Flying
in
Matilda! Just got
What the
iron
heck?
in mid-air. Ladies and gentlemen, that was actually close. He could have gone down.
Yeah, man.
If he didn't have the escape.
Oh! Wow!
Oh my gosh!
Okay, Kekedot. First it was the show, now it's the Francos that you're showing off here. Now, LPE are down 4K in gold. In terms of the damage, they might not have enough of it yet. They're up against a Granger, they're up against a Ballman. This is going to be a risky contest for them if they're going to be contesting this Lord. They could go in for the steal here, but again, so much to watch out for you here. So much damage coming out from the side of Cignal Ultra. And this is going to be really risky. They can pull off a steal, potentially, but Cignal Ultra, respecting that possibility, want to get a little bit more control around the lanes here. They need a little bit more information before they start this. They need to find Aspect's lane.
Yeah, again, Aspect's lane is... I mean, it's not getting any kills, but once more, it is difficult to get a hold of. Although they do have one of the best tools in the game to get hold of a link, which is the Franco, as well as, again, Popol and Koopa. But again, it's proving that Aspect's actually improving, in this game.
Yeah.
Right? He's not dying as much, right?
And that's miraculous because, again, this is such a difficult lineup to go up against within the link. And funnily enough, Aquaboy is 1-1-1, but he's not having as bad a game as he could have here because of the actions of Rhea, Kekedot, and Imba DJ. These three early on, because of the aggression and the surprise counterplays that they went for here, are actually, their play right now is the anchor for Cignal Ultra. And Janice is just riding along, doing his job, getting the kills here. But this main three for Cignal.
Oh, Flicker in once more. Right off the bat there. Again, they're trying to do that over and over again, but their damage is actually falling off a little bit. Counterpunch here by Jake the Dog. Rhea is on the sides, fighting under the turret. That's not a great idea, but they go for it anyway. Ryota flaying over with that. Benedetta is just doing a pretty good job in keeping everyone in check. It's confusing Cignal Ultra, actually.
Yeah, Aspect walked into a trap. Could have been even more punishing here for LPE, but a well-placed trap by Imba DJ. Stop the momentum.
Oh, they got him! Jake the Dog! Again, the combo of Imba DJ and Kekedot right now. You can't do stuff like that, man.
Oh, man. K-Dot on fire. Someone needs to manage the waves, though, in the side, and especially that top minion wave for Cignal Ultra.
It's pretty big. Yeah.
Pretty big. Could be scary here. But then LPE aren't in the position to go and cut that wave, to go for that backdoor split push. They have to watch out here for this Lord. They are going to try to contest this, or at least just whittle down the members of Cignal Ultra, maybe force them on a reset if they could. Again, still, they're at this point where it's going to be very risky for them to go for the Lord steal. But with the Ling on their side, they can maybe just sacrifice one of their frontliners, and then everyone else will just pull back. Try to just play for the steal. But, again, that's just theoretically. If we look at what's been happening here, Kekedot and Imba DJ have been on point with their lockdowns, with their stuns. And it's going to be a very impressive Lord steal here for Aspect.
Yeah,
it's gonna be get off your seat and shout for Aspect Lord steal if he somehow gets it.
I mean, if Aspect does get this, he's gonna be like, wow, maximum respect.
Yeah.
Right? He's gonna be like, respect Aspect. That's gonna be. I'm gonna make that a hashtag.
I like it.
Respect Aspect, because if he can, right? It's difficult, right? The life of a Ling right now supposedly is just super easy, but right now it is just so difficult with Bloody Hunt, Iron Hooks, and Popol Bites to avoid. Not to mention also the feathered airstrike. So there's so many things they have to watch out for. Incoming bullets from the Rhapsody.
Yeah, LPE. Oh, Arvs. Oh, sidestep that hook so close.
He missed it. And again, Arvs will be punished very hard for it. Less than around half HP. And you don't want a low HP Mafilda when you're trying to fight against a Lord area because you are also just one hook away from dying. Aspect though, he's going to try to go for it. Half HP on the Lord. He does have the possibility of a Heart Guard here. Okay. And there you go.
That would be it.
Oh! Steel's not going to go down. Janus secures it with the Retribution. Janus go very, very low. Tempest of Blades fighting under this very narrow corridor. Jake the Dog doing his pretty good job here with AoE damage from that Alice. And again, that's going to be 2 down for Cignal, forcing their way into the mid lane.
The counter punch. Just Janus. Cignal Ultra losing Janus really quickly there was really punishing for them. They could have continued that fight there if Janus was able to stay alive, but LPE playing that really, really well, knowing, okay, gotta take him down. We take out Janus, they're going to be a little bit more, they're going to think twice about fighting.
Right, they're going to be hesitant to go for
exactly.
it, even though they do have the Lord, which does give the opening for LPE to go ahead and clean this up without any big threats. Because again, they know that he's just probably walking out from the base right now. And that's one big advantage removed from Cignal all of a sudden.
Yeah, and the gold lead is now just around 2,000 for Cignal Ultra. We have got ourselves a game here, folks. But Ryota gets
the bloody hunt! Yeah, Ryota
again
cannot react at all, and that's just the beauty of the Franco right there.
Oh man, Ryota. Cignal Ultra has him red right now.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
A book.
And even Aspect right now is the one getting hunted down. He knows that he can't play around too much with Imba DJ still available. Bloody Hunt, I think, should be back off of cooldown any second now, especially with his emblem set. And now securing the immortality, he's going to be a lot more fearless looking for the picks.
Yeah, and Imba DJ just picked up an All Mask. That's more control possibilities here for Cignal Ultra.
An additional stun.
Yeah, an additional stun. Their gap closers, LPE, have to be even more careful now. They were really careful earlier. That has to be that even more. Oh, and another hook!
Plain hook inside, no special tricks whatsoever. Forces the Winter Truncheon and fighting under this jungle. Aspect already out of the Heart Guard shield.
He smells blood.
Goes in with the Tempest of Blades and forces Janus to fight. Janus cannot actually fight back. Rhea very, very low here.
Oh no!
Will be hunted down by 2 members. And I think this is what we're talking about once more for Cignal. Great early in the mid game, but now they are close to coming in from behind.
1,000 IQ play by Jake the Dog. I was thinking, why is he just standing there? That looks way too easy.
He baited
the hook because he knew he had the Winter Truncheon. He almost didn't get it off though. It was really, really close.
It was actually close.
But he was able to, and that was big here now because LPE is marching in mid.
Big push here mid lane. That's very, very low. No minions means they're gonna go up on top. Rhea cannot really go for it on his own, so he needs to wait for the other members of his team. But the bottom lane is again being punished by LPE.
A heartbreaking loss for Cignal Ultra if it is, but oh no, not yet though.
Flicker in again on Jake the Dog. Winter Truncheon, they know it's still on cooldown, but LPE, they're able to disengage.
Yeah, and now we see here the damage of Cignal Ultra not being able to manage their waves in the side lanes well enough. They're getting kills, they're getting pickoffs, but because of that lack of lane management, oh, it's bad.
Oh, one more Ryota, no Bloody Hunt follow-up, which allows him to live.
Yeah.
And Aspect is just waiting. I think Signal's kind of aware that, you know what, they're trying to bait us.
Yeah. They're baiting us right now, and again, it's going to be a heartbreaking loss for Cignal Ultra here, if ever it is going to be a loss, and an incredible win for LPE. But now we're seeing here the strengths of LPE in the late game, the fact that they can split the map so well, the Benedetta and Link. Cignal Ultra, they were for the longest time winning with the pickoffs and the random skirmishes, the surprises onto LPE, but because you have so much mobility in the side of LPE, they can afford to no longer play the style they were playing earlier. You know, they don't always have to react to Cignal Ultra showing up in the map. They have the power of the minion waves on their side. And then This is where we see here the effect of not managing their minion waves long enough. A few minutes ago, we highlighted the push of the minion wave before the Lord take in the top lane. Although Aquaboy was able to get back in time to make sure that the turret doesn't get destroyed, it brought the turret down to only 20% health left.
That's big.
That's
I mean,
big.
That's not even without any big pushes happening.
Yeah, that was just a minion wave. And so now we see here the sacrifices this lineup, the Cignal Ultra, and their playstyle in the early to mid game have here. They had to sacrifice managing the mid because a lot of their heat map was around the jungle and in the river, getting those pickoffs. It was working, but now you have to be careful with your side lanes here. You're up against a very mobile lineup.
Exactly, especially Riota right now, who is corralling those minions on top side. The disadvantage of the Cignal lineup is it's got a lot of good catches, it's got a lot of hard crowd control, but it forces you to stick together. You got to stick together for it to be effective.
Exactly.
And if you're just like 2 people, 3 people, no, you can't fight. You can't take down anyone.
Yeah.
So they gotta go as 5.
And it's a really interesting game. Despite LPE here, because of the lineup that they showed here, they are now more towards the favored side of winning this matchup because in this point of the game, it just becomes about who manages the minion waves better to control for the Lord objectives, for those Lord fights. And again, because of the lineup of LPE, they have that natural advantage. But what Cignal Ultra is going well for them again is if they go as 5, they have that great counterplay possibility here. If they can catch out the Ling early, if they hold on to their bloody hunt to wait for the Ling to entry, because Aspect is doing so much damage to the backline here of Cignal Ultra. If Kekadon has been on point with those bloody hunts, but if he conserves it for that Ling, for that entry, that's going to give enough time for Aquaboy to live through the fight and then deal the burst damage that he'll be known for with that Farsa.
So what you're saying is like, you gotta time the bloody hunt, because sometimes LP is trying to bait it out. So not because you can go for it doesn't mean that you should, right? So the question is, there's also a problem there, man. What if you hold on for it for too long and your team's just wiped out?
Exactly.
These are the challenges, right?
Because with the rest of the lineup of LPE, they'll be able to whittle down the health of Cignal Ultra enough. And Aspect can legit just wait for most of the fight until the fight's just about to end, and then he's just going to come in and clean up. That's also something Cignal Ultra has to watch out for, you're right.
Man, it's got to be something that's also bearing heavy on the minds of Cignal right now, who are behind by 1,000 gold here in this matchup where they were supposedly, what, 7k? Did I say 6 or 7k earlier?
Yeah.
That's gone. That's gone, man.
Oh, close game. But what can you expect from two teams at the bottom of the standings in their brackets right now? They're bringing out the best. It's desperation time, and it's another hook.
Oh, great hook there, and Bimo!
Oh,
it was Bimo. That's pretty big. Aspect will have to double second guess himself each and every time now for the next 50 seconds.
That's big. Cignal Ultra can use his time, but then the threat of the Benedetta split pushing the side lane up top is
also
big. Here. Yeah. Well, this could end up being a 4 versus 3 take here for this Lord.
Cignal decides, you know what? Let's just go. Let's just do it. Let's go for the Lord. Let's see what they do.
Watch out for the top lane though, Cignal Ultra, but at least Reyes there. Aspect can come in and steal it.
Coming in for the steal is a possibility. Aspects on the side. Jake the Dog knows this is happening.
Oh, another
goes into Riota. Bloody Hunt as well. And one more hit could take down Riota, but he makes it out alive. Jake the Dog disrupts the front and the middle of the pack. Imba DJ is forced out. Aquaboy cannot help as well. And now it's going to be Janus going down.
Goodness, how did Riota survive that? He got out of that with just an inch of his health left, and another hook on Kekadot.
Another one on the Kekadot. They are fighting, man. They are putting everything on the table, but they are forced to back off as Aspect claims the Lord right behind him.
Oh man, how did that go badly for Cignal Ultra? The fact that they
It was a 4v5!
Yeah, it was a, well, not even, it was like a 4v3. How did that go so wrong? How did Riota survive? So many questions.
So many questions by Reptar, man.
But LPE handled that really well.
Yeah,
Cignal Ultra, though, their response was, okay, when they saw the Blood Orb go out from the Alice, that's when they went for the hook. Because now they didn't need to worry so much about Jake the Dog coming in here. But because of this point, the cooldown not being so long now with that flowing blood, when that hook was launched, Jake the Dog just went in.
Yeah, Jake the Dog's timing was just so good in that one, which disrupted the damaging backline of Cignal. And now they have to find another Lord here.
Oh no, Cignal Ultra might just lose this fight. This could be bad.
Could be bad here, fighting around the base. No inhibitor turrets, minions are close. Cignal Ultra, they are trying to go for the defense, but it's looking like Jake the Dog's got enough damage on that Alice to force them back. The base is low, the minions are pushing in. Lord is knocking, and that's game 1! That's LPE taking the game from Cignal Ultra.
Another heartbreaking loss for Cignal Ultra. Coachtopus celebrating right now, flying across. But man, gotta feel bad for Cignal Ultra there.
For Cignal,
but
man.
You cannot deny that was a beautiful mid to late game execution there by LPE.
And this winning moment is brought to you by the Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos.
Speechless.
I'm
Rock
speechless,
hard.
man,
I'm
because
speechless.
that should be it for the scores. Obviously, we're going to have a game 2, but again, it's going to be... It's difficult to stomach here for us here, especially for the rest of the Cignal.
Yeah.
But LPE definitely well-deserved. I mean,
wow.
If a team could get themselves out of that situation, it's LPE. Behind by around 6 to 7K.
Yeah, somehow. And again, that was the Cignal Ultra playing the early to mid so well, but LPE just switched it up. Got the win.
Got the win. Let's see what Midnight has to say about that, because I'm sure he's going to break it down for us even better.
The Comeback Kings themselves, sila mismo ang kinambakan ng LPE to secure game number 1 on the back of the Angela and Link combo. Once again, my name is Midnight and ating hatiin, ating i-breakdown kung ano nangyari dito sa game number 1, kung paano naka-comeback ang LPE against Cignal Ultra. Now, these following post-game stats are brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Very crucial item pickups actually on the side of LPE, specifically the truncheon of the Alice. Makikita natin yan mamaya, no? Actually, yung isang team fight na panalo dapat ng Cignal Ultra, pero dahil binuhos nila lahat ng resources nila onto the Alice, nagkaroon ng space or opening yung LPE to secure objectives. And actually, ganda rin ng itemization ni Aspect dito on the Ling, buying the Windtalker on the Ling para meron siyang additional movement speed, mahabol niya si Janus. Kasi si Janus dito, meron siyang Brute Force Breastplate and at the same time yung Hunter Strike. Now, these two items provide a lot of mobility in team fights. And yan yung in-address ni Aspect. Kung hindi mo mahabol with just the second skill, pwede mong habulin with the additional movement speed na makukuha mo from Windtalker. And syempre, dagdag na rin with the crit damage ng Berserker's Fury at pati na rin ng Windtalker, allowing him to have the damage output to take down Janus on the team fights. Makikita natin yan sa highlights ng ating game. Pero bago lahat, check muna natin ang ating live watching rewards. Scan nyo na yung QR code or punta na kayo dito sa ating website para makapag-fill up kayo ng form. And malay nyo, manalo kayo. May chance kayo manalo ng in-game rewards worth of 599 diamonds. So sa mga gusto ng skin dyan, mag-register na kayo. First 30,000 entries of the day. Guys, remember, first 30,000 entries of the day, sila yung mananalo ng in-game rewards. So check nyo na yan, fill upan nyo na, at bilis-bilisan nyo na. Okay? So moving on to the highlights. Hatid sa atin ng Smart. Tignan natin kung ano yung mga nangyari dito sa game number 1. Again, game number 1, leading dito ang Cignal Ultra. And LPE sila actually yung behind. They know na kaya natin mag-take ng objectives. And LPE, medyo nahihirapan silang mag-contest actually against Cignal Ultra. This is because the nature of having better hero matchups against LPE. You have the Franco against Benedetta, Popa and Koopa against Benedetta, and pati na rin yung Balmond. These heroes are really hard to take down on the side of Cignal Ultra. Kasi kung isipin nyo guys, ang laro ng LPE, as much as possible, they want to split the map, they want to take pick-offs, and kapag naghiwa-hiwalay na yung Cignal Ultra, tsaka sila lalaban with the Alice. Pero Cignal Ultra, nung early game, ang ginawa nila, let's group up, okay? Wala pa namang damage yung LPE. We have Franco on our lineup. No? Kapag nagkamali ang LPE, mahuhook yan, makakagat sila with the Bloody Massacre. and hindi makakagalaw yung mga heroes ng LPE. Actually, napakaganda ng play dito ni Rhea on the Balmond, getting a pick-off onto the Benedetta. LPE, they didn't falter, however. Sabi nila, tuloy lang natin yung game plan natin. Let's split the map. Aspect did a fantastic job on putting a lot of split pressure here against Cignal Ultra. Pag sinabi natin split pressure, ito yung gustong i-take ng Cignal Ultra. For example, yung Lord. Pero yung Link, pinush yung bottom lane. It allows LPE to have control of the entire map, and Cignal Ultra, kailangan nilang mag-decide ng mabilis kung anong objective yung i-take nila. And actually, ito yung very crucial moment, no, for LPE. Na Winter Truncheon, yung ultimate ni Balmond, kaya hindi napatay si Jake the Dog. And after that, Cignal Ultra, sabi nila, guys, takbuhan na, ubos na lahat ng spells natin. And this is where LPE will win the team fight. Kasi nga, sila yung split pressure, sila din yung gusto ng pick-offs, and Cignal Ultra, wala na silang firepower pagdating sa team fight against LPE. This is on the back of Aspect and Ryota's performance on the Ling and the Benedetta. Again, sila yung nag-a-apply ng split pressure dito against Cignal Ultra. And Ryota actually bought a lot of time on these fights. No? Nabuhay pa siya, nakaalis pa siya, and it sets up a kill onto the Granger. Janus, sabi niya kasi gusto kong patayin yung Benedetta para wala tayong intinding split pressure. Kasi kapag buhay si Benedetta, yung presence niya, laging nasa top lane. So yung Balmond nila, lagi din nasa top lane to address the team fight. Pero, again, napatay lang siya ni Ling with the combo, nahabol siya nung movement speed, bonus na meron si Ling from the Windtalker, and after that, sabi ng LPE, isang objective na lang, panalo na sila. They were one objective away from making a comeback against Cignal Ultra, and after that, tamang trabaho lang, Torre na lang ang tinignan ng LPE. And of course, the MVP of the game, Jake the Dog. This MVP is brought to you by Smart. Napakalupit ng timing ng Winter Truncheon. Actually, for the whole early game, no, Jake was having a hard time fighting against Cignal Ultra kasi nga yung team fight na gusto niya mangyari ay hindi pwede kasi mas malakas yung Cignal Ultra at that time. Pero sabi niya, isang item lang, I can change the tide of the game. One Winter Truncheon, nakakambak pa sila against Cignal Ultra. Napakalupit na pagkambak ng LPE. Pero tignan natin kung makakambak din ba ang Cignal Ultra and force game number 3. Casters, back to you.
The Comeback Kings indeed, that is Cignal Ultra Season 2 of MPL. That's what they were called, and the Spirits are apparently coming back here on Season 7.
But to LPE.
But to LPE. Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen. We're casters for this series once more. Rockhart, this is Reptar, and you're watching we're going to be watching game number 2 here of Cignal Ultra versus LPE, who unfortunately dropped the big ball of 6,000, 7,000 gold lead around the middle of the game, giving it over to to LPE. And I think Midnight also mentioned what you talked about earlier, Ryota's game there on the Benedetta. He was an MVP, but it really did kind of shape what happened around that Lord area, considering that Cignal had to look up on top.
Yeah, it was 2 crucial moments that we just mentioned, and I'm really glad that the play of Jake the Dog was highlighted. I thought it was either going to be Aspect or Ryota as the MVP, but Jake the Dog equally deserved that as well. I'm not sure whose call that was on LPE side, but if it was Jake the Dog's call, actually even if it wasn't his call, that was just executed really well. Baiting out the hook and then popping up the Winter Truncheon. Because Cignal Ultra blew out so much abilities to try to burst down that Alice quick, but they couldn't, or they almost did, but the Winter Truncheon just came in right on time. The abilities on the side of Cignal were on cooldown, while LPE were all there ready for that counter punch. That was a fantastic exchange, and that really was a turning point of that match. Because up until that point, Cignal Ultra was just in complete control of the game, but that which is the turning point, and it was just like when the Fire Nation attacked. That's what that moment felt like.
That's what it was, right? And I wonder if those baits were intentional. I don't know.
It has to be, because he was just standing there. Intentional? Yeah, he was just standing there. He wasn't recall spamming, but he was just there like, I look like a good target.
The thing is, if he does, there's still like a margin, like a 0.2 second margin of error where if you get hooked, then you get Bloody Hunt. You could die right away.
Yep.
So there's like this small window where you could activate the Winter Truncheon, and those were the times where Jake the Dog was really coming up clutch.
Yeah.
So again, you gotta give props to the guy, intentional or not. That really did work out. Plus, again, Ryota is doing great. Aspect finally not dying over and over again like we've seen on some LPE games. So let's find out if that's going to be the case here. Again, Alice,
team
once
is
more,
banning.
super high win rate, probably going to get banned out. Who's going to make the smart choice on the draft, though? Again, catch it next here, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart. Free
Your
games
team
for
is
all.
banning.
Now, as we look into the draft here, it is going to be the same bans here
Look at
for
those bans.
LPE. The Estes and the
Your
Eve and
team
Cignal.
is banning.
Yep, gotta respect that. Don't give Benedetta to Ryota anymore.
Maximum respect.
And
I
then
like
at the
it.
same time, they take away that Matilda. It's acknowledging Cignal, that Cignal Ultra, acknowledging the comfort of LPE with that kind of playstyle.
Yeah, and again, you kind of have to look at Alice as well. Please, just for me, just take it out. You guys, apparently they just don't have the lineups to deal with it, and I've actually seen that in previous games. Cignal actually plays better when they're the ones who picks up the Alice. So maybe if they do that here, that could be a big swing for them. Do you have the win rates on Alice? Because I don't have the exact ones, but I'm pretty sure it only lost a few out. So many few games.
For in
Your
general,
team
like
is
Alice,
banning.
Yeah,
or
I feel like it just has such a high pick rate and a high win rate.
yeah, I'm gonna get back to you that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna load up my stats. Here. Okay, there. It's 54% so far this season,
For the
roughly
picks.
around 54%. Pick rate, it's
Higher, right?
yeah.
Absolutely.
Bandon picked is
Your
like
team is
83%.
picking.
There you go. So, always going to be in the minds of our players here for sure. So, now LPE, they can't really do that same thing anymore, or can
Your
they? Can
team
they?
is
Can they do the
picking.
angeling again? I don't think so.
Yeah, you're gonna have to switch up the playstyle here.
Yeah.
If you're LPE, they go for the Paquito. So then that is a lot of pressure onto the XP lane, and so with that pickup, you can clear up the minion waves relatively fast, and that's just gonna be Ryota roaming a lot with the Paquito positioning himself in the shrubs around that turtle pit.
Yep.
Now for Cignal Ultra here, they can pick up the Alice themselves if they want to.
I really want them to actually.
Yeah,
please.
make sure it doesn't go to the side of LPE. They don't have to pick up their core just yet, but I think they're thinking about their supports. But if they show their support early, it might determine
team is
the rest of the
picking.
draft too
Alright.
much. So, with LPE taking away the Popol and Kuba, that opens up the Selena here for Cignal Ultra, and then the Uranus as well. It's two very safe picks. Won't be surprised if Cignal, if they want to add more vision, might go for the Sanshin later on in the draft.
Yeah, more comfort. Yeah,
more
that
comfort.
could be it.
Or
Although, yeah,
if it's a lot of poke they want for, they can even go for the Granger eventually.
there's actually a lot of Cignal Ultra switching up their playstyle here.
Yeah.
With the Selena and Uranus obviously being drafted. I feel like that puts you in danger if you pick the Ling again, right? Especially if you're a
true.
Selena. So maybe if you have a guy that has traceless like a Yi Sun-shin
Your
that you're
team is
comfortable with,
picking.
but no, they don't care. They don't care about Selena that much. They go for Granger as well.
Now, with the Harith getting picked up here, though they already have shown a Uranus,
Your team
it's
is
not
banning.
impossible that Cignal Ultra will pick up the Atlas. But seeing as how we're going to the second phase here, it might just get banned out here. Now with the Harith and the Granger, I like this pickup here by LPE. You get a lot of room provided for the Granger. You get a lineup that relatively... They have the answers for early to mid on the Granger. They have the answers for mid to late on the Harith. Now my question for LPE is, where is this Harith gonna go? Because ONIC PH
Your
has
team
shown a
is
draft
banning.
where they put the Harith in the support role,
Right.
with a lot, and that showed a lot of pressure for the early game turtle fights, because that Harith hits level 4 quickly.
Your
You get
team
quicker
is
access to
banning.
the Zaman Force.
And Zaman Force at any levels, you just don't want to be stuck under that. Yeah. There is also there's always a possibility that Jake the Dog picks it up and goes to the gold lane. We've seen
Yep.
him do that over and over again.
True.
Possible to go it onto mid lane. A great mid laner as well, and support. So what a flexible pick here.
Yeah.
For LPE. I love it. And on the other side, that's gonna be Cignal picking up the signature
Your team
Lancelot
is
for
banning.
Yeah,
Janus.
and it's gonna be very interesting to see what the position 5 main tank support here is going to be for Cignal Ultra. They might go for the Angela and the Lancelot. They've already taken away the Rafaelas
Your
and the
team
Matildas.
is picking.
So that might be them just really clearing things out so they can pick up the Angela. It's going to be interesting to see what LPE banned out though. They took out the Valir It is a signature pickup here for Imba DJ because we also, I forgot which team it was, but we also saw a draft where we saw a position 5 tank support style Selena, not necessarily a mid laner, more for the tank support type role. So Cignal Ultra might go for the Angela here, or their crucial pickup here might just be the tank, and then they'll save that for last. So they might pick up their fighter here first. They might pick up the Lapu Lapu, might pick up the Baksha even, and Khalid is still open.
Yeah, but I really do agree that the Angela is a great pickup that they should go for. But with these picks, I don't think it's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe for LPE, but not for Cignal anymore.
So it's gonna be a side lane of. Okay, that's interesting. I like the Grok though for LPE. That's their Grok and Loyi combo.
Yep.
From that dreaded game.
You know it. You know it's gonna happen here, ladies and gents. You've seen the game. You know BMO. He's got some stuff under his belt. Definitely a guy you have to look at if you're thinking about Grok. But combo to the Loyi, I mean, even I didn't think of that before I saw it. So. All right, that's Cignal Ultra going for broke here.
Wow.
This is Cignal Ultra, all or nothing, ladies and gents. Zask, picked up by Aqua Boy.
Okay. Now, the Zask pickup when Cignal Ultra played that the last time when they had an Estes made sense.
It did.
Here though,
because you could sustain for a long time on the. Yeah.
Exactly. And now though, it's quite risky, if I may say. They have good zoning though, but that is if this Chang'e and Zask have a good early game. And it's good now though that they have Impa DJ rocking that Chang'e relatively safer in mid compared to being alone in the side lanes. However, a lot of it is really going to be pinned on the performance of those two. So it is going to be a position 5 tank support style Selena. Really just more for utility, more for the potential pick off of the stuns here, and then the abyssal traps as well. But for Cignal, the key here is, if earlier the key for them was to land the hooks, now for this time they have to land the arrows, because you're gonna up against a lineup here that can just steamroll you from out of nowhere with that Grok and that Loyi. The early level 2 damage you get coming out of that hero is gonna hurt.
And
so
this is a great 5v5 team fighting team.
Yeah,
for LPE,
for
right?
LPE.
This is the other side. So, and again, you got to think about the tank for Cignal Ultra. It's on the sides here, so you don't have a solid frontliner around the middle area, and that makes team fights a little bit ill-advised unless you hit the arrow.
Yeah,
exactly.
This is gonna be a Grok who played just like it did back in the day, back in even the days of early season 5, when it was whoever picked the Grok won the game. I don't think he's gonna be rocking the retribution here, but that power of nature early on is gonna be something Cignal Ultra has gonna be what they need to watch out for here. Because again, as you mentioned, since their tank is in the side lanes, BMO here won't be afraid to just walk into the jungle.
Yeah.
Of Cignal Ultra. You're up just against what? A Selena? The Meteor Shower of Chang'e still needs a few items for it to be a big problem. You can actually eat that up quite early and you'll still be relatively fine as long as you have your teammates there with you.
They got the Grok, they got the Paquito who can actually do that. No matter where you place this, it's not going to have problems. Easily dodgeable by a Chrono Dashing Harif, obviously. And on this time around, it should be more of a fight here around the early game. Welcome, ladies and gents. This is game number 2 between Cignal Ultra and, of course, Laus Playbook Esports. It's a big question of whether or not Aspect also is comfortable here with the Granger. Again, not a good win rate on this hero as well.
Yeah, and you see here Arbs and BMO just playing as expected. They're going to be going as a tandem. They're going to roam. They're going to invade. They're going to make Cignal think twice about leaving Janus alone, which is why you saw there the adjustment by Gekadot. Instead of roaming around mid, place traps, get info from there, he can't be alone himself, so he really has to stick around Janus. So at least that Cignal Ultra understanding the situation of their draft.
Yeah, I actually like that. At least they have a little bit of respect, at least in that regard. And they're not biting off more than they can chew, especially in this early game, which is super critical here. What I want to see, though, is, again, whether or not these invades are gonna be successful as well is a question here for LPE, because LPE is not foolproof. Their lineup is not easy to make it the win.
Yeah.
You need some really good team fights for it to happen, and that's only gonna happen if Cignal Ultra decides to group up as well. Right? You can only team fight. You can use the maximum power of the Paquito, maximum power of the Granger if they're actually grouped up, right?
Yeah. And again, my question here for Cignal Ultra is how well is this Zask lineup going to fare without your healer?
Man, that's right.
The Estes was just a big part of why they won that match with their Zask, along with the Bruno with that great burst damage. And if you look at the lineup here of LPE with the Paquito, a Granger, Harith, Lo Yi, that can deal a lot of damage to Cignal Ultra if they clump up together.
Yeah.
And with how the fights are going to be looking like for Cignal, it's going to be messy. It's going to be Uranus doing everything he can to soak up as much as damage as he can as possible. But then up against the lineup of LPE, the abilities that they have a bit of control as well. Of course, Paquito can interrupt with a knockout punch. The Granger deal a lot of damage. Lowy, of course, the vacuum can disrupt that. I'm just running the scenarios in my head here for team fights. Cignal Ultra, outside of them, let's say if they do have their ultimates, they'll be able to whittle down LPE a bit. But if LPE can sidestep that without the ultimates on Cignal Ultra, they're sitting ducks, man.
Yeah, here's the thing, though. There's a Zask thing where it's an actually mechanic, right, of Nightmaric Spawn, where you put, if the Nightmaric Spawn's super low, you can just summon it again and it goes back to full. You know that, right?
Yeah.
I know you've faced that a lot on your games.
No.
That's a good way to soak up damage, right? It's a scary thing to deal with, but the problem is it can get retribution.
True.
That's the thing.
Yeah, well,
So-
I'm getting war flashbacks when you mentioned that. Like, all
Right,
the times
but
I faced the Zask and
you're-
I wasn't ready.
You're killing the Zask Nightmaric Spawn, then it comes back to full in front of your face. What do you do? Right? So these are the things that we have to think about when we're talking about the Zask here and Cignal Ultra, if it can ramp up.
Yeah. Now Rhea here has to be careful. Already forced out the flicker, so that's good news for LPE.
Yeah.
They want to pressure this Uranus as much as possible, but again, because that's the main tank of Cignal Ultra. But they also have to find a way to balance that pressure onto the Uranus and Imba DJ's channel.
The damage here from Imba DJ forces the play here.
Oh,
Right,
wow.
Gekadot, that's first blood for Cignal, but again, we'll get answered by Bimo. A kill on the bottom side as well. Happened there, so LPE is definitely going to be ahead, and they will have control of this turtle.
Yeah, good commitment there by Kekadot to continue to play. Other players would have possibly thought the Grox there too close under tower were going to be risky. But then at that point, yeah, you're the support anyway. Might as well just sacrifice. Might as well just go for it. And it worked out for Cignal Ultra. Yes, LPE was able to get a kill back, but it went to the Grok. So that was a good, fantastic trade and a fantastic start for Cignal Ultra.
I'd say so. It's not as impactful as like giving the kill over to, say, the Granger.
Yeah.
Right? So there's still some room for counterplay here for Cignal, and we've seen that they do have that deadly combo where you got someone stunned down by Kekadot, then you know what? Imba DJ's got it.
Yeah. In a way, it's still sort of, it's shades of what they brought out earlier. And I like how Imba DJ just committed his ultimate to take down that purple buff. That's a good call. Because I think that's going to be the play now for Imba DJ.
Oh, look at that! Hello, Janice! Jumping for joy there for a different reason. Bimo with a great response. Not only did he deny the purple buff, he also got a lot for his team. That's a big diversion on the bottom side. Can they actually do it? Maybe that wasn't the diversion area you wanted to go to. Maybe top side would have been better.
Yeah.
Because that was a Uranus. Come on.
Yeah.
What are you guys thinking?
I say the attempt, give a little bit more room,
Nice
but
try,
he could have gone somewhere else here. And yeah, that was a crucial pick off there by Bimo to get Janus, because now this Lancelot is delayed. And they
That's
sort of
huge.
traded
Look
out
at
the
this.
delays here.
Oh, look at that. Oh. That's a long way around. Oh.
He wants to join the
He wants to join the fight. He wants to be a minion.
Yeah.
I dreamed of being a minion, but now I am a buff on the side lane. Now it's going to be a big one.
Wow.
Whoa, Biro coming up strong again. An easy knockup. Not even Reyes Uranus can handle it.
That's what boy really knows.
Ryoda as well will be at least answered by Cignal, but man, that's just a lot of effort for that kill. Again, that is a that's a Paquito, so it's supposed to buy a lot of time.
Yeah, and I like the trades here happening for both of these two teams. BMO is going to try his best, but I don't think he'll be able to stop it. But
probably
he does.
He does. He's got some good damage.
That was so smart. I'll explain it later, but go ahead, Rock.
And on the bottom side, that's Rhea as well, absorbing some of the damage of that tower, of the hits rather, of Aspect. Tower should fall anytime soon.
Yeah, but
top side.
A smart play there by BMO, although he just delayed the inevitable there. He used the Guardian's barrier to knock back that siege turret, the siege minion.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit, and that bought him the time.
That's apparently enough time, and once more, Cignal Ultra committing all the resources they have, even their ultimates, to take down the turtle real quick. That will be secured at least by Cignal. We got even Stevens almost on the goal despite the 4-2 kill differential. Giga Dog forced to Purify out of the Harif, and a hit from Aspect from downtown using Death Sonata.
Man, wasn't as bit of an anticlimactic fight, but the teams needed what they needed to get. A great use of the Death Sonata there by Aspect. Great patience by both of these two squads here. Cignal couldn't full commit as well because they, as you mentioned, they just used their ultimates to go for their turtle, which is the right call here.
Yeah.
You want to play for objectives and build up your gold as fast as possible because of your double mage lineup.
Yep. And
triple
again,
actually.
Yeah, you have to maximize this. If you maximize it, you're gonna get all the resources that you want, especially in the early game. But it does fall off. This lineup does fall off early on, at least in the mid game.
Yeah.
So you gotta ramp up here, Cignal, if you want to get advantages. Oh,
so
man.
close.
Gekida almost taken out there real quick. Janus, though, way beneath enemy lines. Able to make it out with the puncture. But again, lots of resources being used just to get out of trouble.
Yeah, Arvs thinking that he could meet up Janus there, but no. And now that's what Cignal has to watch out for here. Their team fight positioning. Because of the lineup that you're up against, that's a lot of things that could really disrupt you and throw you off of your fight. Again, the vacuum coming in from Lo Yi, the knockup from the wild charge of Grog, Zaman Force, even the ultimate there of the Paquito. Even if just 2 or 3 of them get crowd control, they're gonna get bursted down. Again, this is a very squishy lineup that Cignal fielded in this fight. And Uranus barely has farm to be the pure wall tank he needs to be. Look at Arvs.
He can't solo zoning there by Arvs.
Yeah.
Even Rhea can't stand the damage output coming in from the LPE lineup, and Arvs he's not even done yet. He's just getting started. Look at the damage output on the tower. They can't deal with it. Diversion on the other side of the map. That's where they went up, tried to go on mid. They knew the turret was they had taken, but will be secured by Cignal.
Oh, LPE trying to
Flicker
go for the
in,
counter
BMO!
punch. Ooh, not getting anyone.
Yep.
Oh,
it's not Christmas every day, as we
Yeah.
say here in the Philippines.
Yeah, it's really hot in our country.
Yeah, so
It
you
cannot
can't
be
expect it to be Christmas all the time.
Yeah. Once you get to Burr months, though, that's like the Philippines buff. As
Yeah.
early as September, it's Christmas already.
Yeah, and stuff happens. Yeah,
Yeah.
like earlier, BMO is like, yeah, I'm gonna get all of these Flicker wild charges in, but yeah, it's not 100%. So you gotta also be mindful of your positioning when you activate Flicker. That's so important when placing that wild charge in.
Yeah, and one thing I want to go back to here is that with the Calamity Reaper pickup here by Jake the Dog, of course he picked that up early. He already has the Holy Crystal as well. You saw, again, I highlighted how Rhea still cannot be the tank here for Cignal, the tank that they need. Arvs was able to take a lot of his health by himself, but even just a normal dash and then a throw of the ability, of course, with the Calamity Reaper damage increase on the basic attack is too much for Rhea to handle.
Yeah, again, Jake the Dog is here. Rhea nowhere in sight. That's Aquaboy taking that. Oh, that's a big burst of damage coming out of nowhere.
Ooh.
Seemingly so. Aquaboy with 2. Can he get more? That's going to be a killing spree for Aspect, but will be zoned out by Imba DJ and as well as Janus. They can go for the chase. That's free down for LPE, man.
Man, that was a big miscommunication there by LPE. But then at the same time, Cignal Ultra handled that fight really, really well. Able to go for the counter punch. With 3 down on the side of LPE, this is the momentum shift the Cignal is looking for.
What BMO is it?
Ooh.
What's BMO doing here? He's just playing around all around the map, and
Doesn't have a flicker anymore
it's
now,
the
though.
BMO field trip, the BMO World Tour.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
And let's see how this is
He's
gonna
everywhere.
go. Watch out for Arbs, though. He could get a good combo.
Yeah, Arbs, you
Ooh.
don't want to stick around. If you are Cignal Ultra, you don't want to stick too much.
So close.
Arbs could get 2 and could take the fight from you.
Yeah, now Cignal Ultra has to watch out for that, for those tight spots, because that's where Arbs can really catch him off guard here. And with this turtle fight, Cignal Ultra might just be able to take this without a problem.
Yeah, both teams really eyeing that turtle, but rest of aspects back up. Way too late to the party. They want to go for the fight. A lot of AoEs, a lot of people here from Cignal. And they take down BMO as well, but that's not bad considering the position they were in.
Yeah, they were able to take out Kekadot. Cignal Ultra, though, will be able to walk away with the turtle happy. Still a very close game, but with the Selena out now, though, without their main tank, LPE can just tank, quote-unquote. They can just push us up.
Yeah, they can just use pure firepower. And they kind of blew their diversion. Actually caught Cignal Ultra a little bit by surprise. Jazz doesn't know where he's going. Turtle Buff goes out of here. And Ray is forced to back off.
That's all. Though ganks like that, you just gotta accept your fate.
Yeah, there's just no way you're getting out.
Yeah.
Jake the Dog, though, will have to purify at least to get himself out of danger.
Although that's good news here for Cignal Ultra, knowing that that is going to be a while until the Purify comes back. My question for them is if they're going to try to look for a situation wherein they're going to force out the Harith in a bad situation where he would have wished that he had the Purify there. But yeah, going back into what we've seen so far the past few minutes, Cignal Ultra getting more momentum back. That team fight in the bottom lane was really costly here for LPE. And Cignal are just playing this well right now. They're focusing on the objectives, and now we're starting to see the problems the problems that LPE is having with the lineup that Cignal fields in here. If you cannot get a good, well-initiated team fight, Cignal Ultra has a possibility to punish you for that. Because of your lack of formation, you're just going to get thrown off with the damage that the Zask Nightmaric spawn can bring out, which we saw in the bottom lane here. So now communication and execution here is going to be key for LPE for their team fights. If their wild charge doesn't connect, the communication has to be there that Arvs can maybe be the second setup there with the vacuum combination.
Yeah, it's just too much. I mean, Cignal Ultra, they should be aware of this all the time. You gotta keep your eyes on Arbs, right? Because he's the guy that's really throwing everything out of the calculation here for Cignal. I feel like everything's kind of expectable or predictable, except for Arbs right now.
Yeah.
And BMO's wild charges, obviously.
Yeah. Heat map in mid. This could be big.
This could be big
Diversion.
diversion on the side. That's a lot of people. Surprise! Surprise! Coming in from LPE. Took down one. Jigsaw could go down here from the fourth row. Follow up quickly by Janus, but that's all the skills out. That's a big Guardian's barrier. Slows down Janus. Fourth rows tried to go some dodge some of those attacks and will be successful. But man, Cignal Ultra got caught with their pants down around this jungle area.
Yeah, it's like that situation wherein you wish you locked your door, but you didn't, and you just had to accept your fate. As we look at the instant replay, brought to you by Oppo A94. Again, beautiful divergent play here by LPE. With the information that they saw Kekidot and the way he was running, that's a sign that maybe this is where Cignal's going. Diversion.
The funny thing is, I think Cignal saw this happening, but they couldn't do anything about it.
Just like,
this is our only way out.
Guys,
let's just walk.
just smile and wave.
It was funny. Wave for the camera, boys.
Wave for the camera. Let's just wait for the respawn.
As you said, at that point,
things happen.
And that's play of the week. By the way, if anyone's editing, just play of the week. One of the plays of the week. First big one that we've seen, which did yield some significant results. So we're going up here around 12 minutes in the game, and the Lord is prime target usually in these situations.
We could see another big diversion play actually with how the teams are positioned right now. The Lord fight getting ready. Let's see if Ryota will split the top lane or if LPE will call for him to just stick around and be part of the fight now.
Yep, this is going to be the big one, and coming in, I mean, BMO knows this is happening.
Yeah.
He blocked the way, But
Oh, they reset.
oh, they reset.
Interesting
They're trying to bait
choice.
this out, and I think they're thinking about Arvs. Maybe he's thinking about something there on his side. Diversion could have been a possibility. That's
Yeah.
why I think Cignal were also a bit hesitant to go in, despite there was only like 2 people there. So why are you not going in? They're thinking, right?
Yeah.
But no, think about Arvs. Where is the Loyi? Cignal Ultra didn't have vision at that point, so they can't go in without knowing.
Yeah. They could just get surprised suddenly by a diversion. One thing they have to watch out for here is if they'll... Oh, there's one play there, though.
Again, on the same spot, but this time around, it's kind of...
Oh.
That was a failed one. What happened there?
That's a bad.
That was a bad miscomm. Huge miscomm there.
They tried,
Oh, man.
but now this opens up the Lord for Cignal Ultra LPE. Let's see if they'll be able to contest this rock hard.
Yeah, big Lord here. Let's see if it's going to be the Cignal Ultra comeback that we can't expect. BMO and Jake the Dog close aspect as well. And Jake the Dog gets it. Oh my gosh. 3v5. No problem whatsoever. They even managed to get out alive.
I feel like Ryota and ours were just like, all part of the plan.
part of the plan.
that was the play. You guys, we're just gonna make you guys think we got the Lord, but no, that was somehow Cignal Ultra. I think they played way too cautiously there. They backed up. That's 5 versus 3, but they backed up.
That's a 4-man diversion. Who are they gonna catch? Apparently nobody. And that was a huge screw up there. I think Cignal Ultra is gonna have to reel from that a little bit. Rhea can't escape.
They have the
and
firepower
Lord
to defend, though.
Apparently the Lord can break Guardian's barrier or something. He walked through it. So
Yeah.
that's something new. I didn't know that.
Well,
So
the Lord
cool.
is pretty massive.
Yeah, that's why he's the Lord.
Yeah.
Right. This Guardian barrier, it's made the ice. I'm gonna stomp it out.
Yeah.
You know?
Their dad's laughing at us right now, and kids just going, what do you guys
Here we go here, and a possible fight again. Chang'e's wave clear is just still powerful at this point, right? So it's not going to be an easy push anytime soon for LPE.
Yeah, that is actually something LPE has to watch out for here. Cignal Ultra can counter the push that they go for. If BMO can just survive, if they miss, it's going to be another diversion.
These are such short-range diversion plays.
Just a bait.
And now because of that bait, they're going to be thinking each and every one could be a bait. So that's a pretty good mind game here for LPE, who are now trying to squeeze themselves into the jungle area.
Yeah, and with how Cignal Ultra are playing, though, I think they're going to be more careful to not give up a position here for LPE to just burst them down.
Yeah,
so we're
right.
just going to be seeing Cignal Ultra stay on their side of the river, maybe split the side waves if they can, but they're really just going to do minion wave management, and we might not see a big fight until the next Lord, unless LPE do something like this.
Until
Go
the
for
next
surprise.
big diversion here.
Yeah.
By Arbs, but will get caught out here. Good damage. Jan is able to make it out, but I think LPE suffered a lot there. That's a problem with Arbs. He's also just super squishy.
Yeah.
And being in the middle of the diversion, he could go down too, so you gotta be careful.
Yeah, and that was a good call by Imba DJ. To throw that meteor shower right away, and he could have hit nothing. But
Yeah,
then,
not even wait for the target, right?
Yeah, he miraculously was able to just connect onto Aspect, and that stopped LPE's thought of, okay, we're just going to push this fight. We're going to go ahead and push this top lane, and then we're going to go for the chase. Because of how they were split, Aspect was forced to go around that wall in front of the Crammer. So LPE, yeah, they were able to get a few hits there onto Cignal, but they couldn't pull off exactly what they needed to. Again, great timing by Imba DJ.
And it's not from lack of trying for LPE. You can see what they're trying to do, right? They're flying all over the map.
Yep.
LPE's doing their very damnedest to get a pick-off, one pick-off, right? But it's just not happening. But then again, it is just like 14, 15 minutes right now. The timers are a little forgiving. Maybe later on when we get to 20 minutes, that's the time where one pick-off could spell the difference between victory and defeat. And that's what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, and it might just happen, but Cignal Ultra might be the one who'll be on the receiving end of that. Because even if, let's say, theoretically, Kekedot can land that Abyssal Arrow, it will not always be just a go ahead, let's initiate this fight.
Yeah, there's always it's so scary to go in, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult for them to push through with that. So it's gonna be Cignal who need to watch their position, which, you know, to give them the benefit, they have been, and which is why exactly LPE cannot make any plays before this Lord. So they're both teams right now really are just gonna be waiting for it. And again, LPE need to have a relatively clean initiate. They can recover because they do have the Harith on their side and the Paquito as well. But if it isn't a clean start, if it's a very messy team fight, Cignal Ultra might be the one to benefit from that more because you're up against a Chang'e, you're up against a Zask, and Janus will just be able to capitalize on that as well.
Yep, I think we're seeing a little bit of an attempt here on the top side. They're trying to go for the boss level gank, and they could do something. Ray is actually quite low, forces the flicker out of this guy as well, is pretty big.
Side steps, no flicker, 113 seconds. The Lord spawns in 35. LPE needed to make a play like that just to force out a utility spell from Cignal Ultra side here. So now, even more so, they're gonna think twice about diving in. Rhea is just gonna have to end up being a sponge for this next fight. Now, with this Genius Wand getting picked up here by MLBB, that's going to help whittle down the magic defense that LPE has. And Janus also has just picked up the Blade of Despair, so this Lancelot is going to do a lot of damage. What else do we have here in the items? The Zask already almost complete there. Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive, and then as well as a Clock of Destiny. So again, there's a lot of damage coming out here from this Zask.
Yep, and the Zask is just something that could be... This could be the X factor that we're looking for here for Cignal to take that late game, finally. Especially if they mess up around the... if LPE messes up around this Lord area. Looking for a big pick. Aspect already used the Rhapsody. Oh, Janus! BMO, what are you doing? That should be illegal.
That is the BMO Classico play, man.
BMO out of nowhere.
BMO out of nowhere. Wild charge, but this turtle is still contested. But with that retribution on the side of Cignal Rockhart, this is gonna go to the hands of LPE.
That should be an LPE game. I don't think there's any way around this. Look at that one. Trying to go for that Lord, and there's no resistance. Imba DJ all alone. What's your meteor shower gonna do? That would have been a money shot, but not gonna be the case. And here you go. Surprise, surprise. That's two guys in front of you with BMO coming up close.
And look at that. This is the LPE MVP potentially chasing after Imba DJ. I'm not letting you go home.
No,
I'm gonna stick her up.
I can't kill you, but you can't go home.
Even
with barrier.
Nuh-uh. You want to clear waves? No, you're not going. Watch
BMO, he wants to go for the kill. No delaying tactics, bro. He wants to go for it. But Imba DJ is just proven to be a nuisance. They can't push.
And they needed to get that pick off because that was the main tool of Cignal Ultra to stop the minion waves. That was started thanks to Aspect being able to get the pick-offs there with the Death Sonata bursting down Janus initially, but BMO with the icing and cherry on top, man. The Flicker Wild Charge.
Beautifully done. And we just saw him use it on Janus, which was such a critical pickoff. It's going to be the big defense here. Cignal Ultra. 0-2 is waving. Can they defend?
No.
Ray is low. There's no way. Might kill for Aspect already fighting under the turret. That's the last wild charge of the game. And that's Janus out. That is winning. 2-0. LPE against Cignal Ultra.
We are now 1-1 in the Coach Octopus era for LPE. But man, again, BMO on that Grok, all reliable.
That was all reliable. You're bringing out that winning moments brought to you by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward itchy-GG moments. Thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free, and now, mas mabango pa.
Woo! What a great end to that game there. Though it was Cignal Ultra with their backs behind the wall, they really just were not giving LPE openings. But then LPE says, if you're not going to give us an opening, we're just going to make it ourselves.
Literally, like BMO's like trying to dig here.
Yeah.
Literally, Grok like clawing at a wall.
Yeah.
And he is getting the kills.
Yeah, it reminds me of like if you're just trying to kill a flying cockroach by yourself and you're just wildly swinging.
Yeah.
That's what BMO ended up doing.
And not in a panicky way, obviously,
Yeah.
for BMO. BMO is just so good at it.
Yeah.
Let's see what Midnight has to say about those sick plays here. Throw it to you, bro.
sobrang daming veteran moves coming from a rookie team. LPE sweeps Cignal Ultra. Welcome back to The Understand. My name is Midnight and tignan natin muna yung ating post-game stats na hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Very crucial actually yung heroes dito ng LPE. No? Dito natin makikita yung mastery nila over their draft, their Grok Louis na naging prominent na for the past few weeks. And ang magandang tingnan dito is actually yung itemization ni Bimo. No? Usually, ang binibili ni Bimo on the tank is sustain items tapos naka-courage mask. This time around, naka-shadow mask siya. Naka-shadow mask siya. And ang binili niya is yung Sky Guardian's helmet. Why? Why does this work? Kasi napakaraming poke damage din ng Cignal Ultra. Cignal Ultra. Number one, yung traps ni Selena, no? Yung poke din ni Chang'o. So, ang ginawa ni Bimo dito is bumili siya ng sustain item, tapos additional magic defense against the Chang'o and the Selena, tsaka nag-immortality. Napakahirap patayin ni Bimo this game. And siya yung naging nuisance sa side ng Cignal Ultra na hindi nila mapatay-patay. One death lang si Bimo dito and he did a lot. Lumuwag yung mapa ng LPE actually because of how Bimo was playing the tank role, and ang tumulong sa kanya is yung itemization niya on the Grok. Again, very crucial dito yung naging performance ni Bimo, pero syempre crucial din yung performance ni Arbs on the Louis. Actually, sobrang daming crucial plays ng LPE. Mamaya makikita natin yan sa ating highlights, pero bago tayo mag-proceed sa highlights natin, check nyo muna yung live watching rewards natin. Marami kayong nanonood dyan, and I'm pretty sure marami din yung gusto manalo ng in-game rewards natin worth of 599 diamonds. So all you need to do is scan this QR code or go to this website, fill up the form, and kapag nagawa nyo na yan, kapag kayo ay isa sa first 30,000 entries natin, mananalo kayo ng in-game rewards, again, worth 599 diamonds. So, check nyo na yung website natin, and now, let us proceed to the highlights of the game brought to us by Smart. Ang daming crucial moments dito for LPE. Napakahirap ng game ng Cignal Ultra. It's because of the presence of the Grok Louis. Ang ginagawa nila is nakiklear sila ng mid, tapos nanggugulo sila ng jungle. Although Kekedot was able to secure the first blood on the Louis, Triota was able to find a pick-off on the Lancelot. So may jungle na naman ng Cignal Ultra. And another jungle invade na naman from LPE. Hindi talaga nila tinatantanan si Janus. Bawal mag-purple buff, ika nga sabi ng LPE. And the presence of the Grok Louis on these fights makes it really hard for Cignal Ultra to try and poke and take a team fight against LPE. So kahit sila yung may Zask dito, pakiramdam nila parang sila yung nalulugi sa reach battle or yung war of attrition in objectives or team fights. Cignal Ultra, nakasagot naman sila. No? There was one failed attempt from LPE to try and take down the Zask before the fight started. And sabi ng Cignal Ultra, okay guys, momentum na natin to, timing na natin. And sila na yung nag-dictate ng objective, no? Although nakakuha naman ng turtle si Lancelot dito. Again, look at the positioning of the Grok Louis. Again, they were threatening fights against Cignal Ultra. Sabi nila, wala kaming pakialam kung kayo yung may gold lead. We have team fight superiority. It's because of the control on the Louis na nilalaro ni Arbs. So LPE, sila pa rin yung naghahawak ng bola dito. They still control the ground of Cignal Ultra. Literally, kasi itong diversion play na to from Arbs showed that they were really in control and superior pagdating sa team fight, kasi kahit saan sila magpunta, kayang-kaya mag-respond ng LPE. Even if Cignal Ultra was trying to back off, kayang-kaya silang habulin with the Louis using the diversion onto the back line. Although, again, may mga failed attempt ang LPE. No? They were looking for other opportunities to snipe out Cignal Ultra before they take the Lord. Pero sabi ng Cignal Ultra, alam na namin yan. Alam na namin sa TTP yung Louis nyo, inabangan na nila actually. And sila na naman yung nag-try kumuha ng Lord. But the problem here is that walang retribution si Janus. So they were not able to secure the Lord on the side of Cignal Ultra. Actually, nagsabay pa nga yung Synchrovision at pati yung retribution timing ni Aspect. Kaya naman nakuha ng LPE yung Lord. But look at this. Bimo finding a pick-off on the Lancelot. Again, binabad trip niya lang si Janus dito. Literal na hindi niya pinaglalaro ng Mobile Legends. Although si Janus dito, no, ang KDA niya 2-4-3, the thing is, the Lancelot was waiting for opportunities against LPE, pero hindi yun binibigay ni Bimo. And the last hurrah was on their side. The final push took place, and sabi ni Jake the Dog, wala na akong pakialam sa teamfight. I'll use my Zaman Force, take out the objectives, which is the main base of Cignal Ultra on the back of the tank players support, the tank support players on the side of LPE. And of course, the MVP of that game brought to us by Smart, it is gonna be Arbs on the Louis. Actually, kilalang-kilala na si Arbs as a good and a fantastic Luwei player. Pero this game, pinakita niya lang talaga yung mastery niya sa hero. Alam niya kung kailan niya gagamitin yung diversion, alam niya kung saan dapat ilagay, and he is able to synchronize his movements with his teammate. No? Actually, kasama na dyan si Bimo din. Fantastic work for LPE as they sweep Cignal Ultra 2-0. Marami pa tayong abangan as it is just the first series of the day. Pero bago lahat, let's go back to our casters.
Again, Arvs very much deserved to have that MVP performance. That whole map, it looked like there were teleporters everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, LPE could do no wrong in that matchup. Again, beautiful analysis there by Midnight.
Yeah, and man, Bimo on this Grok again showing up, but wasn't just him, it was a
Bimo
team
out
effort.
of nowhere!
Yeah. One more time.
Bimo out of nowhere!
Yeah, it was a team effort there by LPE, man. And wait, sorry, man. You took me out there. Grog, go ahead.
That just reminds me of like, Randy Orton.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's like, that's the call.
Fantastic showing by
Fantastic
LPE.
showing.
Well-deserved win. A heartbreaking loss again there for Cignal Ultra, but it is what it is. It's the nature of the sport. LPE getting 3 crucial points, just 1 point away from catching up to Execration in Group B.
Again, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free the game great. With Smart, free games for all. It has been a pleasure casting that, obviously, LPE on the uptrend once more. And when we come back, it's a hot one, bro. It's Bren Esports versus Blacklist. Don't go away. Rockhart, Reptar, MPL Season 7. Back at you later.
Makakausap natin ngayon ng isang manlalaro na talagang nagpakita ng kanyang pagiging veterano sa ating serye.
Dati ko narinig si
Mula
Mara.
sa LPE, nandito na si Bimo. Hi, Bimo! Hi, Bimo! Naririnig mo ako?
Opo, rinig po kita.
Ayan. First of all, congratulations! Grabe talaga yung Grok mo. Kung kailan kayo naglo-lord, may napitas ka doon, solo kill pa. Napaka-impressive nito bilang tank. Ano yung tumatakbo sa isip mo during those moments?
That time, may nag-shot call naman sa amin na low HP si Janus, yung Lancelot. Tapos, wala naman akong ginagawa. Nakita naman namin yung mga kalaban. Kaya pinunta ko na si Janus. Yun.
Dito talaga sa larong to, napakita mo yung pagiging veterano mo and you're doing such a great job. Ngayon naman, napatid ng LPE ang inyong losing streak sa pagkatalo nyo sa Cignal Ultra. Gaano ka-importante ba na makuha ang panalo ngayong araw na to at ngayon tumaas na kayo sa 3 wins?
Kailangan namin manalo talaga kasi para pipilit namin umabot sa top 8.
And now you're getting closer to that. Alam nyo, maraming mga fans talaga nag-cheer para sa inyo ngayon. Anong mensahe mo para sa kanila at imbitahan natin sila na suportahan kayo sa susunod na laban nyo?
Thank you po sa mga sumusuporta sa amin na kahit medyo pangit yung performance namin nung mga early week. Nagandahan pa namin ngayon this week, tapos next week kagandahan pa namin yung laban. Hindi namin kayo bibigyan.
Hihintayin namin yan, Bimo. Maraming salamat and once again, congratulations!
Thank you po, thank you.
LPE now doing really great now at 3 wins. Subaybayan natin ang kanilang susunod na laban next week. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We're kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good
moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. And since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Life is a stage, and I am the dancer. Life is too short not to dance.
This is my tempo.
I rap, therefore I am.
Everyone will be a legend. I must win.
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7 presented by Smart, the official telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Nakasali na ba kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw? Meron kayong QR code na makikita right over here kung saan mapupunta kayo sa isang page at pwede nyo sagutin ang ating mga katanungan to win prizes like diamonds and skins. Meron din tayong live watching rewards kung saan by scanning this QR code right over here, pwede kayong manalo ng mga papremyo. First 30,000 kada game day ang makakakuha ng ating treasure chest. At ngayon, malapit na magsimula ang ating pangalawang serye. Introduce ko muna ang ating panel ngayon, Womi and Butters.
Sobrang honored ako makabalik dito. This is week 5 already and I'm just excited to see all of the games right now.
Week 5 na, honored ka pa rin.
Siyempre.
Congrats. Pero yeah, super excited ako. Actually, ayos nga ng upo ko ngayon kasi super excited ako para sa next match natin. This is going to be a slobber knocker, I'm pretty sure.
bago tayo pumunta sa ating second match, did you guys know that MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL? Break through your own limits. Rise above and be free to game great with Smart Free Games for All. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose Free Games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head and Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #It's a GG moment thanks to Head and Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, Max mabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga guwapo. Eto na, magtatapat sa ating pangalawang serye. Ang daming nag-aabang dito. Bren Esports kontra Blacklist International. Meron tayong hari. Okay, ito ang hari sa MPL sa buong mundo kontra sa nagahari sa Season 7 ngayon na merong kasamang Reyna na nangigibabaw dyan. So this is gonna be an interesting matchup, defending champs versus somebody that plays like a champ.
Well, looking at this matchup, we should look at the most current stats for now. Season 7, Blacklist is looking really strong. Meanwhile, for Bren Esports, they're still going or trying to go back to their form. So for sure, statement win to if Bren Esports is able to take a win.
Yeah, well, for me, Bren Esports, I think tama yung sinabi ni Omi talaga doon na hinahanap pa nila yung form nila. But do remember that natalo din ni Bren yung top 1 nung group nila. So this is going to be another battle with another top 1 ng ibang group naman.
Interesting things to see kung paano nga ba maglalaro ang Bren Esports today. Now, kilalanan natin ang ating mga manlalaro. Our defending champs, they won 4 out of the 5 matches nila ngayon. And what kind of statement will it make kung natalo nila ngayon ang undefeated ngayong Season 7?
Well, streak breakers, of course, and doon lang nila masasabi na nakabalik na talaga sa proper form ang Bren Esports if ever magawa nila to.
For me, it's the same thing. Pag natalo nilang Blacklist, that means they could compete with the best right now in MPL Season 7. And when I'm saying the best, Blacklist has consistently proven us right now in the regular seasons of MPL 7 na talagang sila yung the team to beat.
Tignan natin kung sino mula sa Bren na magko-compete ngayong araw. Lusty, Rebo, Carl TZ, Few, and Flop TZ.
This is their standard na lineup. Mas magugulat ako kung pasok nila si EJ. But then again, lahat naman sila capable maglaro at their maximum potential pagka magkakasama sila. And right now, I really think na ito yung kakailangan nilang lineup just to, you know, take a game or take a series against Blacklist International.
They have their biggest match yet so far. They're facing a team na hindi pa natatalo, nag-iisang koponan na undefeated, perfect 7-0 record. Blacklist Agent, ito ang inyong Blacklist International. Diba, about 6 hours ago, ang Blacklist International nag-post sa kanilang Facebook page and tinawag nila yung sarili nila na underdogs, to be exact, undefeated underdogs. What can you say about that word underdogs? Parang hindi ata bagay pag sinabi mo Blacklist, no?
I think for them, kasi pumasok yung Blacklist International dito na nag-struggle sila sa off-season. So nobody really expected them to dominate yung grupo nila. And at the same time, yung mismong tournament na
I have to say, kasi may pinost din ang Blacklist sa kanilang Facebook page. Nilagay nila yung prediction ng mga butters. Ibubuhang kita, nakalagay
Si
doon.
Manjin din.
Nilagay, si Manjin. Pero si Manjin, nilagay nila ang Blacklist number 6.
Oo.
Ikaw, nilagay mo sila number 8.
Okay. So ngayon, I'm happy to be, sabihin na natin, I stand corrected. Wala talagang sure kung ano mangyari sa
Happy
MPL.
accident.
And happy accident. Remember guys, yung ginamit ko doon na basis is yung off-season kasi. Yung hindi pa sila naglalaro ng MPL. So, I'm happy na etong team na to, they figured out something, and to be honest, looking at them right now, ito yung possible na pinakamagandang off-season move for any team na kunin si VYC Oheb.
Talagang ginugulat ng Blacklist ang ating ML community. Silipin natin kung sino nga ba maglalaro ngayong araw na to. Nandiyan si Ason, Edward Oheb, Oh My Venus, and Wise.
Well, this is the standard lineup as well na nakikita nating nagdo-dominate talaga ang Blacklist International in Season 7. Again, classic V-Wise combo dito. But I have to take note that Eson last week, insane play with that Atlas. Makikita sana natin ngayon kung ganun ulit.
I've been friends with Eson ever since Season 2. Nung nasa Cignal Ultra pa sila. And pinost ko to sa Twitter na masaya ako na nag-drive siya dito kasi alam ko yung drive ni Eson para manalo ulit ng championship. Nakapanalo na siya, but as 6th man. Gaano kasarap yun or gaano katamis yung tagumpay kapag ka nakuha mo yung championship na ikaw na yung nasa main 5.
Marami talaga nag-aabang sa laban na to. Ang hari kontra sa nagahari ngayon sa Season 7. Ang ating game story today, champions versus contenders. Bakit nga ba para sa Yoyomi na sobrang interesting nito?
Well, this is very interesting because we're looking at the gods of ML from Season 6. Kumbaga, national champion na, international champion pa. But right now, this team, Blacklist International, tinawag silang contenders dahil isa sila sa pinakamalakas na team right now in Season 7. And if you go up against the gods of Season 6, it's sure to be one of the best matches na makikita natin isang beses lang in the regular season.
Kumpara natin ang kanilang stats kasi maraming gustong makakita ng mga numero. Ayan ang statistics. Alam mo, Butters, pag tignan natin dito, parang mas lamang yung Bren sa objectives sa stats, Pero that could be deceiving kasi parang mas marami atang serye yung Bren na may 3 games compared sa Blacklist. If I remember correctly, sa Bren, meron silang 20 games in 8 series. Sa Blacklist, 17 games in 7 series.
Dito mo kasi makikita yung alaga talaga ni Venus sa KDA. Hindi sila namamatay ng ganun lang. Yung kill score nila or yung death score nila after nung game, napakababa dahil sa ginagawang efforts ni Venus na i-heal lahat, pati si Eson. So, talagang itong playstyle na itong team na to, kung mapapansin mo, usually makikita mo si Wise, si Edward, tsaka si Oheb, sila talaga yung nagbubuhat. Pero yung effort ni Eson at ni Venus doon, kapag pinansin mo, lahat ginagawa nila para sa teammates sila.
Grabe talaga si Venus, healing for everyone. Tingnan natin kung sino nga ba ang mga susi mula sa Bren Esports, Flap TZ, Carl TZ, and Pew.
Well, looking at this 3 men galing sa Bren Esports, Flap TZ na banggit na natin for the past few weeks. Nung starting week, medyo nag-underperform siya. But for the past few weeks na mga most recent, nakikita natin that Flap TZ is looking to be the man that Bren Esports need right now. No offense para kila Carl TZ and Pew, but Flap TZ has been stepping up consistently. And feeling ko, kailangan sumabay ng buong Bren Esports sa lead ni Flap TZ for them to be back in form.
Silipin muna natin kung sino nga ba sa Blacklist International ang ating key players. Oheb, Wise, and Oh My Venus.
Okay, so syempre, yung kabila, may TZ Brothers. Ito naman may V-Wise connection, plus Oheb. So, hindi talaga mawawala yung mga tandems natin dito for this certain season. And kung papansinin mo Wise and Oh My Venus, ito inseparable tong dalawan to. Hindi sila naghiwalay as much at may mga times lang na inaalalayan ni Venus si Oheb para kahit paano yung lane ni Oheb ay mas maging manageable. But dito mo makikita yung rotation na ginagawa ni Venus. Alam kasi talaga ni Venus kung kailan dapat siya lumilipat ng lane. Almost always certain ka nung ONIC sila na parang lagi talaga sila magkadikit ni Wise. Pero ngayon, may certain adjustments na nagaganap kay Venus. So talagang sabihin na natin na equalize niya lahat ng kalamangan doon sa team nila.
Iba talaga ang V-Wise connection. They can read each other's minds. They've been together actually 5 years na sila nagsasama. Ito naman ang ating player comparison. Pew versus Oh My Venus.
Grabe, ang ganda ng KDA ni Venus dito. 4.68. And that just goes to show on how efficient Oh My Venus is in the mid lane. But of course, we still need to look at kill participation kung saan medyo dikit naman sila. Doon tinitignan kung gaano ka galing o gaano kalakas ang impact ng isang mid laner dito. And for Few and Oh My Venus na parehas ng veterano at parehas ng napakagaling na mid laner, kill participation is key talaga dahil you want to be helpful to everyone in your team.
Ngayon, titignan natin kung sino nga ba ang prediction natin sa top, mid, at bottom lane.
Ngayon, ang napapansin ko lang, mga player card na ata nila yung ginagamit natin mga photo. Swabe
Ganda,
niya.
diba?
Yeah, but ito pa rin yung gusto ko tutukan dito, yung mid lane matchup. Kasi ito yung yin and yang para sa akin eh. Kumbaga, si Venus control over all things na talagang titignan niya, papalakasin niya yung teammates niya. While naman si Few, always siyang naghahanap dito ng mga opening para makakuha ng kill. Medyo aggressive at controlled yung setup natin dito sa my mid lane. And excited ako kung paano nila laruin tong series na to.
Maraming excited na masaksihan itong laban na to sa social media nga. Sinasabi nila na parang championship series nga ito. Ngayon, uumpisa na natin Bren Esports kontra Blacklist International. Shoutcasters, pasok!
Thank you so much, Mara Aquino. Butters and Uwami from the panel, throwing it over to the caster's desk. My name is Leo, joined here by TDZ. Welcoming you to this matchup. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Bren Esports versus Blacklist International, the World Champions versus the undefeated underdogs. TDC, do you agree?
For underdogs, for Blacklist International, I don't think so. Yes, they're quite new based on their previous MPL Season 6 performance, but on the off-season, I kind of agree. I've seen Blacklist International winning some of those off-season tournaments, and they're really spectacular when it comes to those tournaments. But it really shows that they're also adapting and also applying those strategies here in MPL.
Yep, this might be the final straw. This might be that one last hurdle for them to shed that title, underdogs. As we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing of face masks and face shields, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and finally stop COVID-19. This is going to be set for a best of 3. TDZ, it was mentioned during our panel that Blacklist International just have cleaner games overall.
Yeah.
Arguably the cleanest in all of Season 7 so far. Bren Esports, what can you say about their performance recently? I, for one, kind of think that they're still finding their footing, man. It's tough to be Bren Esports because, yes, they have swept their rivals from the qualifiers and M2 scrimmages, Work Oster Force, but just the same, last weekend, they got swept by ONIC. So where do you think our world champions are sitting right now?
Well, I completely agree, Leo, because again, their current standing from last week was win, loss, win.
Yeah.
So that's the current pattern of Bren Esports right now, and I'm looking forward for them to break that pattern and also break the code and also to defeat the undefeated Titans. That's what I'm thinking about. But for sure, they're well prepared for Bren Esports here. They've studied how the Blacklist International played all throughout. But yeah, I completely agree. The cleanest team or the cleanest fight who can execute all of those skirmishes are Blacklist International right now.
Yeah, and if I may say, I don't know how you see this, again, with your analytical perspective, Blacklist International, they still do make mistakes. It's not like they're flawless. Again, it's just as clean as it gets. But I don't know if you agree. Again, other teams, when they make mistakes, Blacklist International is just so quick to punish. Blacklist International, when they make mistakes, they make sure that it's not as bad or they can cover up for it as soon as possible. What's your take on that?
I think it's all because of team communication. If someone made an error, they can easily fix it. Okay, let's not do it again. We've already learned about this. We've done this from the first few weeks, because yeah, those errors, those mistakes are quite noticeable. But when it comes to week 4 and up until now, I think it will be clean, as spotless as ever. But if ever there's any kind of mistakes, they're making sure that there's always someone who can respond. And I think that's the reason why the V-Wise combination, especially V, can easily fix all of those errors in an instant.
Yeah, and that's what makes sense now coming from this discussion. You look at the heroes that S1 plays, you look at the heroes that Oh My Venus plays, and they're heroes that kind of repair these certain issues. Because again, you bring up other supports that a lot of people will look up to. Let's say Kyrie. Let's say, few, let's say from one of our qualifying teams, Arteezy, or say even Arvs, right? These are support players that play with more damage. They're supports with teeth, if you know what I'm saying. But when it comes to the supports of Blacklist, it's all about really supporting. It's all about utility.
Yeah, it's all about utility. Well, you can see that on the current hero pool of Ome Venus. Again, Estes, that can provide a lot of sustainability for the team, and also his Popolin Koopa. Not more of a of an attack Popolin Koopa, but more of a traps, more of a disabling all of the core heroes of the enemy team.
Yeah, super interesting. Now we're finding all these patterns. But, ladies and gentlemen, question is, who will make smart choices in the draft? Catch it next. Brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Bren Esports versus Blacklist International.
Let's go.
Here we go. M2 World Championship MVP. Carl DZ standing tall. Oh my God, this young man. Last time I saw him, he was like up to yay. I'm putting it up to me, but look at him. He's growing.
Oh my.
He's growing. Bren Esports on the play, by the way. Diggy and Alice, their first bans. Blacklist International getting rid of the Jawhead.
Again, one of the one of the things that I've observed, especially whenever Blacklist International is playing, they're always protecting their jungle area. They don't want anyone who can disrupt, or at least making it more difficult for them to rotate, and also giving some space for Wise to at least complete his level 4 as soon as possible. And that's the time that Blacklist International is going to strike. And removing those the Jawhead and most of the heroes who can invade the jungle is their most utmost priority when it comes to the first part of drafting.
Speaking of which, there still stands a few, no pun intended, that could actually make Wise's go a little tougher. Again, Popolin Koopa still out there, Matilda still out there, given Bren Esports ban on Harith. I think there's so many things Bren Esports is working with. Bren Esports is working with the collective knowledge of all teams that have actually put Blacklist International on the ropes.
Exactly.
I'm talking about Omega from last weekend. I'm talking about Work Roster Force the weekend before that. And right now, Blacklist International taking out Eve. What does Bren Esports prioritize? Oh! Take away the Popolin Koopa!
Take away the Popolin Koopa. No way that Venus will be getting his hands of this duo, the Popolin Koopa. And I want to see what will be the Blacklist International. Selena is still open here for Blacklist International, but just like as you mentioned earlier, more of a defensive or support heroes who can provide assistance for their team.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think the Queen is lacking. Again, that's just what the facts and the stats say. An amazing support player, an amazing 4, but does not just have Selena in the arsenal. Nice pickup though. Early heroes for Edward here. You have the Benedetta as well as the Granger for Wise.
Yep, for Blacklist International, one thing for sure, Wise will get the hands of this Granger. One of the highest, or actually he is the highest recorded player who, I think that's 29 kills per game. I think that was on top of the Diggy strat, but either way, it looks, well, looking at their stats as a whole for Blacklist International, they love to move around the map, and I think that's the call here. With the Benedetta all throughout, he can provide assistance or at least cause havoc at the back lines of Bren Esports, especially with Popolin Koopa. He can easily dodge all of those traps and also apply pressure. And I think that's the reason why Bren Esports selected a Lunox as well. So at least they can have that burst potential whenever the Benedetta invaded their box.
Yep, and here's a good question. Given Bren Esports pick up on Lunox and Paquito, Blacklist International gonna lock in the Estes. They just don't have an answer quite yet to the Paquito. Usually you're gonna see a Barats, but again, Bren Esports said, "There's the Edward hero. There's no way you're playing a Barats. Is there room for a Barats?"
Yeah, there is room for a Barats here. And, well, it really depends on the 4th and 5th pick of Bren Esports here. If they went for a Claude on top of that, because Claude is, I think it's quite okay to at least counter the blessing of the Moon Goddess of this Estes here. One of the best ways for them to counter that box is with the Barats Detona's Welcome. Still quite flexible for the current draft here of Blacklist International. A good side lane on top of that, maybe a Uranus, but it's quite risky since there is a Lunox on the side of Bren Esports here.
Yeah. Blacklist
Your
International,
team
I don't
is
think they'd
banning.
pick up the Uranus. Bren Esports, I think they still have it. It's
Yeah.
on their side. It's open for them. Now going into the bans, Blacklist taking out the Lunox. I do believe they are choking out Few. They're thinking this is going to be a side lane, a gold lane Lunox. That's what the read is. Bren Esports,
Your team is
that's going to be a ban on Rafaela, and Blacklist closed out with Chang. Oh, so they really are forcing
Your team
Rebo
is
to say, you know what, pick up the Lunox.
Yeah,
There's nothing left for you. Pick up the Lunox.
Blacklist International. Let's see. Oh, okay. They will go
Your
for
team is
more of a mage who can disrupt the backlines as well. So they're always prioritizing the backlines of Bren Esports here.
Ooh.
Paquito, and also with the nice crowd control from the Yin Yang over to making it difficult for them to at least move out of the domain of this Estes here once there's any opportunity to do so. So it's quite okay. So this is the Carl TZ special, Leo.
Yep. Again, even if the matchup is, how do you say, disadvantaged, even if it is a difficult situation for Carl TZ, there's enough mechanical skill here. There's enough experience in this Lancelot alone that could at least even the odds. I'm thinking, TDZ, consider this, might be a 5 Estes, might be an S on Estes, and then a 4 Venus. Although, is that too weird? Is that too weird?
I think it is. Well, they can put the Kagura on the side lanes here, but they need to have a very tanky hero such as Franco
For Oheb?
to lock down. Yeah, exactly,
Okay.
for Oheb.
Alright.
To at least lock down the hero of Carl TZ here with the Lancelot, and also at least provide the or have someone who can control the Kadita. That Rav Waves will literally hurt them for sure.
TDZ, check this out. That last pick for Bren Esports, it's a Kadita. This is Fuse Kadita, and it's going to be an all-in dive. They really want to get rid of either Venus or Wise in an instant.
Wow. But I really want to see if they will be a very good opportunity to do so. But this will be a Kufra. Okay, for
Okay,
Blacklist
all right.
International. More of a CC-oriented draft for Blacklist.
They kind of want to stop the Paquito from dashing in, catch Carl TZ where he can. I'm liking it. Okay, so that dashes our hopes, our assumptions of this being a full-on support. Estes still going to go to Oh My Venus on the 4, and then it's Eson on the 5 as the tank. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 1 is about to commence. DDZ, your final thoughts here.
Ooh. Looking at Bren Esports right now, plus the Carl TZ's Lancelot, I'm really favoring Bren Esports here when it comes to the draft. But let's see what kind of execution Blacklist International has prepared for us. More of a CC, but there's a lot of ways for Bren Esports to control the early game. I am more of an early game type of a player. So, I'll go for Bren Esports here, but I really want to see how Blacklist International will play this one out.
I think for Blacklist, it's more about the bait. They got to force out these resources from Bren Esports, and given Bren Esports' caliber, their pedigree, again, they are world champions, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think they're going to fall for it. Let's see what happens, though. We are about to go into game number 1. It's the world champions versus the undefeated underdogs. The MPL Philippines Season 7 is under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusements Board. The land of dawn beckons. TDZ, this laning is as expected. Nothing too crazy.
Yep, nothing too crazy. I just want to see what kind of aggression Oh My Venus and also the rest of the crew have against Few and Carl TZ here in the middle lane. They have a lot of wave clear here for Bren Esports, so they need to keep in mind that there always should be someone who can counter clear the lanes for Blacklist International, because it will buy them a lot of time, or it will force Bren Esports to go for those early rotates.
Yep. Again, looking at the laning, it's Rebo on that Lunox facing off against Edward. They can juke each other out. They can just move in and out, but Oheb taking a lot of early damage. Ooh, Flap TZ with the jab straight.
With a jab straight, and well, I think it's all about level 4 here. As you can see, Blacklist is also playing it passively. A little bit passively compared to their previous series, because I think it's also the respect against the current draft of Bren Esports here. Once they reach level 4, for sure, Blacklist is also anticipating a lot of aggressive moves here, since a lot of most of the heroes from Bren Esports are really mobile. So Wise needs to take care of his positioning and also be aware of which heroes or which lane should be prioritized.
Looking at the way they've gone to clear their minion waves and, of course, jungle creeps, Bren Esports might be just very slightly ahead in XP and of course gold, about 200 give or take. Cartesi here gonna go from the bottom. Oheb getting the Thorn Rose, and again, this happened already. Oheb already recalled.
And that's a big thing, especially if you're playing Benedetta. But look at this, Esson will be the one who's going to be prioritized here by Bren Esports. Might not be the right target, but should be enough since the turtle lane, or the turtle will respond into the bottom lane.
Yep, early setup for Bren Esports here, and exactly this is what you're talking about, TDZ. They want a good early game. They want to set it up real quick so that Cartesi can perform. He can do good Lancelot things now. In comes Esson from the back line, Venus and Wise as well. Oh, Cartesi's low! Lecto final blow here, gonna get one. Few takes out Esson. It's a trade, but I think Blacklist kind of won, but I think I'll call it a wash given that turtle does go to Bren.
Yep, and with that nice position, even Cartesi used all of his skills just to burst out the turtle, since he knew that Blacklist, yeah, they will for sure contest this. And with that retribution, that will provide a lot of, well, a little bit of a lead here against Bren, or against Blacklist International. But the key thing here is, for you to snowball early, you really need to get that first turtle buff, because other than the shields, you will also get additional physical attack and magical attack for that. And I think with the turtle buff, it should be enough for them to kill the side laners, or at least take down All My Beans with just one combo for Cartesi.
Yep, and we're talking about Cartesi here as he takes away these little jungle creeps. Ladies and gentlemen, he has achieved a total of 917, the number one of all time in MPL Philippines. So again, this is the work of a prodigy. This is a savant at this hero, Lancelot by Cartesi. Now Flapteasy pushing out. Oh, this is the TZ brothers,
yeah,
man.
TZ brothers assisting each other here. Okay, don't have to worry. We knew that Wise is already going here in the bottom lane, but look at this. Cartesi, look how aggressive and checking the movements or the anticipation of Oh My Venus here in just one instant. Healing already for Wise here.
Yep, and Wise is not gonna let those stats from the big boys at Bren falter him out. He does have an all-time high for a single game, 29 kills.
Yeah.
Do note that is off of a Diggy strategy against Omega. But that said, this is all just rhetoric as we continue the fight. Oh, Wise at about half health here as the supports from the side lanes await. Lusty looking for a catch. Few as well.
Yeah, just waiting for a lone hero from Blacklist International, but they're always keeping an eye on how many heroes are there, but they did not anticipate that much. That Ethan was there as well.
Oh, they're gonna blow up. Esson, he goes ahead and flickers out, looking for a Tyrant's Revenge, and cancels it. Second turtle up. Let's see. Good positioning from both teams here, except those XP laners a little farther. But look at Flapteasy. Look at the cut on Flapteasy.
Ooh, another catch in the Tyrant's Rage.
That's it. Esson finds one. Few. It is, and Few is going to come and blow back. Esson gets blasted. And we're gonna back out, and Turtle goes over to Cartesi once more.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Coming and blowing them back is the perfect way for them to push back Blacklist International. And Bren Esports will be the ones going to take the second objective of the game here. And look at how the movement of Bren Esports here. It's just like they have that there's no fog of war on this map right here. They knew where Wise is. They're actually anticipating the movements of Blacklist International. So Bren Esports, I can feel that they're well prepared for this match right now.
Yep, again, this is the power of a Popol and Koopa. Very well worth the first pick on the side of Bren Esports. They're now up about 2,000 gold. Rebo here, oh, about to get blasted by Edward. Goes for the brilliance. Edward throws out the umbrella. Rebo survives. Let's see. Lusty waiting from the side lane. That's gonna be the flame shot. Oh, and they're gonna go into the face. That's gonna be missing just by one. Lusty left all alone. Oh, Esson and Oh My Venus again. There's not enough teeth on these two supports. That's why Lusty got away.
Yep, Lusty got away, and they knew that the rest of Blacklist International is already going to the top lane. But still, worth the effort since the tier 1 turret on the top lane will be destroyed. The first turret down, or rather the second turret down for Blacklist International. It will stop the rotation, or at least have a much more easier access to the jungle area of Bren Esports, which is the key. Because if you're playing against Lancelot, you need to control their purple buff.
Oh, Flapteasy here. Wow, using the full kit on Paquito. Able to flicker out and dash out of there. Get the hell out of trouble. Close, close. I think this is Bren just finding their windows. DDC, I'm loving this game of cat and mouse. Again, there's so much pressure from Bren, but it's not like Blacklist can't answer back. Nice catch here by Lusty onto Esson, bouncing ball out. Wise is struggling to keep his orange buff, ladies and gentlemen. Traps abound. Lusty left and right. no safe havens for Blacklist. They are going to keep this right here. Oh, was that a... Wait lang. That was a Phantom Execution.
Yeah, Phantom Execution just to run away. But look at this.
Oh! Few about to get blasted! That's going to be missing one. A little too late. The Petrify wasn't even used up. And from the back lines, Paquito. That's not easy. Knocking him up. The damage left and right. Ladies and gentlemen, Called Easy bites it. They only take Eson out. Turtle still stands. Oh, I think that is a win for Blacklist.
It is indeed a win for Blacklist here. There's no retribution for the next 16 seconds. And look at their position. They're trying to take out the Turtle as fast as possible.
Oh no, Flapped Easy. He walked into 4. Again, it's just Eson who's out. The damage is real. This might be the last Turtle of the game, going over this time the Blacklist 2-1.
Wow, look at the positioning of Blacklist International there. They knew that that Few doesn't have his ultimate, so they're sticking together, making sure that Wise is also sandwiched. But look at Edward here, almost catching Rebo.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Rebo, he himself has a Kagura as well in his arsenal. So he knows when the Kagura is lethal. He knows when the Kagura is about to go for it. And he just sidesteps. Amazing play. But then again, kudos to Blacklist. This is what I was talking about, TDZ. When Blacklist makes mistakes, they make sure that it's not as hardly punished. But this time around, Bren Esports, they fall for it and they concede 1 turtle. This instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94. TDC, tell us about what happened.
Yeah, look at this. Look at how Bren Esports are all clumped up together, preparing for that turtle, but the Thalassophobia plus the Death Sonata from Wise. Wise just not giving any opportunity for the Thalassophobia to kick in, and also nice knockout strike there from Flaptizi, but not enough for them to take down Oh My Venus. Oh My Venus reloaded, went to the other side where Wise is, and preparing for another healing, and that's how Blacklist International won that turtle fight.
Oh, but as we were talking about the replay in that little window to your lower right corner, ladies and gentlemen, Bren Esports once more blows back. They go for a 3 for none.
Wow, what a nice exchange. And also after losing that skirmish on the turtle lane, they're able to recover back again. Look at the net worth here, ladies and gentlemen. 25k up against 23k of Blacklist International. Still really close. Yeah. But when it comes to objective, Bren Esports are already clearing all the outer turrets on the bottom lane, and next should be the middle lane. But Blacklist International already grouping up together. We need to do something. We need to stop the bleeding. We need to stop the momentum of Bren Esports right now. But Bren Esports, look at how they position themselves. They're not giving any opportunity at all.
Nope, not at all. Again, this is a game of cat and mouse, but TDZ, I gotta be honest, I'm not sure who the cat or the mouse is. I think
they're both cat and mouse.
They're both predator and prey. At any moment, it could swing. So, given that Bren is slowly growing their lead here by about 3,000, we're still in the mid-game. Blacklist International still has to choose their fights very carefully, but do note, I think the goal for Bren Esports here is to instantly erase Oh My Venus.
Yeah.
They just haven't been able to do that. Not so easily. But at the price of Eson, and I think Eson is all the happier to take it. Eson is doing a great job.
Indeed. And also given the fact that Oh My Venus, they really tried to disable Oh My Venus earlier, but with the mobility from Oh My Venus here, plus his healing, he can just easily back off. And while that is happening, Blacklist International, Edward, and also Wise just focusing on the hero who's trying to catch him out.
Yep. Hold up. Skirmish happening here. Few from the backline trying to catch Edward. Oh, Edward's going to get blown up. Down goes the Kagura. Eson going to be the next in line. Oh, goes for a Tyrant's Rage. Knocks Flaptizi into the wall. Flaptizi able to dash out and catches him with another. Oh, the Kadena comes in. Few. Flaptizi just has to finish the job. I don't think he has enough firepower. Oh, what a counter go by Blacklist.
I really thought that we will not get the 3-4-0 exchange as well. No, says Black Esports, we will also take down 3 of your members. 3-4-1 rather, since Edward is ready responding. Let's look at Blacklist International. They knew that Kaltizi is out of the, on the side lanes. They will try to finish the Lord as soon as possible.
Oh, Rebo forced to back out. He does burn an Electo final blow, but this is going to be a difficult steal. We have seen ridiculous Lord steals, but I don't think it's going to come off of Lusty in this moment. Level 1 Lord goes over to Blacklist International. Now, this is what I was talking about again. I'm going to keep bringing it up. Blacklist is so quick to punish.
Yeah, and they knew how to stitch the objectives out. Once they have, once they've won a skirmish, they will go around the map and look for another objective to take.
They know
such
exactly
as the Lord
where
the
to
Turtle.
go.
Exactly. And also Carl Teasy getting out of position here. I guess Lusty Well, Lusty is always catching the right targets, but Bren Esports are way too far to respond, and Blacklist International is on always getting the perfect Tyrant's Rage plus the Tyrant Revenge combo. And that's the key. The reason why Blacklist International is actually winning those skirmishes.
It's going to be a difficult Lord defense. Now even Lusty gets checked into his own bush. Now Oheb coming from the side lanes. Here we go. He does go ahead and use his second. Now, oh, nice knockout by Flapteezy, distracting the Lord. Oh, the damage! They blast! Oh my Venus, they trade out for Carl Teasy. Eson goes down 2 for 2 so far. It's looking messy. Oheb gets away with 1 HP. They do succeed for the Lord defense, but Wise is still standing. There's still so much firepower on the side of Blacklist.
Yep. And also Blacklist, because of the domain of the Moon God, is difficult for Bren Esports to go in. So what they did, Few used his Ocean Oddity plus the Breath of the Ocean combo into the rough waves for them to get that that kill on the side of Blacklist International. But they, well, look at how disciplined Bren Esports are. They knew that that there's another member here from Blacklist is really low. But look at this, Leo.
Oh no, Edward looking low. Oh, nice use of the flicker. I believe Flapteezy found him and he smelled blood. Knocks out Edward with the right hook. Flapteezy finding some sanctuary for Bren Esports here. They are down now about 2,000 gold. Hold up, Blacklist again. They want to go for the punish. That's going to be the brilliance. Nice catch by Eson. Are they going to take one out? Flapteezy still surviving. Here comes Tribo from the back lines. That Kufra goes down. Phantom execution by Carteezy out.
Oh, Torn Rose, Breath of the Ocean plus the, again, the combo, giving Bren Esports a way for them to escape. But Blacklist International, they will take 1 for 1. They're really trying to go for those risky trades, trying to shut down Carl Teasy, but it was a phenomenal Rage Flicker into into a Revenge combo there, but the damage is not that much. And also, Oh My Venus already used his Domain of the Moon Goddess earlier near the brush side of the purple buff of Bren Esports. So maybe if there is an available domain, it's not only one, or at least they might be able to get at least 1 or 2 members of Bren Esports there.
Yep, and looking at the map again, Blacklist International, very, very clean, almost effortlessly made the whole map red. So far, Bren Esports still needs to work through 2 tier 2 turrets. That's tongue twister. Try saying that 5 times fast. And it's just now Blacklist, despite the traps on Lusty, they're able to move around as they will. Like, no bushes are dangerous anymore because of how well Eson can check and how well Eson is willing to give his life out. But again, even that is questionable because of how Venus is so good at the heal. Ladies and gentlemen, the tables have turned. Earlier, we saw Bren Esports dictating the pace, but now it's all about Blacklist.
It's all about Blacklist, and now they're playing aggressively and just looking for an opportunity to penetrate the defense or the stronghold of Bren Esports here. Look at Ezon, as you mentioned earlier, just trying to check all the brushes here, making sure that the Blacklist International, or at least Oh My Venus, had a good protection whenever Blacklist trying to engage.
Oh, check this out. The mind games that Lusty is playing. Look, he's hiding in this bush down bottom to wait if anyone is willing to overextend, making a Blacklist think that this lower lane is safe. Now Eson already burns the flicker. Oh, here comes Lusty. Lusty finally coming out of his cage, and he's doing just fine. You know where this goes?
Yeah.
That's still 4 from Blacklist in the mid lane. Down bottom, it's Oheb playing with Lusty. Actually, he's playing with the dog. And wow, look at this. Game of cat and mouse once more. And I can say for sure now, TDZ, this is a black cat.
For sure, a black cat indeed. And look at Thorn Rose here, trying to clear out all
oh!
the
Flapteezy from the back lines. He does not hit the combo, and I think this is what they want. They're looking for that perfect 4-man, 3-man knockup. That would be the best here for Bren Esports. But now Edward bites down onto Rebo. Flame shot, taking him down. The Kagura wins the 1v1. And just like that, Bren Esports, they're feeling this tier 1 turret, this inhibitor down bottom, in jeopardy. And Blacklist, ever the disciplined team, they know that they can't force it, so they're just gonna move on. They're gonna find something else.
Yep, wait for the bottom minion wave to get close, and then they will try to re-engage again. And Edward just keeping an eye, making sure that he's within the area of the same umbrella just to throw it out if ever there's any opportunity to catch out another Blast Cannon member of Bren Esports. But look at this, Leo.
Oh, in comes Oeb using the Electro Final Blow already, baiting out some moves from Bren. They do penetrate, take it down mid lane. Oh, and Eson goes for a combo. Flapteezy though, still alive. What is this? He gets taken out. Oh, it's Few first. That's 2 down for Bren Esports. Blacklist. Oh, they smell blood, man. They might end right here, right now. Bren doesn't have much clear.
What a yin-yang overturn there from Edward, catching 2 members of Bren Esports, and this is what they're waiting for. The minion wave's already pushing into the top lane, so OHEB will be the ones going to take care of that, while the rest of Blacklist International will just stay onto the middle ground, making sure that the rest of Bren Esports will not do anything sneaky against their back and try to recover. But look at this order of brilliance being used.
Oh, and look at that. From the back lines, Edward able to throw another one. Rebo gets punished. Kaltizi not even standing a chance. Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist International takes game number 1.
Edward and Ezon as its finest play right there. Yin-Yang overturn plus the last Tyrant Rage catching out Kaltizi.
This winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. The finest way to start a series. Right through a tough early game, as you mentioned. Blacklist just knows how the matchup works.
Indeed, and they knew that, okay, every time we're already catching, we're already stealing all the purple buffs away from Kaltizi, and that's the moment that they were waiting for. That the moment where there's no purple buff, the reaction, if Kaltizi used all of his skills, there's really no way out. They tried to do it. Kaltizi tried to go for it at the top lane, but he got caught off guard. So the pickoffs and also the skirmishes always winning on the side of Blacklist International, and also the objectives. The last turtle and also the first lord won them, or at least changed the momentum of Bren Esports.
So difficult to stop Blacklist once they get going. Ladies and gentlemen, that was game number 1. We're throwing it over to Midnight, our analyst, to break it down for you. Midnight, tell us what goes on.
Mapapasa na all ka na lang sa win streak ng Blacklist International as they continue their dominance against the World Champions. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight, and ating i-breakdown kung paano ba naging confident pa rin ang Blacklist International even though Bren Esports was leading on game number 1. Tignan naman natin yung post-game stats na hatid sa atin ng Smart, the official tournament telco partner of MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Tignan natin yung itemization ng Blacklist International. Brute Force Breastplate on the Granger, very typical naman yan, normal yan. Nagiging normal na rin yung Hunter Strike actually for the added movement speed na makukuha mo on the item plus the physical pen na makukuha mo from the Fury Hammer na component ng Hunter Strike. Dagdag din natin dyan yung item ni OHEB. Of course, Brute Force Breastplate and then Athena Shield, very crucial para masustain nila yung damage ng Bren Esports. Pero ang interesting dito is yung first item na binili ni Oh My Venus para hindi sila ma-burst ng kadita. Kasi the very nature of Bren Esports on the early game, kayang-kaya nila mang-snipe talaga ng heroes ng Blacklist International, and as much as possible, you have 2 key targets on their side. It's either the Granger or the Estes. Now, bakit sobrang importante ng item ni Venus dito? He bought the Queen's Wings first over any other item para hindi siya ma-burst ni Kadita. Actually, mamaya makikita natin sa highlights kung ano yung naging turning point ng Blacklist International. Pero do take note of this item. This allows him to survive the engagements or in the team fights. And kapag nagsusurvive kasi yung Estes, you can provide additional heal for your heroes. In Blacklist International, they just outlasted Bren in the mid-game and closed out the game number 1. Napakagandang performance from Blacklist International, so from the agents themselves. Bago natin tignan yung highlights ng ating game, check nyo muna natin yung live watching rewards. Kayo mga nanonood dyan, pwede kayong manalo ng in-game item rewards worth of 599 diamonds. All you need to do is scan this QR code or punta kayo dito sa website, type nyo na yung website sa mga browser nyo, and fill up nyo yung form natin. If you're one of the first 30,000 entries, mananalo kayo ng in-game rewards which is a skin na again worth 599 diamonds. So malupit na yung pinapanood natin, malupit pa yung mga rewards na hatid sa atin ng MPL. Now, let's look at the game highlights na hatid sa atin muli ng Smart. Dito natin makikita yung resilience ng Blacklist International. Early game, Bren Esports, they were actually leading. Sila yung lineup na kumokontrol ng tempo. Even though Blacklist International, they were finding trades, it is still a Lancelot lineup na ang gagawin lang is kumuha ng resources 24/7, hindi nila papahingahin yung Blacklist International. Lahat ng farm na gustong farmin ni Wise nandun lagi si Flap TZ and si Carl TZ. The squad of Bren Esports will always take the enemy resources. So Blacklist International, behind sila ng 4,000 gold. Pero okay lang yan, sabi nila dito. No? Meron naman sila late game and meron silang sustain. It came to a point na kaya na nila lumaban because the timer started arriving for Blacklist, no? Yung mga level 4s na mga hero nila. But then again, Bren Esports, napakataas pa rin ang damage output ni Lancelot at ni Kadita no early game. But the playstyle of Blacklist allows them to actually pull off pickups against Bren Esports. Again, ito yung team na laging magkakasama. No? How they want to fight to take team fights is by grouping up. Literal na nagko-collapse lang with each other and then sustain. Sabi nga ng mga casters natin, defense is the best offense for Blacklist International. Dito natin makikita yung key turning point for Blacklist. No? Again, they were down by 3,000 gold and 3 kills. Pero dito natin makikita yung burst ni Few, hindi naging enough. And nabuhay pa actually si Wise. Si Venus din nabuhay, hindi enough in damage ni Lancelot, pati na rin ni Kadita. That's why Blacklist International was able to sustain that fight. And after that, dito na natin naramdaman na parang kulang na yung damage output ng Bren Esports. Yung late game nila, yes, meron sila Lunox, pero it's not as reliable as Blacklist International side. Meron kang Kagura on Edward, meron kang Benedetta kay Oheb, meron ka ring Granger para kay Wise. Actually, very interesting, no? Nagpalit ng role si Edward dito tsaka si Oheb. Usually si Oheb yung nakikita natin gold lane, but this time around, he was playing the X-Plane Benedetta. Venus, na-pick up siya on the team fight, pero dito natin makikita yung presence ni Kufra on the side of Blacklist International. Napakahirap for Bren Esports actually lumaban against Eson because of the nature of their heroes. They like to dash in. No? Si Flap at si Carl TZ, ang gusto nila mangyari is madigitan yung mga heroes with their mobility spells. But that's not possible against the Kufra. So ang kailangan lang gawin ng Blacklist International dito is literal digitan si Wise. No? Sama-sama sila. Yung Estes isusustain yung Granger, and si Kufra or si Eson didikit lang kay Wise para hindi siya madigitan ng Lancelot and ng Pakito. So in theory, ang kaya lang dapat pumatay kay Wise dito is Ribo and Few. Pero si Edward, lagi niyang minamata si Ribo at si Few. So protektado, literal si Wise dito kasi cornered ang Bren Esports. Alam ni Edward na okay, si Ribo at si Few as much as possible gusto nilang talunan si Wise. Pero may Kagura na nagche-check ng movements ng dalawang heroes na yon on the side of Bren Esports. Literal na telegraph yung laro nila dito. And sa last push, instead of taking the Lord, sabi nila, wag na natin i-take yung Lord kasi bibigyan natin ng time mag-reset. Bren Esports, baka malay natin, makapag-reset pa sila. And ang ginawa nila is tuloy-tuloy lang yung objectives. They took a fight inside the base of Bren Esports and was able to close out the game against them. And of course, the MVP of that game brought to you by Smart, the protector of the Granger. Literal na hindi nakagalaw yung Bren Esports because of the presence of Edward on Kagura. Having a KDA of 730, kill participation medyo mababa, but the damage output, it's high on their side, 68,000. Again, ang trabaho niya rito is protektahan si Wise. How did he do that? Alam niya na itong dalawang heroes ito, si Kadita at si Lunox, siya yung papatay kay Granger. So ang ginawa niya, nag-focus na lang siya kay Ribo at pati na rin kay Few. Napakaganda ng performance na binigay sa atin ng Blacklist International. Pero tignan natin kung may bawi ang Bren Esports sa game number 2. Casters, back to you.
Thank you so much, Midnight. Breaking down game number 1. Impressive how it's actually Edward who is the MVP for this game. But I will note, he did win a lot of 1v1s.
Yeah. And also pushing back the rest of Bren Esports every single time. I've seen a lot. I think that was he's able to take down Rebo twice on his Lunox. Alone. Yeah. And also forcing him to use the Order of Brilliance even after using the Chaos Assault. So that's a big thing. Yeah. Stopping the opportunity for Lunox to use his Chaos Assaults every single time and then forcing him to use his Brilliance, that completely negates the magic burst power of Bren Esports. So there's not that much magic damage that Venus can control with his healing as well.
Yep, should have stopped even Eson. Should have been an easy pickoff for Eson, but again, picking up the Kagura, it was more than just a choke on the hero choice, but even in-game, Edward really pulled a quick one on Bren Esports, who will make smart choices in the draft. Catch it next, brought to you by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free game great with Smart, free games for all. Leo and TDZ once again here for your pleasure. Bren Esports banning out the Diggy and the Alice. They are once more on the blue side. They chose this side, and Blacklist International taking out the Johan.
Yeah, and also I think Blacklist International is also comfortable with his red position, getting the last pick And Bren
Your
Esports is
team
always
is
prioritizing
banning.
on those heroes who can disrupt or at least mess
Your
up their
team
boxes
is
whenever
banning.
whenever they want to go for those team fight composition drafts. Almost the same bans here for Bren Esports. So they're well prepared also on the side of Blacklist International here. Farsa into a Jawhead. I want to see Bren Esports playing this Mathilda. Up against Blacklist International. I think that's one of the things that they lack from that first game.
Yeah.
They need to get that initiation. Yeah, there's a lot of ways for them to initiate with the Rough Waves combination plus the Ocean Oddity, but there's really no tanky hero that I can say that can absorb or at least disrupt the box of Blacklist International there. I was thinking a Baksha was good for that game, at least trying to control or force the Oh My Venus to be separated away from their squad, but there's not that much control.
Yeah, Matilda is open this time around, but just like in game 1, it goes all the way to the second phase. It has to go to the second phase unless Blacklist picks it up here, given the Eve ban by Blacklist. Now, Popolin Kupa, first pick by Bren Esports, looking similar to game 1. What might be the first pickups here?
For Blacklist International, for sure, they will secure the Granger as well. They're quite comfortable with that. A possible Benedetta. There's also another saying that don't fix what's not broken.
Yeah,
but
so
I think it's
literally
still
the
real.
same thing.
Yeah, almost the same thing.
Wow. Again, at this point, it's now a mind game. It's all about the mental between Coach Ducky and Coach Ponchan.
Yeah. Let's see here. For sure, Granger will be the other one here. Or maybe they can steal the Paquito for Blacklist International.
I feel like it's got to be the same thing.
Yeah, almost the same thing.
It's
here.
literally the same thing because, again, being on the red side, TDZ, they don't have to answer anything. It's them who's doing the answering here. And if they picked up the Paquito, then the rest of their draft is a little red. It's a little easier for Bren Esports, but this time around, Bren Esports, they're the one who's going to change, and they're going to get Rebo's Changa early on.
Yep, getting the Rebo's Changa, one of the most comfortable heroes of Rebo here. Also a very good combination against once Lusty were able to trap someone using his Popple Surprise into a Meteor Shower, and also possibly forcing someone from Blacklist International to go for a Purify, because that's way too risky for Bren Esports or for Blacklist International to get trapped and also get controlled.
Your team
so
is
Blacklist
banning.
International, almost the same, Leo. Still, Domain of the Moon Goddess, and also the healing factor from this Estes here, giving a lot of sustainability for Blacklist International. And I think it's all about the Electro Final Blow plus the Domain combination.
Yeah.
It's difficult for Bren Esports to penetrate, and once there's an opportunity to catch someone inside both of those skills, the Granger will have an open fire, or will have a very good opportunity for him to burst all of his bullets using his Rhapsody.
No safe space
No
for
safe
anybody
space
there.
at all, exactly.
Bren Esports, even if you were a Paquito,
Your
as
team
is
is banning.
seen in game 1, like it's not a good look.
Your team
Looking at the
is
bans this time
banning.
around, Blacklist ever so quick to pull the trigger, taking out the Luyi, and here now we see the small adjustments. Bren Esports, I think the ongoing mindset is, I think game 1 was all right. Let's just tweak. Let's just fix things. And again, one of those is changing the Lunox into a Changa and then banning out this time the Kagura.
Yeah. Kagura, a big factor for Blacklist International. We've seen the performance of Edward here earlier. And also Blacklist International, a very awesome ban here. Because again, if you're running an Estes composition or more of a team fight composition, you don't want to risk yourself being pulled inside the rotation plus a dispersion combo. So it was an awesome ban here for Blacklist International. For Bren,
Your team is
what
banning.
do they need to remove here? Another crowd control hero.
Your team is picking.
Maybe another Rafaela pick here for Blacklist International.
Oh, Rafaela Estes.
Rafaela Estes, yeah, they've done it earlier
Nasty.
or before.
But what would that do for Bren? That would force them to either pick up the Baksha now or live to say we're gonna deal with the healing.
I think deal with the healing since they have Chang'e for Bren Esports here. I think I believe Bren Esports was the best thing that they can do here. If Blacklist International will go for the same composition or almost the same composition, go ahead on. Go for a Hylos for Bren Esports if they want to go for that kind of play. But however, Lusty's already have a hero here with swap with the Koopa.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like Lusty has Popol and Koopa, Flapteasy has the Paquito. The Baksha is super forced.
Yeah.
It's gonna be super tight. What do? Give Lusty the Baksha and then give Few, the Popol and Kupa. We've seen that before.
Yeah,
It's not too far-fetched. But right now, Esmeralda being locked in by Blacklist International, coming out of the side lane. And, ooh. What a
Popol Selena
throwback.
combo. All
What
right.
a throwback.
Wow.
This is Fuse Selena, a championship-winning Selena.
Exactly. Okay, so Bren Esports, they have a lot of control. They can win those fights with the blazing duet of Carl Teasy if ever there's enough space. So I think that's the call for Bren Esports here. Occupy the vision and then give Carl Teasy some space to get his farm.
They're going to be playing the mid-game spike. What they're looking for here, you control the early game, choke out the map. Again, you have the traps on both Lusty and Few, the Popol and Kupa and Selena, and then you just allow Carl Teasy to do good Claude things. But hold up, Blacklist International, they're gonna go for the choke. They're gonna bully. Carl Teasy.
Yeah, bully Carl Teasy. Remove all the traps.
Cleanup crew. One-man cleanup crew.
One-man cleanup crew. Again, utilizing his ancestral drift plus the power of nature can stop or can at least remove the Popol surprise and also the abyssal traps from Bren Esports. And also, with the box, he can easily control or manipulate how Bren Esports will move around the map using his barrier. So, what a nice pick. Awesome pick here for Blacklist International.
I'm loving it, man. Looking at the draft on Blacklist International, they all have a job to do. And it's very clear. I want to know one really nice job description here for Uncle Esson on that Grok. It's literally two things, man. It's that simple. It's a big piece of paper with just two things. Check boxes right before them. Literally go into every bush. Walk into every bush. And then the next one is give Carl Teasy hell.
Yeah.
That's going to be what Grok is going to try to do here on Esson. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Bren Esports versus Blacklist International. TDZ. In game 1, Blacklist played the early game. This time around, they're going to be playing for the mid-game spike. What do you think it's going to look like?
Well, if Ezon were able to clear out the traps, and, well, I think it's all about positioning here for Bren Esports for them to win this fight. They need to shut down Ezon as early as possible, stop him from disrupting their pattern. And also, because of the wild charge, they can stop the blazing duet, so they always really need to prioritize Ezon every single time. So that will give some space for them to burst out every single members of Oh My Venus. But it really depends on the position, on the rotation of Bren Esports as well. That's the key. But it's a really difficult matchup here for both of these teams here. And I'll be much more in favor on the side of Blacklist International because it's quite easy to execute, but it's difficult to contest or difficult to counter.
Yeah, it's just so sound is what I want to say. So sound. Hold up! Early damage from the Grok. Again, that's what you get from the power of nature. It's so annoying. There's nothing you can do. And even if you do have multiple life bars given Lusty here, you just have to stand there and take it.
Yeah. And also the clear potential of Blacklist International. As I mentioned earlier from the early game of from our game 1, they don't have the hero who can clear easily, but with the Grok on play, they can apply a lot of pressure here, especially at the top lane. Look at this, with just one power of nature. Oh my goodness, execute by Edward.
That's a great read by Edward. Flapteasy, he read that there's no more dashes, no more flickers, and yeah, all Flapteasy could have done was to eat Edward's kit. Early lead by Blacklist, but by a very small margin, about 500 gold.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at how much pace Blacklist International, Venus and Ezon provided to Wise here. Level 4 already. He does have the both of the purple and also the orange. And Wise didn't even visit the middle lane because both of them can handle the clear or the waves already. That's how fast or that's how precise Blacklist International is drafting right now.
Yep, lovely pick on the Grok again. Just exactly what Blacklist International needed, and they're now posing up for the first turtle of the game. 4 members of Blacklist. Clean take by Wise. Bren Esports, I think they understand that they can't take it. Not at all. Hold up. Nice catch onto Esson. He's going to get blasted here. Survives off the healing of Oh My Venus. And that's why this lineup is as such.
Wow. Look at the HP of Ezon here. Just recovered into full HP. And also, I think he went for a hybrid regeneration on top of the regeneration of Oh My Venus. That's the reason how fast, or the reason why, how fast his HP is clearing up already. Look at the top lane here.
Flapteasy taking good chunk of damage out of Edward, I believe. Yeah, Edward and Wise. That's something that just came up from game 1 especially. Edward and Oheb, you can see now some overlap between their hero pool. And that just shows how much versatility Blacklist International is bringing to the table. Hold up, they did sense that Eson doesn't have the ancestral gift to stop the slows and the stuns. But again, with Oh My Venus, it's like Eson has like another life bar. It's ridiculous.
And look at how fast his HP is also clearing that one out, or his HP bar out. But look at this, Blacklist International, they knew, okay, so Bren Esports, they can't play aggressively here, so let's just give time, or we'll be the ones going to play aggressively, just like so.
Yep, Rebo almost gets deleted, flickers out in the nick of time. Cartesi playing ever the bodyguard. This is odd. Why is the Claude playing the bodyguard role? Look at this, so much free gold from the shield.
Oh my. I think that's the call here for Blacklist International. Stop the farm of Cartesi and also disrupt the lane of Rebo, preventing him from getting his first core item, because one Ice Beam 1 plus the Meteor Shower should be enough for them to control the group of Blacklist International here, so they're disrupting it as soon as possible. But so with the help of Oheb, you can just easily run away. Let's look at this, controlling the map using the barrier for Eson, just choking out or just blocking all the choke points, making it difficult for Bren Esports to contest. Plus, given the fact that you also have the domain, so Bren Esports needs to always keep an eye on their positioning as well.
Yep, Flapteasy tried to go for the diversional play, but gets punished nonetheless. Collapsing onto him, 4 members of Blacklist International. So that's Bren Esports down 1 man as he tried to contest this turtle. Oheb pulling the trigger on the falling Star Moon. Eson in the middle of all 4 members. Oh my Venus, catching quite a bit of the Meteor Shower. This is a great position for Bren Esports. Nice 4-man knockout, but Wise still gets the turtle nonetheless. Lusty gets blasted as Eson able to flicker out. What? Blacklist is unpunished. They take one out on the way as well. Cartesi falls.
Look at how Blacklist are currently juggling the damage output of Bren Esports there. Okay, Eson, it's your time to absorb all the damage, and then once his HP is low, flicker, and then wait for Oh My Venus to go for the reload again. And the shuffle. They saw that Cartesi is open, they just go ahead and go straight into it. So Blacklist International, their positioning is really spectacular. Even stealing the turtle with the retribution from Wise, preventing Bren Esports to snowball forward. And look at the net worth here, 12.1 against 14.7 for Blacklist International. And you see it right, 0-4, ladies and gentlemen, within the next, or within 5 minutes and 30 seconds or so.
Yep, huge swing, and I can only imagine what's going on through the minds of the TZ brothers. Paquito, Flapteasy not having an early good go, 0-2-0. Cartesi could have actually survived that team fight, but Blacklist forced it, and they got away with it. They killed the Claude this early on. Man, these 2 young men, I can only imagine once more how their morale is looking like at the brink of this loss. Now, Eson gets blasted up. Few dashes right through him, still survives, given the ult by Oh My Venus, and they did such a deep cut that they don't even get punished. Bren Esports, they're struggling to protect his bottom lane turret.
Yep, bottom lane is already exposed. Look at the Meteor Shower. Look at the sandwich play here. Domain plus the barrier, while Oheb is just disrupting the back lines, not giving an opportunity for them to rotate against the Guardian's barrier. But Flapteasy will be caught off guard here. But Blacklist, look at how patient they are. Just focusing on just one objective and making sure that before they run away, they need to clear that one out first.
Oh, underneath the turret. Edward catches an arrow, uses the eye for an eye to survive. Hold up, here comes the cavalry, all 5 members of Blacklist International. They are moving as one. This is what the kids would call an absolute unit. That's going to be all 5 going for this turtle, and they're taking their time, but they eventually get it. 100% turtle take rate for Wise.
Wow, look at Wise here, just performing at its best, while the rest of Blacklist International just supporting him at the back. And also, I want to take note of Bren Esports here. They're really trying their best, just focusing on removing all the tier 1 turrets first. But with a nice arrow from Few, they will secure another kill, getting their first head count on the side of Bren Esports.
All right, so far, I think Bren is in of the mindset that we'll take what we can.
Yeah.
Wherever it is on the map, whether it be a turret or a hero. Hold up, nice use of the falling star. Oheb, he smells blood, wants to take out Lusty, he gets it, and even Flapteasy from that bush, Eson pulling the trigger on the wild charge, taking the tier 2 turret up top as well.
Wow, look at how fast Blacklist International is stitching things out.
They stole, did they steal the purple? They did.
Oh, who did? Oh, Wise stole the purple?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he did.
They just, like a hurricane, just taking everything in their path.
Wow. Blacklist International stitching every objective one by one. And look at this. Oh my Venus and also Ethan just juggling the damage. They don't really want to get out of the way. And with the glowing wand purchase from Rebo, I think that should be enough. But they need to find another opening for Bren Esports to move forward. But Blacklist International making it difficult. They're sandwiching Bren Esports inside their base, removing all the outer turrets away.
Yeah. We've seen this in Game 1. This is literally almost the same path Blacklist International took from Game 1 with a slightly different lineup, slightly different timings, but it's the same concept.
Yeah, exactly. Just go for 4-man for Protect 1, while Edward is also clearing out the middle lane, making it easier for them to transition from the bottom. But Blacklist International, they're just abusing the fact that they have this kind of draft.
Oh, Eson using the wild charge to survive, gets the hell out of dodge, and they made out few, blowing up the Selena, and he stood no chance. Amazing microplay by Eson. This is the last turtle of the game. Finally, Cartesi gets one. That's 1 in 4. And now Oheb gonna be the target. Nice knockout by Flapteasy. Oheb goes down. This might be the turnaround, ladies and gentlemen. Blazing Duet. Venus falls. Why's gonna be in the... Wow!
Whoa,
I was about to say, hold your breath, because Cartesi's got one left in the tank. And he goes down, but nonetheless, this is the best shape Bren Esports has been this whole match.
Yep, as you mentioned earlier, Bren Esports are just taking every kind of opportunity that they can. Even Cartesi sacrificing himself just to secure that one more kill. Feature Shower, Edward will be pushed back, but this is Bren Esports trying to catch up and taking another objective away from Blacklist International.
And as you can see now, Bren Esports once bit, twice shy. They're like, okay, we'll take this turret and then we're out.
Yeah.
All right, we're out. Let's wait for Cartesi, and again, let's center on our goals, which is to make sure Cartesi able to do what he did previously in that last team fight, but without dying.
Without dying, and also taking every opportunity that they can here. But look at the net worth here, ladies and gentlemen. Bren Esports able to catch up. Just a little bit of 700 gold lead for Blacklist International.
Very small.
Really small. Nice pullback from Bren Esports, but they're now starting to converge and look for a pick off. Edward here in the bottom lane, but Ethan just tightly squeezing himself on that small brush right there. While the rest of Blacklist International just waiting for another opportunity.
Oh!
Barrier.
They're gonna lock Lusty in. This is a lethal intent by Blacklist, and already Rebo popping the Meteor Shower, and Lusty's in trouble. That Sonata by Wise. You see the damage on that TDZ. Hold up, from the back lines! That's Flapteasy knocking up Wise, and oh my Venus, he survives. Already a few ults on both sides. We're lacking green dots, TDZ. All green dots out on Blacklist. This is the best time for Brent to come in.
Yeah, this opportunity that they're waiting for. Cartesi still have his Blazing Duet, and also Rebo and the rest of the crew getting all of their ultimates already. But Blacklist International, okay, yeah, hold up. We have already used all of our ultimates. Let's just wait for another opportunity for us to get, or for us to reload. But the Lord is already up for this one. This is the first Lord. And Blacklist International, okay, now that we're waiting for a reload, let's try to occupy the brushes near the turtle area, get that advantage out of Bren Esports.
Yeah, pardon my excitement, but yeah, you're right, TDZ. This is Bren's best chance to catch a breath. Again, reclaim as much of the map as possible so that they're primed for a better Lord take, or they're just giving Cartesi more time to actually get his arsenal in. Item check should be coming up in just a bit. Purple here going up for Cartesi. Is Blacklist gonna try to steal it though?
They need to. Cartesi will just wait for that opportunity. He will get that purple out. Oh, they're just waiting for the next, for the enhanced Lord. 12 minutes in, and Bren Esports just trying to test where are the rest of Blacklist International are.
Yep.
Again, with that trap right there, seeing Oheb, and also Wise getting his endless battle. But look at Eason, just how confident he is.
Eason doesn't care, man. He's a total rock star. He goes ahead, flickers out, wild charge away. So that should be a one note in Blacklist, in Bren Esports mind. Blacklist is lacking one ult and one solid battle spell. But I don't think it's worth it. I don't think there's enough space, because Blacklist International, they're always just on the move. Now Oheb gonna be the next target here, getting rained down upon by Rebo. Eson still in the thick of things, getting knocked up by Flapteasy. They flicker out. Oh no, Blacklist, they're going for the counter go. Cartesi coming here, does he have enough stacks?
does have enough stacks here, but look at Cartesi here, forced to use Blazing Duet, and now Blacklist knew that, alright, check mark, no Blazing Duet, no more Meteor Shower, it's time for us to go in.
Yep, Electro Final Blow used here by Edward. That's the Lord at about an eighth of his health. That's Venus securing it. Ohib looking low. Essen as well. 2 for none here. Bren Esports fails to steal the Lord, but secures 2 kills. I believe this is still a good look, a great opportunity for Blacklist to actually force out things from Bren. But hold up. Oh, okay. Bren is just focused on recovering.
Yep. Pushing back the Lord while giving some space for Cartesi to get another item on top of this. But look at how fast the Meteor Shower clears out the HP of that Lord right there. While Edward, should be able to run away. No, he decided to fight though. Trying to disrupt the flow of Bren Esports, and also giving information that the rest of Bren Esports are already going to the bottom lane.
So far, so good here. Blacklist able to recenter themselves, as well as Bren Esports not exactly allowing this one moment to go to waste. Hold up from the backline, Lusty backing up for Flapteasy to the rescue. Popoligupa goes down just like that, but at what cost? Both teams actually are lacking ults. Venus is standing tall.
He does have the blessing, so he's just trying to wait for another opportunity to for them to go in. But look at how Bren Esports just abusing the fact that they have the damage reduction being provided by the tier 1 turret. So Blacklist is also getting hesitated, or having some hesitations trying to go in with this.
Yeah, it's a reluctant go. Blazing Duet here by Caldini. You see the damage? That's about 4 members of Blacklist at less than half health. Bren Esports looking for one, throws out the arrow. That's going to be the Selena. Waiting, few. Oh,
wow.
They're both just so sure with their moves. They don't want to waste a single chance.
Wow. And also, I want to say for Few, kudos using his arrow, trying to catch out or squeezing Blacklist International right in the corner. But if ever there is a Meteor Shower, that is the right opportunity for Bren Esports to fight. But Blacklist knew that, okay, we can get out of this. There's no Meteor Shower. All of the timings are all recorded. So Blacklist getting out of the tight situation provided by Bren Esports safely while waiting for the next Lord take here. 1 second for the next objective. But look at how patient Bren Esports are. They knew that they're behind for a little bit. They're just waiting for an opportunity that Lusty will catch out a member. But also Eson, on the other hand, also just checking all the brushes every single time, removing all the traps that both Popo and Tupa and Selena can provide.
Yep, and kudos to both teams actually. Blacklist International equally just as patient. They know that at any point it's all about who has the ults left, who has the battle spells. And no, ladies and gentlemen, your screens and your monitors may be fooling you. I am not Wolf. Sometimes I wish I was. And I am not with Manjin Faldas. This is actually Leo.
I wish that I am Manjin Faldas,
and TDZ at your service. So we are going to be getting that fact fixed. But right now, quick technical pause here so that we can assure the next few moments of this game are as smooth as possible. We want to give both teams here a chance to recover. More so Blacklist International, given that the map is looking relatively blue.
Yeah. It's all about the position here and also the map control. But well, I really want to say that Bren Esports here is spectacular. They knew that they need to bring the fight there in the middle lane because all the side lanes are currently exposed. And also on the other hand, Blacklist International needs to penetrate those side lanes. So at least force Bren Esports to go back for them to get for them to get that opportunity to clear out the middle lane turret. So. But it's really difficult because, yes, you have the vision, you have the traps all laid out, but Eson is always just clearing it.
I think we're at the point where in the middle lane turret no longer gives damage reduction. We are at 15 minutes. I think that is an early game feature. Despite that, I think what they're afraid of is just power damage regardless. Given the clear power of Rebo, what's going to happen is it's going to be Eson or whoever's frontlining just tanking the damage straight up.
I see. But let's see here for Bren Esports how they can stop the bleeding here for Blacklist International. Yes, they're waiting patiently. They can easily clear out the waves And also, I think if we can have the opportunity to check all the items here for both teams, it will be perfect. But for sure, Carl Tizzy already went for the Demon Hunter sword, but look at the damage. Oh, he was already absorbing the meteor shower damage from Bren Esports here, from Rebo rather. But Blacklist International still, both of these teams just waiting for the next objective. 25 seconds for the Lord to respawn.
Yep, this is going to be, again, a good Lord positioning for Bren, because I think they're finding their rhythm. And oh, look at this, TDZ! Look at this upper quarter of the map. You see how many traps are laid out everywhere?
5 traps laid out, or maybe that's 6, 7? No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Across the Popol and Kupa and the Selena, it's a lot, all right? Yeah. It's a ton. It's a boatload. Eson taking a few hits, wild charge out. I think that's a win still. To be able to say that, all right, the Grok doesn't have the ult.
The wild charge, yes. So we should be able to get a good clear, or at least a good opportunity, or there's no cancel for the Blazing Duet here for Bren Esports. But Blacklist is giving a very difficult time here.
Oh, Carl Daisy gets punished from the back line, fails to finish the job, fails to take down Wise and Oheb. And I think this is a huge win for Blacklist International. They're going to go straight for the Lord.
Straight for the Lord they will. Half HP for the second Luminous Lord. And the rest of... No. There's no way that Bren Esports can take this one out. They were just backing out of the way. Edward is also causing havoc there on the top lane. So there's no opportunity for Bren Esports to secure that Lord. But Blacklist International, they knew that, okay, this opportunity they're waiting for. There's no retribution. The middle lane is all cleared out. Rebo already used his meteor shower. So all that is left is for them to get that next mid-gen wave for them to push.
Oh, Esther from the back line is looking low, but Krautizi nowhere to be found, still waiting for his revival. Blacklist International so quick at assessing what's next. Not even giving Bren Esports a chance to think about what's going to happen. Lord still marching down top lane, already in the threat of being pushed in mid lane. Krautizi now back. Let's see if they have some defense left in them. Eson gonna be here, still surviving, gets bit by Lusty. Down goes the inhibitor up top, and now Blacklist, they're just, all right, let's get out of here.
Yep, let's get out of here, clear all the purple buffs away from Bren Esports, and since Krautizi is already gonna respawn, but this is just a taunt here for Blacklist International. They can still fight. They have all their ultimates. Oheb also have his ultimate here. And look at this, Flapteezy almost going down here.
Oh, Flapteezy at about a third of his health. Eson always just right here, always just barely alive. Arrow misses, few throws one out. Krautizi getting some stacks, getting his orange buff. And again, Blacklist just gets out of engagement range, forcing Bren to make a mistake.
Yeah, it's all about position. But Blacklist International successfully removing one of the inner turrets here for Bren Esports, so that's another way for them to strike if Blacklist decided to go for a one big push. But look at the items here. Immortality, Hunter Strike for Edward. And I think that's the reason why he's always going through. Edward slides in and dies in the parts of the few here. And we're almost gonna hit the 20-minute mark, still at 50 seconds death timer for few.
Edward is sitting at 7-1-1. All the more worth it to pull the trigger on the execute. I believe few died right before the 20-minute mark. Now that's gonna be an immortality pop. And from the backline, oh my Venus, getting knocked down a peg at about 1/6 of his health. This is dangerous. Oh, Blazing Duet, but Krautizi doesn't force the issue.
Wow, look at, again, if Essen and Oh My Venus is already down, but Oheb just went to the front, absorbed all the damage, and look at how the team communication Blacklist International are doing right now. Oh, Edward, really low.
They're going for another Krautizi. He does not have the ult. Oh no, Flapteezy's looking low. Nice knock up onto 3. Flapteezy goes down, and that's just the timing. Blacklist knows exactly when and how.
Flapteezy went through the choke point and did not anticipate it. The domain of the Moon God is really difficult to run away from that point. But Blacklist International, they're just going back. Yeah, reload for a little bit and then go back again.
Oh, I can sense how disciplined Blacklist is in Bren Esports' frustrations. Krautizi, he does have the ult. Now that's going to be the meteor shower by Rebo. They're looking for a window. Blacklist, they're still at the advantage here, TDZ.
Yeah, they are. And look at this, Bren Esports just trying to find a way to take down at least one member of Blacklist International.
And Edward is just playing with his food. He's just going in and out, eating skills, but nonetheless still surviving. Oh, blazing the web here. Nice knock-up. Cartesi takes one down. That's wise. Oh, my Vita's going to follow suit. Essen from the back line goes first. Edward here wants to go on. He gets stunned. Few saves the day. The minions are going to go down as well. Bren Esports is alive. Bren Esports is still in this. Arm getting chased down by Cartesi.
Oh, no. Oh no, oh no, says Blacklist International here. Oh, we need to run away, but have decided to fight. But Bren
Is this the
going
finish?
for the one big push.
There's still a turret left, 30 seconds,
And this
double
is cannon.
double digits on all of them. Blacklist International, I think they know what's up. They are gonna see, we are gonna see a game number 3. Bren Esports clutches the victory.
Look at that with just one big push. Bren Esports able to turn things around and force a game 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, this winning moment is brought to you by Head and Shoulders. What a moment! This reminds me of Workaster Force versus Omega Esports game number 2, but this was a little tighter. This one lasted a little longer. This one lingered.
Oh yeah. Wow, what a turn of events there from Bren Esports, and look at their reactions. They're all surprised that, yeah, with just one big fight, all the 20-minute mark that you have saved, there's still one opportunity that we can win this, and Bren Esports were able to find it. Wow.
That one's like, put that one right here like this. I'm going to keep that memory close to heart because it could have really gone either way. Blacklist, if they swept, I wouldn't be surprised, but Bren Esports showing the heart of a champion here. They stuck to their guns, kept their aim straight and strong, and they're going to be going through one more game. Staying alive in this match, ladies and gentlemen. What a clincher. My name is Leo. This right here is CDZ. We're going to be throwing it over to Midnight, our analyst, to break down game number 2. Midnight, tell us what went down.
Napatawag na naman si Ginoong Valdez at tinanong niya, Bren, na-miss niyo ba ako? Bren Esports forcing game number 3 against Blacklist International. Napaka-intense ng game natin. Once again, welcome back to The Understand. My name is Midnight, and tignan na muna natin yung ating post-game stats na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Bren Esports, they were already clawing their way back against Blacklist International nung nakuha na ni Cartesi yung kanyang mga aggressive items. Pero sabi ng Blacklist, hindi, kami pa rin ang may control sa game na to. Kami pa rin ang nagdi-dictate ng objectives, and kami pa rin ang mas malakas na team fight lineup. Pero sabi ng Bren Esports, isang mistake lang ang ibigay niyo sa amin, bubutasan talaga namin yon, and they were able to clean up the base of Blacklist International. Actually, sobrang crucial din ng mga naging item selections, no? Yung mga item choices ng mga players natin. Si Wise, instead of going for the typical brute force breastplate on the Granger, sabi niya, full damage item lang ako, kailangan natin ma-burst down yung heroes ng side ng Bren Esports. So, he opted to go for a BOD and Endless Battle first on the first set of items. Tapos, bumili siya ng Athena's Shield para hindi siya ma-burst ni Chango, pati na rin ni Selena, and typical Wind of Nature para hindi siya tamaan ng Blazing Duet. That's why parang ramdam natin sa side ng Bren Esports, medyo hindi ganun kataas yung damage output ni Cartesi. Especially dagdag pa natin yung presence ng Grok sa side ng Blacklist International, kasi pwedeng gawin ng Grok is gamitin niya yung ultimate niya for the knock-up against the Claude para makancel din yung Blazing Duet. So every single fight na tinake ng Bren Esports, nandun yung crucial condition ng Blacklist International to negate the presence of the Claude. Actually, si Ribo pa nga yung nagdala ng damage output for the side of Bren Esports. Kasi ito yung literal kailangan saluhin ng Blacklist International. As much as possible, they want to sustain the damage output of the Meteor Shower with the Estes Heal. Pero again, naging dilemma yan sa last push nila nung makikita natin mamaya sa highlights natin, naging dilemma yung pagsalo ng Meteor Shower kasi bumaba yung buhay nila, hindi naging enough yung sustain ng Blacklist, and na-clean up sila sa base mismo ng Bren Esports. Tingnan natin muna yung live watching rewards natin bago tayo mag-proceed sa highlights. So, alam kong medyo excited na kayo, pero hinga muna tayo at mamigay muna ng mga in-game rewards. All you have to do is scan this QR code or go to the website na nakalagay dito sa ilalim. Pagpunta nyo dyan, fill upan nyo yung form, and you don't know, maybe kayo ay isa sa first 30,000 entries ng ating giveaway, and may nanalo kayo ng in-game item rewards or skin worth 599 diamonds. So bilisan nyo na guys, check nyo na yung website na yan, fill upan nyo na yung form para manalo kayo ng rewards. Now, let's look at the highlights of the game brought to us by Smart. Napakalupit nung game na to. Blacklist International, again, they were already leading against Bren Esports. Early game, medyo nakikita natin na parang may stalemate na nangyayari, no? Kasi may laban ng Grok tsaka si Lina. Vision War versus War of Attrition. Kasi si Grok, ang ginagawa niya rito is nag-establish ng dominance against Bren Esports. Pero if you look at the lineup of Bren Esports, kaya din naman sila namang poke at mang pick off on the back of the Chango and the Selena. Pero hindi nga nangyari yan because of the sustain na pinoprovide ni Vidus. Typical Blacklist International playstyle pa rin, collapse, group up, and nalilimit nila yung damage potential ng Bren Esports kasi nga sama-sama sila. Yung Blazing Duet, hindi natin masyado nararamdaman because sinusustain lang ni Estes. Wala pa nga yung factor na pwedeng i-cancel yan ng Grok earlier on. But mid-game came and ayan na yung threat ng Selena. Every single pick-off na makukuha ng Bren Esports, napaka-crucial ito. So the arrows were really important for Bren Esports to hit, no? On few, alam naman natin kung gaano ka-reliable na player to while he is playing the Selena. Of course, yung traps din na binibigay ni Lusty on the hero, it gives them vision and it allows Bren Esports to find potential plays against Blacklist International. Ito natin makikita na parang, okay, ayun na yung damage output na hinaharap natin Blazing Duet in, napapababa yung HP ng Blacklist International, enough na actually yung damage output. You can attribute this loss of momentum sa side ng Blacklist dahil sa item choices na kinuha ni Wise dito, no? Opting to go for full damage instead of sustain, na nakikita natin, again, usually brute force, tapos bumibili ng Hunter Strike for the damage, then bibili ng Wind of Nature para naman negate yung damage output ni Claude. But then again, he opted to go for the BOD and end this battle. So ito yung consequence ng actions ni Wise. But the thing is, Blacklist International, they were still on control, no? Nandun pa rin naman yung idea na kaya nilang i-sustain yung damage output ng Bren Esports. Actually, si Bren Esports dito yung namang problema how to start these fights. Kasi kailangan ma-isolate si Grok from the Claude para hindi ma-cancel yung Blazing Duet and at the same time, hindi mapitas din si Claude kasi enough nga yung damage output ni Edward and ni Wise para patayin kagad si Carl TZ. Now, we're gonna look at the final pushes of Blacklist International. Dito natin makikita yung problem of facing against a Chang'o. Binaburn yung HP ng Blacklist International. Pero sila pa rin naman yung sila pa rin yung kumokontrol ng base ng Bren Esports. One crucial mistake lang from them is trying to end it as early as possible and not looking at the Claude. Look at Carl TZ. He was able to pump out the full extent of the Blazing Duet, clearing the final minion waves. And then naging clean up na lang for Bren Esports. Edward tried to go for the final play, pero hindi kasi enough din yung damage output niya rito and tinamaan pa siya ng arrow ni Few. And after that, ang ginawa na ni Carl TZ, bawal ka nang umuwi, Oheb. Sabi niya rito, hindi kita paparikolin. And even Lusty, buying a Malefic Roar to end the game as quickly as possible dahil wala sa side ng Blacklist International yung magre-respawn. That allowed Bren Esports to finally take game number 2 and make a comeback against Blacklist International. And MVP of that game, brought to you by Smart, is none other than Rebo. No deaths on Chang'o, 404 on the Chang'o KDF for damage dealt of 132,747 and kill participation of 73%. Again, crucial yung presence ni Rebo dito. It allows Bren Esports to pump out the damage needed for them to burst down the heroes of Blacklist International. And yung last push, napakaganda rin ng hold ng Bren Esports doon. Excited na kayo sa magiging result ng game number 3. So huwag natin patagalin pa. Balik na tayo sa ating mga casters.
And then there was one more game to prove if the world champions still got it and they could end the underdog's undefeated streak. Welcome back to the caster's desk. My name is Leo, joined here by TDZ, and we are honored and elated and just so happy to be at your service for this lovely matchup.
Wow, man. I really want to see. I'm excited. All the energy that I have in my that I have is just boom.
Whoa.
Bren Esports, Blacklist International, game of 3, game 3. I want to see if Bren Esports had it. Well, again, we're talking about the M2 World Champions here, man.
Season 6 champions.
Back-to-back, again, Season 6 champions. And who is much more worthy? I guess if there's someone or if there's another team who can stop the streak of Blacklist, Bren Esports is one of the teams who are really I'm really aiming for.
I actually love the story here. Again, the week before last, Workoster Force, the qualifiers undefeated team, new to the MPL, almost had it, right? The week after that, Omega Esports, an M2 contender, Season 6 grand finalist almost had it.
Yeah, almost.
This time, Bren Esports, they stand on the shoulders of giants. They're using the knowledge from both of those games, and now they're adding their twist. They're adding something that only they have. They're adding the goat's milk. That sounds disgusting. Never mind. They're adding Rebo's skill.
Yeah.
All right, and they're adding Coach Ducky's expertise here to finally clinch one against Blacklist International.
And it's really effective. Again, after that turnaround,
Yeah,
I guess
it's as close as it gets.
close as it gets, man.
But they
And-
got it.
Yeah, they got it already. And wow, the presence of mind that yeah, we already got this. We won the fight already. Again, the way how Bren Esports are playing things out, even though that they're behind, the patience from this squad right here really shines. That will really prove that patience is really indeed a virtue. And wow, Leo, I really want to start the draft right now. I want to see how Bren Esports are actually gonna draft it out. Are they going to go for another Chang'e pick? I think Rebo's Chang'e is really spectacular from that game.
So good. I mean, logic speaks for itself. No Chang'e, lose.
Yeah.
With Chang'e, win. It's so. It's literally. It's written on the walls. Not literally, I'm sorry, but you know what it is. You know what I mean. Ladies and gentlemen, this draft is brought to you by Smart. Here we go. This time around, Blacklist International saying it's our turn at first dibs.
Your team
They take
is
out the
banning.
Jawhead.
Yep, Jawhead, and for the side of Bren Esports, they will go for the Diggy. Almost the same, but I want to see a different adjustment here for Blacklist International, or maybe is it just that they got overconfident, went straight to the main inhibitor? That's a big
Your
question.
team is
But
banning.
let's go ahead and skip over to our draft here. Blacklist International removing the Selena. They're
Yeah.
not giving an opportunity at all for
Your
Bren to get
team
this.
is
Yeah,
banning.
that's something else I think maybe Midnight, our analyst, didn't have enough time to cover. The Selena on Few just did not fall off. It always had something to do. It always had a function. Given that it is one of the strongest heroes in the early, Selena on Few is just a whole nother level. It's a beast. So I think Blacklist International, Coach Bonchan does well to acknowledge that. Bren Esports, they take out the Harith. Again, the whole choke out, the side lane strategy is working out.
Yeah, and well, we've seen the strength of this Harith here. Just got its level 4, all the energy shields will be removed instantly, and that is really good if you're going for a gold lane Harith rather. But yeah, on the hands of Blacklist International, Bren Esports says no,
Your
no
team is
way that
banning.
you will get this. Forza for the Blacklist International. Yeah, I guess they're removing all of those heroes who can disrupt the team fight competition or the team fight draft of Blacklist International, and for sure they will go for another team fight oriented draft here as always. But Blacklist International, let's see, should they go for the Mathilda pick here?
There's so many open. Yeah, Matilda's still here. Benedetta is still here.
Yeah.
They want to get that secured. I don't think a first pick Granger would be smart though. A little too risky for my taste. But I love how Bren Esports just takes out the Estes. Like, no more tricks.
No way.
First pick Rafaela though. No. Blacklist. Again, my thoughts are racing, ladies and gentlemen. This series has got me on edge. So my mouth and my brain are just like racing each other. This is a hero that comes through though.
Yeah.
This is one of the few heroes that Oh My Venus has that actually has teeth.
Yeah, that's true. Again, one of the most aggressive or more of a team fight oriented hero mage for Blacklist International. And for sure this will be Oh My Venus special. We've seen, well, we've talked about Leo pre-match that Venus loves to play all of those defensive heroes. But I think utility heroes. But this is the other side of Oh My Venus, I think. Eve with the control, with the aggressiveness, and also with the position a little bit, using the Void Crystal, messing up the position of Bren Esports. But Bren Esports says, yeah, okay, we're done. We heard what Leo said earlier.
Did they?
Yeah.
Rebo.
No Chang'e.
No Chang'e loss.
No Chang'e loss.
With Chang'e
win.
I mean, it's a safe pick. Like, that's
Yeah,
just
it
how
is.
strong Chang'e is these days. Again, we are in the midst of a nice one baby metagame. And I hope someday someone just laughs and says, yeah, Chang'e is a baby. Because she is.
She is a baby.
She's literally a baby. She's
Indeed.
so cute. But no, again, how she works with this current metagame is the fact that you put a Durance on this Chang'e, and you're doing so well to call half of what's happening in the current metagame. But looking at this, Blacklist International, they pick up the Alice and the Paquito. Arguably might go into the side lanes. This is dangerous, TDZ, don't you think, to expose your side lane plan so early?
As early as possible, yeah, I think that's okay. It's a worth the trade to at least...
worth the risk.
Yeah, worth the risk as well. That Blacklist International will just hide their core hero. It will be easier for them to adjust. Once Bren Esports were able to show their mid lane or their core, it will be easier to at least anticipate what kind of draft we will go on. But I really love because I think it's safe for them to pick the side lanes first because they already have an Eve who can, well, at least secure their team fight oriented. It is actually, it is also a good heroes or a good skills to see because there's a Paquito left inside the ring, or rather the boxing ring instead of a chessboard of the real world manipulation. They have a lot of control as well. We've seen this kind of draft a lot. I think Omega is also is the one who's going for this draft here on top of the Farsa instead of the Alice. However, Bren Esports, yeah, we know the trick. You're just waiting, or you're just trying to hide your picks here, so we will just go in a much more safer pick, Baksha.
Yeah, I love it. Bren Esports is just choking out Wise. Like, what's left for Wise? A Bruno? Well, Blacklist International, they are closing the gap instead. I think they're choosing to cover up what Few is able to play. They might actually take out the Lu Yi here. But yeah, Bren Esports, they have a one-track mind. They're going for the throat here. They're taking out Wise's choices. TDZ, what's a Wise choice that's left here for Blacklist International?
Bruno
wink,
is okay.
wink.
Yeah, wink, wink. Okay, yeah, for sure. This will be a Bruno pick here for Blacklist International. And then a tank Rafaela, but it's quite too risky since Baksha is already on play here. Yeah. Bruno for sure. For Blacklist
Bruno might be the last choice, right? Oh man, Bren Esports, Ducky may have seen through what Bonchan is doing, and this is a great battle of minds. Again, these are two of the greatest coaches of their time. Again, just how far Bonchan has taken Blacklist in this season. 7 games, 7 series, undefeated.
Oh, wow.
Unbelievable. Blacklist International, they did ban out the Kufra, and Bren Esports takes advantage. Now comes out Fuse Lo Yi.
Yeah, Fuse Lo Yi. So Bren Esports says, yeah, okay, we read you already. I think this is the key for us to decode your current composition here. Since Lo Yi, they love to go for team fights. Again, I did mention earlier the rotation plus the dispersion combo up against a good Estes or a good Estes draft, but
it's not even an Estes draft.
Not even an Estes draft, but they're really confident that that Blacklist International will have a very difficult time since they have removed almost all the core heroes that Wise are using. So if they can go for the Bruno pick, Bruno Roger.
Oh!
Okay, rather Roger plus the Angela.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a different play for Blacklist International. So if Blacklist International can pull this off, they need to start from the behind of Bren Esports.
They need to come from behind. They need to catch them off guard.
Catch them off guard.
Ooh.
And one of the best ways for them to do that is start things off with the Alice initiation plus the real world manipulation.
A little dangerous, don't you think?
It is really dangerous. It is risky.
It's a small window for them to do that, but once they get it through, it's an easy go for a fast farming Roger, and of course an Alice that scales infinitely from the side lanes. But now, Bren Esports, this is as comfortable gets.
Okay. This is it. Now it's really risky for Bren Esports now because they don't have, or who will be their core hero? This will be a core Benedetta.
Yes.
Okay, but I believe this damage, the damage output of Bren Esports is not that much. Yeah, I agree. They will just heavily rely on the execution or that DPS damage from the Chang'e.
Yeah. So Rebo's gonna play a monumental and significant role here. He can't just stay in the gold lane.
Okay, and also there's a lot of magic damage here for Bren Esports. So Bren Esports, for them to win, they need to stop the farm of Blacklist International. Invade. That's the key for Bren Esports. But for Blacklist International, if they're able to secure the early game, it is a difficult situation for Bren Esports. Oh my goodness, the damage. I'm not sure if the damage is enough, but I'm always saying it, but that's the key. That's the thing about this draft from Bren Esports.
All right, so that seems to be the only thing lacking, given
Yeah.
that Flapteasy did pick up a Uranus. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn. It comes down to this. Will Bren Esports decode Blacklist International, or will the undefeated underdogs add another notch to their already long-running winning streak? Here we go. In mid, Few facing off against Venus. This is gonna matter. Again, the speed of rotation on Aluyi will dictate how well Bren Esports puts in that damage.
Exactly. So it's all about getting their power spikes, getting their level 4s, excuse me, and also applying pressure on the side lane, since Blacklist International already shown their side lanes here. Stop the farm of Oheb and also Edward, and also giving some, or making sure that they're not fighting on the choke points on the side of Bren Esports.
Yep, and Eson, ever the active position 5, a full-on support on the Angela, making sure that Rebo doesn't have an easy go. Kaltizi coming from the side lanes here. Oh, Edward gets caught out. This might be a first blood. Edward, he's a little too deep. Flapteasy, Ionic Edge. Kaltizi gets it. That's one down. Paquito gets knocked out.
That's one of the perks of the jungle, or rather the core Benedetta. Once you have the purple and the orange buff, that is already enough for you to get that kill. Even without level 4 though, because his utilities, his skills is all about mobility, and also with the help of the Ionic Edge plus the Transcendent Ward from Bren Esports, they can get that kill. And they need to do this every single time. They need to make sure to at least invade or handle or take the jungle area of Blacklist International for them to stop the snowball factor of this Roger-Angela combo.
All right, so it's got to come down to the choke. An early choke for Bren Esports equals a win. Blacklist International, though, they need to pick their targets very, very carefully. But the fact that they have an Angela means it's an easy yes. As soon as Wise says, all right, this looks like a sure kill, Venus, back me up. Eson says, all right, let's do it.
Yeah.
But it's not as simple. It's a two-step combo, all the while Bren Esports just owning a majority of the map.
Yeah. Even, again, taking down the turtle on the side of Bren Esports is really good already. And look at the mobility of Lusty and Few there, just disrupting the farm of Oh My Venus. However, here the bottom lane, the rest of Bren Esports are already trying to go to the bottom lane here, trying to stop the farm of Oheb, getting this his stacks as soon as possible.
Approaching the 3-minute mark here, second turtle about 75 seconds away. Eson still yet to get his level 4, his ultimate. No Heartguard online just yet for Blacklist International, which shows in the way Wise is just ever so careful before coming out and calling kills. Flapteasy and Kaltizi, the Teasy brothers!
Yeah.
I think they want to go another round against Edward.
Yeah, applying pressure here top lane, controlling Edward, and also forcing the rest of Blacklist International to converge to the top lane. However, looking at middle lane here, I'm looking at Kaltizi matching up against Wise.
Here we go. Heartguard onto Wise. It is defensive. Kaltizi knows, let's waste the Heartguard. That's a good call.
Yep. And they need to do that. Now that they knew that the Heartguard is not available, it will be easier for Bren Esports to move forward.
Huge timer.
Yep, huge timer indeed. And look at Wise here playing defensively as a Roger. That's not a good sign.
Oh, Oheb's gonna be the target here. That's gonna be the meteor shower. Lusty smells blood, pops the Puissance. He might pay. That's gonna be a delayed kill. Wise gets it nonetheless. And it's a 1-for-1. But still, Bren Esports still ahead, maybe about 1,000 gold. Blacklist, though, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they indeed know what they're doing here. Even at, looking at Oheb, he's low, but he's just risking it. No, I really need to get my experience up and running here and also get the orbs as much as possible. But Flapteasy trying to disrupt the farm of Wise along with Edward. But Flapteasy says, yeah, I tried, didn't get it, but at least the experience will be cut into half. Now that the turtle has already respawned, Bren Esports getting the upper hand when it comes to position.
Love the emotes put out by Flapteasy once more, ladies and gentlemen. MSC 2021 confirmed, happening this month of June. Check that out. It's going to be 8 days of competition. I'm already excited. 100% turtle take rate by Bren Esports. Kaltizi, I think this is his new Lancelot. This is the other hero that he's like, all right, I want to go early. I want to start making moves fast. Let's play Benedetta.
Yeah, and Benedetta, he will play to the top lane. He loves to play with those really mobile heroes that can breach the backlines easy. And Carlteasy here, level 9 up against a level 8 Wise on his Roger. And it's all about the position. It's all about who will take the fight first. Since Bren understood that, yeah, when it comes to team fights, Blacklist International had the advantage, so we'll try to go for a pickup instead.
Electro final blow already used up. Heart guard onto Wise. He gets blasted. Esson caught out in the crossfire. Flat easy from the back lines. This is his favorite thing to do. He's gonna cut deep and then bother people. Esson survives though. I think that's still a win for Bren.
Yep, still a win for Bren. And look at Carlteasy not stopping anytime soon.
Blood flowing to the back. It's caught, says Lusty. Welcome to the jungle.
Woo! I'm feeling it right now, Leo. Bren Esports playing really good after that win from the second game. And Wise having a difficult time since Bren Esports with the mobility from Carlteasy. It's difficult for Wise to catch him out.
Is this the old reverse sweep?
Oh, I think so. That's a big question mark here for our game 3.
Let's not call it so soon, though.
Yeah, let's not call it
This
so
is
soon.
still Blacklist International we're talking about. And again, they have better scaling, if I may say. Real world manipulation here. A defensive move by Venus. Gets blasted by the meteor shower. Blood flow by Oheb. Clears out that last siege minion. And mid lane survives.
Yeah, mid lane survives. Diversion play.
Edward goes in, calls for the heart guard, but he gets destroyed. Flapdaisy gets a kill. Esson caught out, still there. That's a double for Bren, 2 for none. And they go on ahead and try to find where the next move's gonna be. Rebo, he doesn't have his own. This is gonna be a turtle for Wise.
Okay, just in time, Retribution, but look at Lusty here moving forward with the shield unity.
No! Lusty pins him down. Rebo with the assist.
Look at that. Wise now getting controlled. Not.
Oh no. Oheb here. Electro final blow by Carlteasy finishes him underneath the turret. That's 3 kills straight. Bren Esports is just going all over the map. They're pulling doubles, man.
Yep, and this is the play. Invade the jungle, stop the early game potential of Blacklist International, and then go for it. And also look at the rotation of Flapteasy here, just forcing Edward to stay on the lane, and Esson almost getting caught off guard there with the burst damage from Carlteasy.
Real world manipulation by Oh My Venus. Heart guard. Pulled on by Esson just to try and save Wise. Now Edward's gonna be the target. Edward's gonna get blown up here underneath his own tier 2 turret as Flapteasy whacks away.
Wow, Bren Esports filling it right now. Look at the net worth, ladies and gentlemen, and also the items. 5k net worth leads, Ice Queen wand, Glorious wand, and also a lot of enchant talismans for the position 4 and 5 or 3 and 4 here. And again, Uranus, rather Flapteasy. Look at this guy right here, left unchecked, cutting the waves already.
This is dangerous for Wise. He gets caught by the Echo final blow. He tries to secure his own orange, but at the cost of his life, he pays the iron price.
Wow, 23 seconds on the sidelines here. Look at the level gap of the core heroes here for Bren Esports. Level 12 to level 11 with the KDA 130 up against 503 of Carlteasy. They need to take advantage of the fact that they are really excelling when it comes to team fight. But look at Rebo just using all of the meteor showers, forcing Oh My Venus to stop the real world manipulation, but he says no.
Oh man. I love how you put into perspective that even if it is just 1 level up, Carlteasy, it's the KDA that really speaks to them.
Yeah.
It's really the KDA that dictates as to how this game is looking like this. Nice rotations here by Few, making even underneath tier 2 turret a hot zone for Blacklist. And look at this, Bren Esports not wasting any moments, going for this level 1 Lord. There's no signs of contestation from Blacklist. Ladies and gentlemen, first turret goes over to Bren.
Lord has been slain. 1-9, Blacklist International at the brink of ending their winning streak here on this current season. BOD purchased by Carlteasy, so we're expecting a lot of damage output here for Carlteasy's Benedetta. Also going for the Holy Crystal here for Rebo, so a lot of magic and magic and physical damage for Bren Esports. Blacklist International defensive, going for the brute force breastplate for both Paquito and also Oh My Venus. But the items of Wise here still trying to get that endless battle. But he got choked early, sandwiched inside their base. Bren Esports took another turret away from Blacklist International.
Oh! You see that? A single rotation puts Eson at about
half, more than half.
More than half! Yeah, I was thinking of my fractions, but hold up, real manipulation, doing his best, trying to save this turret down bottom. And there's the Heart Guard already onto Ohib. Lord's gonna fall. Lusty gonna be here, still alive. Flapteezy gets destroyed. The turret still stands. That's a couple of free kills for Blacklist International. But Bren Esports is just laying down the pressure. TDZ, Blacklist is holding on.
Black still holding on. Since the bottom lane is already pushing in, the best thing to do is do the same strategy like Bren Esports did earlier from game 2.
Hold out!
Yeah, just hold out, be patient. It's just 10 minutes up, and there's still a Luminous Lord coming in after a few minutes. But Blacklist International, they knew that they're behind by how much? I think that was 8,000 net worth lead now for Bren Esports.
Oh, it was much bigger. I think it was close to 10 earlier.
Yeah, earlier.
This is Blacklist closing the gap.
Yeah, they're trying their best. So, yeah, as I was saying, yes, more of a damage. Well, I stand corrected. Bren Esports with the itemization and also with the help of Rebo here, giving a lot of opportunity for Carlteasy to catch up. And also with the aggressiveness of Carlteasy earlier, getting that early pick off, securing his items here, making it easier for Bren Esports to move forward.
Yep. And again, let's not discount the fact that a great diversion could come into play. A diversion from few could catch Blacklist off an odd angle and then make a real world manipulation lose its course. But again, 90 minutes away from this Luminous Lord, it's all about who pulls the trigger first.
Yeah.
I think there's so much laying on the line when it comes down to the ult, especially for Blacklist.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, we're talking about the power spikes here as well. Wise, yeah, Roger is really good when it comes to the early game once he's able to get that snowball factor out. But if compared to other marksman heroes, yeah, his power spike, his scaling is not that good. But look at Carlteasy here, just slicing, stealing the purple buff away from Wise, and you don't want that. If you're playing Roger, you need to at least have that cooldown reduction to at least transform or morph yourself out, switch it over to the wolf transformation plus the restore to human form. But Bren, they can feel it right now. They had almost the 80% of the map here all controlled out. And Blacklist International, there's no way that they can get out of the river and catch out, probably contest the next Lord, since it will respawn in the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, TDZ, we're at the point where it's Bren Esports' game to lose.
Yeah.
This Lord is far out of Blacklist's reach, and not discounting the fact that maybe they could go for a Hail Mary and contest it, steal it, but just the same, it might cost them. The only reason why I think Bren Esports lost 2 men earlier in this final siege down bottom, or the siege for this bottom lane turret, is because, hold up, there's turrets! Now Wise getting blasted by Lusty, he survives! Wise with just 1 HP goes in, but at what cost? Heartguard is out, Edward getting hit here, Flapteasy whacking away at this turret up top. Oh no, this is just them buying time. Bren Esports, they're conditioning Blacklist. They're making sure that the ults go out, which they do, for the easier Lord take.
Yeah, Lord take, no more ultimates, and Blacklist International, they knew that Bren Esports are trying to take the Lord, but they can't do anything.
Yeah.
As you said earlier, all the ultimates have been burned out, especially the Heart Guard. There's no additional layer of protection for Wise.
It's a count. It's literally just logic.
Yeah.
And again, Blacklist, they're put in a situation where there's not much they could do.
Oh my. Blacklist International. Now that the Lord already marching into the bottom lane, Bren Esports are just trying to clear all the resources that they can before the last push here.
Yep, speaking of last, Carlteasy finishes his arsenal. He picks up that Malefic Roar. He's going for the throat, man. He smells blood.
He smells blood indeed.
He's gonna go for these objectives. Right now, real manipulation first up. few. Getting hit from the back line. Might get destroyed here by Edward. He does get confirmed the kill. That's going to be bottom lane and top lane, though, getting swung at. Oh, Edward gets taken out. That's a trade 1-for-1 now. Lord gets easily destroyed, but top and bottom go down just the same. Bren Esports, I think they should watch themselves here. Discipline is key.
Discipline is key. It's a little bit of scattered fight there, but look at Oheb moving forward to the top.
Oh, Heart Guard. It's in, and just like that, they go in and out. They see the minions. But again, I think these two teams, they know that the minions, they hit for far less.
Yeah. Oh,
they're not in trouble.
They're not in trouble indeed. And look at how Bren Esports penetrated the base of Blacklist International. But again, with the defense from Blacklist, says Oheb, yeah, I'll try to go and soak all the damage. So try to eat all of your HPs. But Bren Esports, yeah, just be patient for a little bit. Patience, we did this earlier, and for sure Blacklist can survive this next wave push. But Leo, they really need to get this purple buffs. We'll give it to Wise here. Wise tried his best, but he's just staying on his human form, trying to slow down. That's his main contribution for Blacklist engagement from that situation. Slow down all the heroes, but he can't risk to transform into the wolf transformation.
Hold up, Oheb here, taking quite a bit of damage, but he does go out. Cartesi might get destroyed. Oh, he survives, he goes out. Wise, he's okay. He does survive. He goes ahead and dashes out, switching forms. Human, wolf, and just like that, both teams come to a stalemate.
Oh my, again, here we go. We might see this kind of play for the next 4 more minutes.
Until we reach the 20-minute
mark, because that's the crucial mark.
That's a point of no return.
Exactly. Oh, real world.
Edward coming in, tries to get Few. Few survives. No! That's a shutdown by Venus! That's a shutdown by Venus and Bren Esports. They know now that Blacklist, they have teeth.
Yeah.
Blacklist will make you pay if you overextend.
Oh my. And we're looking at a Athena shield being purchased, but look at this. Blacklist International starting to fight.
Oh, Wise looking low. There's a hard guard on Oheb. Rebo raining down, and the meteor shower. Down goes Oheb. Down goes Edward as well. That's 2 for 1 so far on the board. 4 versus 3. Flaptizi just standing in the front of all the members of Blacklist. He says, you can stop me. Now Wise, that's Cartesi is godlike. Cartesi cannot be stopped. It's just Venus and Eson. How will they survive?
They need to wait and push back the next minion wave here, especially in the bottom lane since Cartesi is also there.
My Venus. My heart, Rebo, raining down the meteor shower. Down goes Eson. Real manipulation for the game. Can they do this? Can Venus survive? Ladies and gentlemen, Blacklist has been decoded. Bren Esports, your world champions, end the streak.
Victory!
Look at that. What a nice turnaround. Bren Esports decoding Blacklist International.
This winning moment is brought to you by Master. How poetic. TDZ, if there was one team to end Blacklist International's winning streak, of course it had to be our defending champions. 7-1.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Blacklist running record, 7-1.
Wow, 7-1. And Bren Esports for sure will have that momentum. Well, after that winning fight, for sure the other teams needs to watch out for the next series of Bren Esports moving forward after the series. Leo, I'm speechless.
TDZ. So am I.
After that fight from game 2, after the turnaround, that's the fuel that we were waiting for. Bren Esports, man, oh my goodness.
Oh, I need to catch a breath. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you enjoyed that series because I for sure, TDZ, and I here at the Caster's Desk did as well. I'm hoping Midnight has something to say. He's our resident analyst. He's going to tell us and explain exactly how Bren Esports clutched this game and this series.
Finally, na-decode na ang Blacklist International and Bren Esports got the reverse sweep against the undefeated Black Agents. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Min and ating himayin ang nangyari dito sa ating game number 3. Bago tayo mag-proceed dun sa paghimay natin, tignan muna natin yung post-game stats na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Bren Esports, again, sinabi ng mga casters natin, medyo one-sided affair yung nangyari dito. The thing is, hindi nalaro ng Blacklist yung gusto nilang lineup. This is the first time that they felt this pressured into drafting heroes na hindi nila madalas nagagamit. Although nakuha nila yung Pakito and nakuha din nila yung Alice, the thing is, yung playstyle hindi nagsisync with each other. And Bren Esports, matagal na nilang laro to. Actually, this is the first game that they played. This is the first draft that they played nung unang laban nila, yung Benedetta Jungle. And Cartezy really did prevail a lot in this game. Blacklist International, wala yung key component ng lineup nila dito, no, which is yung sustain for the team fight. Yes, you have an Angela, pero it's paired up with a Roger against a Baksha. Baksha is really good in this lineup against Blacklist International kasi number 1, tinatanggal mo yung sustain na meron si Roger, and number 2, meron kang front line na pwedeng humarap against Blacklist, and wala rin sa kanila actually kaya pumatay kay Lusty rito, no? So pagdating ng mid-game, medyo naging awkward yung condition for Blacklist International. How do they actually start fights? Although the late game, kaya din naman makipagsabayan ng Blacklist against Bren Esports. But the thing about the Benedetta Jungle is that it overfarms a lot. What I mean by overfarming is that they get a lot of resources on the map. Kasi merong mobility si Benedetta, and at the same time, kaya niyang mag-split push while team fighting. Kasi nga, ang nature ng hero na to is kumukuha siya ng resources into taking fights, into taking objectives. Yan ang kinagandahan ng Jungle Benedetta na inabuse ng sobra-sobra ng Bren Esports this game. Bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating mga highlights, check muna natin yung ating live watching rewards. Sa mga gusto manalo ng rewards dyan, worth of 599 diamonds, simple lang ang inyong gagawin. Scan nyo yung QR code, fill upan nyo yung form na nandito sa ating website, and if you are one of the first 30,000 entries, mananalo kayo ng in-game rewards, again, worth 599 diamonds. So napakalupit na ng series natin, intense yung panonood natin, and may chance pa kayo manalo. Napakasarap talaga manood ng MPL. And ito, masarap panoorin yung highlights ng ating game na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Makikita natin dito yung dominance ng Bren Esports. From the early game pa lang, ramdam na natin na parang hindi nila binibigyan ng space yung Blacklist International. Even ganking a Uranus lane. Sabi ni Cartezy, walang makunat sa akin. As long as I can overfarm, I can take resources, at idedali ko lang yung game ng Blacklist International. Again, yung presence ng Baksha sa lineup ng Bren Esports, it stops the aggression of the Roger and Angela. Kahit pa sabihin natin, full equipped naman sila with the Eve, the Roger, the Angela, the Alice, hindi enough yung damage output nila sa front lines ng Bren. And pag tinignan nyo naman yung lineup ng Bren, maganda rin yung composition nila dito. Meron silang backline, meron silang back-end heroes. Pag sabi kong back-end heroes, yan yung literal na nasa likod ng Bren Esports, no? On the form of the Chango and the Luwei. Ang daming threat actually sa side ng Bren Esports. Tapos meron pa silang additional sustain na frontline, which is si Flap TZ, na parang pakiramdam din natin nung early game, no? Hindi nila masyado nakikita, pero sabi nila dito, okay, wala namang papatay kay Uranus dito. So let's just put him in the front line. Although napatay siya ng Blacklist International, the thing is, you need to commit a lot of resources to take down these kills. And again, Bren Esports, alam nila na kaya nila i-sustain yung damage output ng Blacklist International. Hindi sila nagmamadali dito, no? Actually, the game went on to 17 minutes. Pero sabi ng Bren Esports, okay lang, basta mapalabas natin yung Blacklist International sa base, we can actually take them down. Cartezy on the Benedetta, again, proved to be very consistent in this game. Kinukuha niya lahat ng jungle resources na pwedeng farmin ng Blacklist International. Once naubos na yung resources, tsaka sila nagre-reset and tsaka sila nagtatry mag-take ng objective. So medyo classic yung approach ng Bren Esports dito, no? Pagka-freeze ng lane, let's just take enemy resources. Kaya naman siya ang ating MVP ng game. Of course, this MVP is brought to you by Smart. Cartezy on the Benedetta, 706. Ang kanyang KDA, damage dealt of 52,775. Damage taken 43,000, medyo sustainable din kasi yung Benedetta, especially with the second skill, no, yung Eye for an Eye, and the kill participation of 93%. Literal na si Cartezy ang nagkontrol ng tempo rito for Bren Esports and led the World Champions towards the victory, the first defeat of Blacklist International. Napakaganda ng series natin for today. Actually, may isa pa, no? May isa pa tayong exciting series na aabangan. So once again, balik muna tayo sa ating mga casters.
And that's all she wrote Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'm not sure if you heard my opening line, but once more, thank you so much for joining us. My name is Leo, and this right here is TDZ. These face shields, they come in handy, protecting us from bacteria, of course, from the vid, but just the same. Tricky audio. TDZ!
Yeah.
Midnight already broke it down, man. It seems like Benedetta is Carl TZ's new Lancelot.
Yeah, exactly. And also, one thing that I've mentioned, noticed by the way, I have 100%, or rather a 0% prediction from that
Negative
series.
100.
Negative 100. At least let's try to look script it on a little bit of a positive way. But yeah, I think later on I'll try to predict another ones for our third series.
Let's
Maybe
see.
I'll try to get that future.
Yeah.
But I'll go in reverse rather.
All right. So again, you're still technically correct, but you have to assume that you get it wrong.
Yeah.
All right. For those of you at home confused, we're the same.
Yeah.
But just the same, again, I'm so happy for Bren Esports. Congratulations for taking that series. For Blacklist International, though, it seems to go back to the drawing board. Coach Bonchan, though, great run at 7-0, this time sitting at 7-1. Ladies and gentlemen, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. MPL Philippines is also under the supervision and regulation of the Games and Amusement Board. Once more, it has been an honor. My name is Leo. This right here is TDZ, and we'll be back with more. But for now, let's throw it over to our panel for an interview, quick, with the World Champions. We're going to be hearing from Miss Mara Aquino.
Reverse sweep ng Bren Esports and Blacklist International. Ito talaga yung inaabangan nating laban. And now, it's time to talk to Bren Esports. Nandito si Rebo. Hi, Rebo! Rebo, congratulations! So yung Game 1 did not go your way. Pagdating sa Game 2, you were able to flip it around. Game 3 naman, kitang-kita na control nyo yung tempo, nasa nyo yung disiplina. Pero balikan natin, dun sa Game 2, gaano kasarap sa pakiramdam na na-control nyo yung Game 2? Ano yung mood dyan sa room nyo? Ano yung mga pinag-usapan nyo dyan?
Wag lang papalag, tsaka wag manggigil. Kasi doon kami natatalo palagi sa lahat ng laban namin pag nanggigigil kami.
Alam niyo talagang nag-iba kayo ng anyo pagdating ng Game 3. Ngayon, anong pinagkaiba ba sa larong ito kumpara dun sa mga other teams na beat nyo considering kayo lang ang nag-iisang koponan na nakatalo sa Blacklist?
Hindi, siguro napagandaan din. Tsaka malakas talaga sila.
Pero ngayon talagang pinakita nyo ang inyong lakas. Sobrang daming nag-cheer ngayon sa ating social media. Cheering and happy for our defending champs. Ano ang mensahe niyo sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon?
Masasabi ko lang, tuloy niyo pa rin yung suporta sa amin kahit yung mga week 1, week 2 namin puro talo. Tapos ngayon, pagandaan niyo na kami.
Maraming salamat, Rebo. Mga teams, narinig niyo yan. Paghandaan niyo na ang Bren Esports. Congratulations! Yan ang ating defending champs. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 7. Walang bibitiw.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart, ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. What's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kati. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see a story that started in 1967. Since then, our mission has expanded to helping protect our environment for future generations to enjoy. It's a work in progress, but just this season we've used the equivalent of 13 million bottles worth of recycled polyester in our most popular backpacks. When you look inside a Jansport pack, you see our commitment to this brilliant blue planet we call home. And we're just getting started.
Nature is our ally, not our enemy.
We rely on nature as our life support system.
We are all connected. This is our opportunity for a new balance with nature.
It's time to step up our game for conservation.
Let's gather for a team fight.
There's no other option. This is our end game.
We could be the last generation to save the world.
Together we can protect and conserve species and their habitat.
Because together, anything is possible.
Victory, 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 victory for nature. Together, 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 possible.
Life is a stage, and I am the dancer. is too short not to dance.
This is my tempo. Everyone can be a legend. I must win.
We still have one series to keep your heart pumping. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 7, presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Eto, pwede kayong makakuha ng libreng skin, libreng diamond sa ating mythical raffle draw. All you have to do is scan this code right over here para sagutin ang ating mga katanungan. Super dali lang, about 4 to 5 questions tungkol sa MPL. At kapag kayo ang nanalo dyan, meron kayong skins or diamonds. Meron din tayong live watching rewards. First 30,000 na makakapag-fill up ng form correctly, mananalo ng ating treasure chest. Pagbukas nyo yan, magugulat kayo kung ano nga ba yung mahahanap nyo. Good luck sa inyo once again. First 30,000 lamang ito. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Break through your own limits, rise above, and be free to game great with free games for all. Get 1 gig a day for Mobile Legends, Facebook Gaming, and more, plus 1 gig a day for 7 days. Just dial *123# or download the Giga Life app and choose free games. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Oppo A94. Experience gaming at full speed with the all-new Oppo A94. Get yours now for only 13,999 pesos. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also presented by Head & Shoulders. Put your game face on and finally say goodbye to those awkward #It's a GG moment thanks to Head & Shoulders. 100% dandruff-free and itch-free. Now, max mabango pa. MPL Philippines Season 7 is also brought to you by Master. Bring your clay game with the new Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Ito ang sikreto ng mga guwapo. Eto na, sa ating panel makakasama natin galing sa ating second series, TDZ and Leo. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you, thank you. Sobrang exciting talaga yung ano na yun, nakakaubos ng boses. Alam mo si Leo, isa rin yun talagang impact.
Literally, sumisigaw-sigaw na ako doon. And I think, sinabi ko siya out loud, oh, my heart. Kasi sobrang ganda ng laban, sobrang tight. Again, we're talking about Blacklist International versus Bren Esports. But just the same, this matchup should be good as well, if not great.
Oo talaga, we're gonna bring you to the edge of your seats. So, meron tayong ONIC PH kontra Execration. Ito ang unang serye nila ngayong Season 7. Now, quick recap. Huling nagtapat itong dalawang kuponan na to, Season 6, doon sa battle for third sa ating playoffs. Now, sa mga hindi nakapanood nun, yung ONIC, mukhang sila na ang makakakuha ng bronze. Pero anong ginawa ng Exe? Na-reverse sweep nila, kinuha nila ang ating third place noon. At alam ko, yes, bago na yung mga players. Pero Leo, TDZ, this is really hard to forget. Sa tingin niyo ba makukuha ng Exe ang kanilang revenge o yung ONIC maganda yung momentum? Ano nga ba kaya mangyayari dito?
Well, tingin ko dito sa ONIC and Execration talagang ano to eh. It's all about the momentum. The reason why I said that is kasi yung Execration, mahilig silang sa mga early aggressive types, sa mga early aggressive skirmishes rather. At yun yung strength eh. Kasi yung mga kalaban nila, kung sakaling hindi na-control yung early game ng Execration, yun yung pwede nilang gawin para mag-snowball kaagad. More on snowball potential.
But just the same, I feel like Execration, they have to step up when it comes to their pre-game preparation. Kapag dating kasi sa skirmishes or sa snowball, in-game na yan eh. I want to see Execration do more when it comes to preparing for their draft because we did see them try Estes a few times and I think the last time I saw them play Estes, binigyan nila kay Chaknu, which didn't really work out. So I'm hoping that this time around, mas pino or mas polished ang kanilang draft laban sa ONIC.
Currently at 4 wins at sitting sa ating third spot sa Group A. Ito ang ONIC PH. Itong ONIC PH mukhang ang nagising sila. Ang ganda ng kanilang Week 4. Natalo nila Cignal, natalo din nila ang ating defending champs na Bren Esports. Gaano ba ka-importante na nandun yung momentum starting off the week, Leo?
I think going into this matchup, sobrang taas ng moral ng ONIC Philippines because look, here's the logic. They beat Bren 100%. 2-1 tapos 2-0. Just recently, Bren Esports beat Blacklist International 2-1. So gaano kataas yung ONIC doon in that hierarchy, no? So I'm guessing it's gonna play a big role dito sa coming matchup against Execration.
Silipin natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaro para sa ONIC ngayon. Delor, Hate, Marky, Jay, and Kyrie. Surprises?
Oh, whoa.
Marky.
Their sixth man. Marky with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ys. Count it. Maglalaro.
Limang huwa yan.
Limang huwa yan.
Pumasok kasi Marky, tol. So, surprising nakaka-surprise kasi anong play style yung gagawin dito ng ONIC PH since they're already, they're comfortable na ipapasok nila yung 6 man nila dito. So, it might be a big surprise up against Execration.
Ooh. You know what? I think we'll go to the lane predictions kapag ganito yung sitwasyon. I'm super excited again from out of left field.
Oh, wow. Let's see kung anong mga klaseng surprises ang mapapakita natin ng ONIC.
Magiging interesting talaga ang laban ngayon. Makakalaban nila ang Execration currently sitting at the number 4 spot sa Group B. Kilalanin natin ang ating mga manlalaro. Execration, ang ganda ng momentum nila, pero pagdating ng ating huling week, natalo sila ng Omega. They're right now, 3 wins, 3 losses, 50% match win rate. So, magkaroon tayo ng mahabang break, about 3 days. Ano sa tingin nyo yung mga adjustments na dapat nilang gawin kontra sa ONIC PH ngayon na gusto ng revenge?
Well, for example, sabi mo kanina, Leo, no, yung sa pre-game nila, tingin ko mas maganda na i-focus sila sa sarili nilang role. Chaknu going for more of a tank na talagang nag-zone out
yung
ng
may
mga
catch.
players, yung merong catch. Yung talagang, mahilig kasi sila sa sandwich play. Yun yung nakikita ko sa kanila eh. Take advantage na merong silang Chak na sobrang confident para mag-set up at yun yung nagiging strength ng Execration. Maybe there's a lot of experimental stages na pwedeng gawin dito ng Execration pero nasa week 5 na tayo. They need to stick on their ropes.
Sisilipin natin kung sino nga ba ang maglalaro ngayong araw para sa Execration. Ito Max, Chaknu, Renjo, Kelra, and Kiel VJ.
Siyempre, pasok pa rin ang K-Brothers, Kelra pati Kiel VJ. Isa sa nakikita natin talagang gumagawa, isa sa mga ace players dito ng Execration. Pero siyempre, let's not out of the count si Ito Max, Chaknu, and si Renjo. Still, ang tingin ko sa yung strength dito ng Execration kapag sila ang naglalaro eh. Kumbaga, power of friendship, ika nga. Diba? Hashtag Exeshot. Yan ang, yan ang strength ng Execration eh. Just go with their comfort picks and then execute well. Yun ang magiging key dito ng Execration to win.
Which all the more raises up a few questions for me. Kasi pag sinabi mo yung pangalan nila isa-isa, Eto Max, Chaknu, Kiel VJ, I'm not gonna name all of them. Pag sinabi mo yung pangalan nila lahat, parang makikita mo sa utak mo, uy, ito yung malakas na ganung role. Diba? Kahit si Renzio, nakapag-MVP na si Renzio ilang beses dito sa Season 7. And that's because they're all talented individually. What they need to do more is, again, prepare prior to the draft. Tapos, feeling ko more communication pagdating sa laro para yung lakas nila individually through the power of friendship na binabanggit natin ay mas lalong lumabas. They all move as one unit.
Marami talaga nag-aabang sa laban ng ONIC at Exe dahil it's been months since they face each other. Repeat or revenge? Mauulit kaya ng Execration yung malakas na ipinakita nila or makaka-revenge ang ONIC dito?
Well, repeat or revenge, napagandang title. Parang ano pa to eh, going back, Season 6 pa. Talagang
Last year pa to eh.
Matagal nang binuro. Kumbaga ito yung inangat na yung binuro mo, ito na yung kahatnan. Ang revenge ng ONIC and Execration. Pero yeah, sinamarize natin yung mga strengths and weaknesses nila kanina, pero it's all about the execution and preparation pa rin talaga.
Matagal na nga since huli sila naglaban. Kaya tignan natin yung current stats nila. Ito ang comparison. What can you say?
Ang taas ng KDA dito ng ONIC PH
Yeah.
compared,
grabe, diba?
sobrang layo. Pero ang advantage naman dito is yung objectives ng Turtles dito sa ONIC PH. So I think it's all about the early game control for both teams. Again, nakikita natin na, and also drafting especially. comfort, kung sakaling magkaroon ng comfort picks dito ang Execration, dun sila lalamang. Looking at the unique hero picks, 34 out of 29. Pero kapag nakuha din naman ng ONIC PH yung early game at yung flow ng execution nila early, tingin ko dun yung mag-shine yung ONIC PH.
Yeah, and just the same, meron ng isa pang number na medyo malayo. Yung 18 minutes to 14 minutes. Noong Season 6, Execration ang kings of the late game. Sila yung pag lumampas ng 18 minutes, ay ang taas ng win rate nila. Pero ngayon baliktad. I think ONIC Philippines, this throws me back to their long game against Work Osterforce. Kung naipanalo nila yun, mas lalong na-skew pa ang kanilang win rate sa mas matagal na laro. But this time around, 18 minutes lang siya. That seems to be a sweet spot. Execration 14. Kapag panalo sila, sobrang linis ng pagkapanalo nila.
Sobrang interesting talaga na ipagtabing stats, lalo na pareha sila sa ating series, 6 series each. Ito naman ang team key players mula sa ONIC, Delar, Hate, and Kyrie.
This is going to be the turtle lane, again, XP lane. That's where the first team fights are going to happen, alongside the jungler and the mid lane, the damage sources from ONIC Philippines. What's interesting here is also what's on the screen. Again, you see here, 66% kill participation by Kyrie. Hate as well. By the way, I can't believe it took us this long to discuss this. He's playing as his old team, Execration. So there's a lot of deep cuts dito sa laban na ito. And I think these three players, they're gonna do their best here to get their revenge.
May mga susi din ng Execration. Silipin natin ang tatlong manlalaro na we need to focus on Renjo, KLVJ, and E2 Max.
Yep, KLVJ looking at the GPM, 718 and also with the KDA. Jungle rotations, isa sa mga advantages ng Execration dito. Ang lupit nilang umikot, especially by holding the lane. Look at the most pick heroes ni Renzo dito. Pakito, more of a static, except for the back siya. So it's all about sustainability and also holding. Since sabi mo kanina, it's all about the off lanes kung saan nagsisimula yung turtle lane, nagsisimula lahat ng fight. At kapag hindi na penetrate ng kalaban or ng ONIC PH yung strength dito ni Renjo, dun yung magiging exception.
May napansin din ako, TDZ. Napansin mo ba, Tol? Si Renzo tsaka si KLVJ, sanay tumalo ng ONIC. Back-to-back Grand Finals ba naman? Diba? Sunsparks versus ONIC. Yan ang ating modern El Clasico. I wonder how, this bad blood's gonna come into play.
Juicy.
Meron tayong mga featured players. Pagtatabi natin yan. Mid lane, Kyrie and E2 Max.
Well, ito kay Kyrie, nakita ko kanina sa ating stats, top 5 siya yung pinakamataas when it comes to kills for week 4. And given the fact yung mga kalaban niya is almost all junglers, all mga core players, siya lang ang nag-iisang mage player at siya pa yung top 1. Looking at the KDA, 7.46 compared to E2 Max's 2.80. I think it's all about the kill participation. Nauuna laging sumasama si E2 Max as a team player. Pero when it comes to the execution, when it comes to going for the flashy kills, ini-spend lagi ni Kyrie na makakuha ng farm and also getting that secured kills as well at some point.
Nagulat nga ang lahat na nakita natin may bago tayong manlalaro, si Marky. Silipin natin ang ating lane prediction kung paano nga ba magbabago ito.
And he's gonna be coming from the gold lane. And it's actually Iaknu who sits out. Marky from the off-season, actually leading up to his recruitment into ONIC Philippines, he was actually playing for the Banner of Work. So ka-team niya yung mga yun dati. And he used to play a mage, and then he moved into the side lane, the gold lane. It's because of his diversity daw. Talagang magaling sa communications at sa teamwork ito, si Marky. So yeah, he's gonna be coming from the gold lane, that aside, parang tama naman ang lahat dito, kahit sa side na Execration.
Yeah, indeed. Tingin ko yun yung team plan na pwedeng gamitin ng ONIC PH against the aggressive Execration. Yeah, I completely agree, no? Parang sabi mo nga before na talagang mataas yung success rate ng Execration 18 minutes moving forward, pero nakikita natin yung adjustment dito ng Execration. Parang hinahaluan nila ng unting aggressiveness. That's why their team timers is almost 14 minutes.
Meron tayong bagong manlalaro dito. Titingnan natin kung meron nga ba tayong mga surprises. Simulan na natin ang ating huling serye ngayong araw. ONIC PH kontra Execration. Bakbaka na. Shoutcasters, pasok!
Man, I never expected Marky to sit in for Iaknu here, but then again, this is a crucial week for all of these teams. Welcome to MPL Season 7, the final series of the day. It is between Execration and ONIC PH, and MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Now, I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Uwomi, and this is a rematch that they have been talking about. The first time in a while that we've seen ONIC and Execration go up against each other, and it's Kyrie versus his old teammates.
Yeah, and before we discuss everything about this match, let's remind everyone that as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shields, and of course, staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part in trying to stop COVID-19. Now, going back to this game, ONIC PH versus Execration. This is going to be one of those matches that you could really expect to be down to the wire, just as our match 2 from today. Match 2 was insanely good. I just have to say that it's going to be hard to match that one as well.
Yeah, and we gotta make sure that, everything is properly in order, as much as, everything is properly sanitized for these teams, for each and every one of you guys. We need to make sure that all of these games are as smooth as butter for Execration and ONIC all together. But I'm really curious to see how Marky would be playing, considering the fact that, yeah, of course, in their scrimmages, I'm pretty sure that Marky has been playing in with ONIC PH. But this time around, it's the main stage. We need to make sure, we need to see a good performance from Marky nonetheless. And yeah, this is gonna be a tough call, man.
Yeah, and ONIC PH, they did get a good game last week, and last week they swept Bren Esports. As discussed in the pre-panel, Bren Esports got swept by ONIC PH last week, and Bren just recently decoded Blacklist, the first team to actually beat Blacklist in the regular season of MPL Season 7. And the thing about that is it took 5 weeks for other teams to keep up with Blacklist International, and now that Blacklist just discovers their first loss, will this trend continue? This is something that we should look forward to next week. But right now, ONIC, they swept Bren. But that was last week. Did Bren improve after losing to ONIC? That's another question. And now, since Bren improved, did ONIC improve enough to beat out Execration in this week?
Man, if anything, the transitive property doesn't apply to the current week that we have in the MPL, because the teams have just been evolving all throughout the weeks. I mean, we've seen teams in the earlier part of the week really not showing up well, not really performing well for that matter, but then started to come back. Week 3, that was the start of everything else. 4, and now 5. It's a whole different game here, as we will be waiting for the teams to get ready. Why don't we go ahead and talk about Marky real quick. He's filling in the gold lane for now, and what Leo actually brought up to the panel earlier on was that during the offseason he was actually playing as a mage with Work Officer 4 before getting drafted by ONIC PH. How big of an impact is on Marky, do you think, in this game?
Well, one thing that Leo also mentioned is the versatility of Marky. Again, versatility is a talent in MOBA games. When you could play several roles, you have better understanding of the game, and that understanding of the game equates to game IQ. And now that we're talking about Marky that potentially has a high game IQ, that could give ONIC PH maybe the edge that they need against Execration. But when we look at Execration as a team, we have to look at those miracle moments. This is like a fan favorite moment for a lot of the Execration fans out there, that Execration down by 5k, Cignal finds a 4-man set, and then suddenly it's an Execration game, or maybe just or if not miracle sets, we're gonna talk about basically sets in general. A lot of the gameplay coming in from Execration revolves around those skirmishes, around those team fights. So ONIC PH, with said game IQ, they could potentially dodge all of those. When you have better understanding of the game, you could just rotate your way to victory.
Yeah, but let's also take in consideration KLVJ and Renzio are way too familiar with ONIC this time around, since their first iteration with Sunsparks. They are used to the ONIC playstyle to the point that I feel like the Execration game, ONIC game might be completely different. And we're hopping into the draft, and this draft is brought to you by Smart. We're already halfway through, and have a look at the picks here. It's a Popolin Koopa, Granger, and Barats on the side of Execration. ONIC PH will be going for the Ling, the Selena, and the Angela, while banning out the Paquito, Johet, and Diggy on their side, on the Execration side. It is the Benedetta, the Eve, and the Uranus.
Well, looking at its draft, I gotta say that this ONIC PH lineup is very reminiscent of their first week in MPL, where they brought out the Angela paired with the Ling and the Uranus. And now that we have ONIC PH back on that form, again, week 1 for ONIC PH was a
Your
strong
team
ONIC
is
PH. If they
banning.
could replicate the same success that they got in week 1 against Execration, that would be great. But we've already seen what a Barats could do. A good Barats player could definitely stop a lot of engages, and on the hands of Execration, no doubt, they could play defensively this time around. But if this Popol and Koopa goes to the hands of Chaknu, I am not too confident with it. We did see Chaknu with the Popol and Koopa last week. It just didn't work out for them, and usually
Your
what works out for
team is
Execration
banning.
are basically AoE stuns for Chaknu, not someone like Popol and Koopa. But again, people grow, players grow, and as you said, a lot of teams change form every week. Execration might have already mastered what they have to do with this Popol and Koopa, but entering the second banning phase, Nomad, a Lapu Lapu, and a Farsa.
Yeah, I'm just about to bring it up. Typically, the Popol and Koopa getting picked up would mean that Selena would be having a hard time, but since Execration isn't the first pick, they secure the Popol and Koopa for themselves, and ONIC confidently responds with the Selena on their own, so that speaks volumes on how confident they are in this game.
Gotta agree with you there. Selena as a pick isn't really that effective unless you can land your Abyssal Arrows consistently,
team is
and this is a big problem. If you're not feeling it with your aim, it's gonna be a big factor for your team. You're gonna lose out on potential damage, potential pickoffs. But you know, if ONIC PH is confident in their Selena, they're ready to pick this. And maybe scouting reports, or you don't really know what happens in the back end of Execration and ONIC PH. Maybe there were scouting reports that they were 100% gonna pick that Selena, and they went for the Popol and Koopa priority.
Probably, as we're not be seeing any Esmeraldas in this game, and as well as a thumbs on to the hands of Bilar. That's not what we're going to be seeing here. Now, we are expecting the side lanes to come out a little bit sooner here, but we not actually seeing it. More often than not, it's the supports that came out here for Execration and ONIC PH, and ONIC PH has a response.
Surprisingly, Alice hasn't been picked up or banned yet, and Alice, one of the more picked heroes in the 4 weeks of MPL, not gonna lie. Alice is the most picked with 57 pickups by week 4, which means that a lot of teams really like playing around that Alice. And you know what comes second? That's the Benedetta, who has around the same number, around in the 50s as well, but it's banned right now. A Balman pickup from ONIC PH. This is one of the more surprising second rotation picks that we've seen so far.
Yeah, Balman traditionally is a bruiser that can really bully the lane out. And judging by how Execration is drafting this, it might just be a Barrett's Balman lane coming up from themselves. Execration has to go big here, unless they decide to play Popol and Koopa on the side lanes, which is, you know,
could be possible, but not the primary goal right now, or not inside the current meta. But let's continue this picking phase. A high loss coming in from Execration, plus the Lunox as well. I'm liking this. A lot of AoE heals, a lot of safety in the mage and the mid lane. Etomax will really have a swell time with the Order of Brilliance here. If ever kill VJ on this link, we'll try to go and kill him.
And a Chang'o to round out the lineup here for ONIC PH.
Not a lot of tanks for ONIC PH. They do have the Angela, but there's only one person that will go in with a dash. That's most likely KLVJ. If KLVJ gets immediately tagged with Koopa Bite, that's going to be a big problem for ONIC PH. But you know, let's see on what the game plan is for ONIC PH.
It is a side lane Popol and Koopa.
Oh wow. No way, that's a mid lane Popol and Koopa. Etomax, I think it's in the hands of Etomax. Yeah, that is going to be a mid lane Popol and Koopa. Meanwhile, Renzio and Kelra
they
would
will be on the side
playing on
lanes.
the side lane. So now we have a complete sheet heroes here. What did you say about ONIC PH? Because frankly, Execration has the better skirmish right now.
Yeah, and ONIC PH has the superior engagements. The only thing that Execration needs to do is to really disengage on the team fights and focus on pickoffs. That is how their lineup is looking, at least in the early to the mid game. And we'll have to see how Execration will be adjusting to ONIC. ONIC has to put up the pressure. If not, Execration is gonna have a good time for themselves as we hop on to game number 1 in this best of 3 series between ONIC PH and Execration. We are seeing the crucial members here for both these teams. Etamax and Kyrie, one of the leaders in the KDA department.
Yeah, and Kyrie definitely up there in the KDA department, mainly because of his not just efficiency in the mid lane, but safety as well. But let's see if he's going to be safe with this Selena. We know that Selena really loves going in.
And we're going to have to expect Selena to really go in. Try to go for the, I'd say, counter warding. Just counter trapping, there you go. That's something that they could do. Just get as much visibility in the map as possible. We do see the orange buff being scouted out by the side of ONIC. Meanwhile, Renzio just relatively happy with that. Barat's half HP, still managed to survive that 2-man game.
I mean, Barat's one of the more tankier heroes right now. Picked up by a lot of teams, mainly because of his ability to just soak up a lot of damage and potentially dismember a full hero inside a fight, especially with the Detona's welcome. But he does steal away that coin crab coming in from Renzio. And Renzio actually steals it away from Dlar, rather. Dlar knows that Jay is near, and I think it's already given for Execration that Jay's there.
It's Balman Barat side lane. Make that a 3-way side lane here for ONIC PH as they get the first blood onto Renzio.
I mean, there's no tanky Barats in a 3v1.
But there is a rotation here from Execration. Won't be able to stop the recalls from happening. They should have a good time here getting the turtle priority for themselves.
Turtle priority, but it's not going to be safe. The Balman is able to rotate with the Selena, but I feel like Execration's just going to take this for free. ONIC PH doesn't really care much about that first turtle. Let's see and how they're going to capitalize with KLVJ on the turtle buff.
They should just try to get as much chipping on the mid lane turret as possible as they get Kyrie, force the flicker out. They will choose to not further the engagements.
And the engagements weren't really that good coming in from Execration that time around. They knew that ONIC PH had the flicker, they burned it. Maybe the second time around, it'll just give Execration the kills that they need.
As we are seeing a little bit of a rotation from Execration to try to secure the turtle side as much as possible. Chakno will be forced to use out the glorious pathway to keep ONIC PH's bay as Renzio and Max looking for an opening for themselves to fight. Meanwhile, over in the bottom lane, there is a scuffle that Kelro will actually lose as Hate rejoins the fight.
Wow. That's another kill going towards the Ling, and Ling has been having a good time so far. Still, ONIC PH ahead by just 200 gold. Execration has been farming quite well, and looking at the gold right now, Lunox has the most gold so far, even with 1 death.
Yeah, and you know, even with 1 death, all Kelra really needs to do is just make sure that he keeps farming up. Get the first item locked down so that he can be able to join in the fights and really deliver that big of a difference against ONIC. And just going back to the point that we made for ONIC PH is that they just need to play it as aggressive as possible in early to the mid game so that to keep Execration in bay.
They are playing it very aggressively with this lane, but Execration, even if they are down by 2 kills, has been farming, as I said earlier, really well. In fact, really well. They've been losing out on kills, but in terms of gold, they're still at it. That's the Abyssal Arrow tagging down the Kelra rather, and now 0-2 and 0. Turtle will be started by Execration once again.
And that is the type of setback that Execration does not want to happen. ONIC will be posting up near the turtle as these Abyssal Arrow will not connect on the Chapno. Gets the Daytona's welcome. And this has to be Delar falling down. And with Delar down, it will be hard, but they manage to get the steal. Beautiful entry there by Hate, but they may just pay the price for it. Yeah, Hate will fall down. The Meteor Shower will be forcing Antamax and Renzio out of the fight to disengage themselves in fighting. But that is a win for ONIC nonetheless.
ONIC PH, they did get a few kills, and they got the turtle as well. Execration finally breaks the cold streak in terms of kills. They got 2 kills out of that whole exchange, and now the gold lead is actually in the side of Execration. This is very surprising. The first turtle went to Execration, second turtle went to ONIC PH, but they now hold a very small, or maybe this is even equalized right now, and this is a very intense game, starting by 5 minutes. I feel like the game-breaking moment would be at the first board.
Has to be on the first Lord, which will be spawning in a minute 10 seconds. You have to keep our eyes off on that.
I think that's still the turtle, though.
Yes, it is.
It is still
the turtle.
It's going to be the third turtle of the game 1 minute from now. Still no turrets going down. A lot of rotations, a lot of skirmishes, but not a lot of kills, to be honest.
Yeah, and Execration, they realized that. Force used the rage to get the steal off of the crab.
Gold is gold, my friend, and ONIC PH, they value that.
I take that any day. That's 300 goals for you, 300 gold for you over 30 seconds. That's more than enough. As Zilar will be going in on a duel here against Renzio. But look at Execration's positioning, though. They have priority over the turtle, but they are trying to change that fact because Hate will be forcing the Tempest of Blades to secure the kill onto Wetomax, and now, all of a sudden, they do not have priority over the turtle.
Heart Guard on the Ling is just an insane way to dive turrets, especially if the enemy is alone. It's an instant 2v1.
This is bad. It's a 3v1 for that matter. Renzio will not be able to make it out alive, and now Execration. Still no priority over this turtle. They do manage to get the turret themselves, but ONIC PH can really just collapse on top of this turtle. They can steal it away.
Execration right now, though, starting the turtle, I feel like it's not going to be a steal for anybody right now. Execration secures the third turtle of the game, their second overall. Kyrie looking for a big opportunity to land an Abyssal Arrow here. Could be massive, but it lands in Koopa instead.
You stun the dog as much as possible. I mean, you know, we've seen Chaknu play Popaling Koopa before. There are rare cases that Tomax actually pick up the Popaling Koopa himself, and he has been very effective if my numbers are correct.
Kyrie is lurking around the corner, double dashes away instead. Turret is already down in the mid lane for ONIC PH and Execration. They're trying to establish more map pressure around the jungle, but haven't really capitalized yet on their kit. But in 2v1 here in the top lane, Bar might be in trouble.
Daytona's welcome. No flickers will keep you alive. And Dilar will fall down regardless, and this is a free turret as well. And this is the difference between the ONIC PH playstyle and the Execration. They got turrets. They got map objectives.
Yeah, and Execration right now, 2 turrets ahead to ONIC, who has not yet pushed objectives. And look at the HP of the turrets of Execration. This could be well off for the next game as well. But looks like ONIC PH will change that by investing 2 members on the bottom side. We'll push that down, and I'm quite sure that they'll finally get a turret off of this game. Corrosive Sight, that's not Corrosive Sight. Reaver, rather, already secured for Kyrie.
As they actually get the stun off of Chakno, but that's not enough for Kyrie to really dive in. He really needs to look out for KLVJ in the backlines. That is what he wants to go for. And Hate already has the Heart Guard on top of him, but it's not going to be as much of a factor. Glorious Pathway will be popped just to delay the pushes here as Renzio and company tried to pick off members here. Kelro will be joining the fight. Dilar low on HP, and Kellerman's looking for an opportunity to go for the Order. Brilliance has to be popped, and he has to fall back. It's a prolonged trade. They get a turret off of that.
Well, Chaos in only to get an Abyssal Arrow right in the face. Has to cancel, has to Order of Brilliance out, and now the turtle will be started by ONIC PH. If they do secure this will even out the turtle takes for both teams, and that's going to be 2 turtles each for Execration and ONIC. The next objective that will be up, the next major objective will be the Lord, and as I predicted, I feel like that's gonna be the objective that tips the scales for this game, because this has been dead even for the past 9 minutes.
Oh, you're talking that even about the gold, but let's have a look at the map, though. Execration just doing a good job taking the first 2 turrets. The 2 turrets in the top lane as well as the mid lane. It completely opens up the jungle of ONIC PH and just allows Execration to have free reign over the jungle themselves. And they're going to get the bot lane tier 1 turret as well. So they're going to come out on top here. And ONIC has to really find the objectives here. Dilar needs to create a lot of space for Execration.
And they're actually going to get 2 turrets for just 1 in the top side. And Execration right now, they know what they want. They want to just push the side lanes, try to get an early inhibitor.
Gets a stun onto Jay. Dilar forced to flicker out, does not have the lethal available. Forced to use the hard guard, keep Dilar alive, but does not have a lot of range on him, as Hate just doing a good job, focusing a lot of attention from Renzio on the top side. Already down to the inhibitor turret there.
Yeah, and that actually evens out a little bit of gold for ONIC PH as long as they don't die in this potential fight.
This arrow connects onto Chaku, but it's not enough. Kelra dives in, order brilliance. KLVJ to wipe things out. Marquis will fall down. The final bullet of it's not enough to catch Jay, and Hate will make it out alive as well.
Well, ONIC PH, they have been rotating fairly good, but Execration has been rotating exceptionally well in this game. Not only did they were able to just secure all of these turrets around the side lane, but also drop the mid lane turret as well. It's significantly low. And if you look at the turrets' priorities, I'd say that mid lane turrets are of the most value for anybody, because this is the gateway to your jungle. As long as you keep those mid lane turrets secure, it allows you to have a safe haven, a safe farming place in your jungle. And for ONIC PH, they've lost that safe haven for the majority of this game.
And now it's not safe for ONIC PH to actually go for the seal as they get Dilar. Dilar will not be able to pop the lethal counter as Hate dives in on the backlines to try to go for KLVJ and Kelra. The Tempest of Blades will connect, and the burst is real onto Hate. Now it is just Jay on alone in that fight, and he's gone. The Kyrie will be forced to back off. If anything, ONIC has good wave clears here, but this is a healthy 4-man setup here for Execration in the mid lane.
Well, Execration right now, not only did they rotate well, but looks like they are executing their team fights well in this game. They got a 3-for-1 exchange in that fight, and they tried to push down mid lane, got 1 turret, and pushed this inhibitor turret in the mid lane significantly low. For Execration, the next big objective is to try and secure this Lord, to just get 1 lane out of the way for ONIC PH.
And man, this is tough for ONIC. I mean, all things considered, they do have good wave clear onto Marquis. But aside from that, what else do they have in store for the defense? If they need to stay alive as a 5-man unit, and at the same time, if Hate decides to split push, which he can totally split push, they don't have a lot of damage to output into the team fight. And I commend Hate for really trying to go behind the lines and try to take KLVJ out of the fight, because that is what is the glue that's holding Execration together in the team fights. But then again, it costs them 3 kills. That's not the optimal trade. That's not a positive win trade for themselves. As we see the Lord being taken by Execration. ONIC,
they cancel it.
They canceled. They went for the reset. They're focusing a lot of attention on Chakno here. Dilar forced to flicker out. The lethal counter is still up on this Bauman on the hands of Dilar, but it's still anybody's game in terms of the Lord.
Yeah, and the Lord is cancelled by Execration. This is a good call for them. ONIC PH was already in a good position, and Renzio was tanking a lot of damage in the front line. If they finished off that Lord, that could have been a potential steal coming in from ONIC PH. Again, this Ling has a lot of mobility in his kit. Could potentially just go around, steal the Lord, and go back. Bissell Arrow doesn't land, but look at the meteor shower just raining down on KLVJ. But the sustain is there. They're going to try to secure this purple buff. The retribution used as well. They're not going to go for Lord for now, but ONIC PH, they need to be wary because Execration is just smelling blood.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of damage on the meteor showers just yet on the hands of Marquis. So ONIC has to hold back and actually treat the meteor shower as a last resort until Marquis starts to become a nuisance. And we're not expecting that from ONIC anytime soon. Give it 3-4 minutes before Marquis can be an impact in this team fight. And the Lord is already luminous. That is a primary target for ONIC to bounce things back for themselves.
Yeah.
And it's looking bleaker and bleaker as time goes on.
Yeah, gotta agree with you. You're running the Selena. It's better to counter-engage if ever Execration starts the Lord. You have more opportunities to land a great Abyssal Arrow if you're coming outside of the pit. It looks like Execration knows this. They're not going into this Lord unprepared. Abyssal Arrow is thrown, not gonna land on Popol, only on Koopa. Lord already half an HP. They're going on to Glar. The stun is there. Lord is secured by Execration. No fight for the Lord at all.
Smart call for ONIC to really not commit there. If they committed, they would lose the Lord, lose a lot of the members, and they would lose the defending prowess that they have on Hate and they have on Marquee as well. So it's a good check and balance here. But speaking of checks and balances, they can't really check Execration here. Execration's side is already tipped. The map is already tipped in favor of Execration, and if anything, they just need to keep the pressure up.
Yeah,
Just mentioned earlier, Hate is just focusing on split pushing.
And right now, Execration, they have the Lord marching down mid lane. The moment that pushes on the turret, that's going to be an immediate inhibitor turret down, and they have to stay careful. ONIC PH, they can't give away their lives. The moment they die out, their base will be lost.
And Hate is still pushing forward here, and I think ONIC just wants to go for the base race. That is what we're going to have to look out for. If anything, ONIC needs to prevent anybody from the side of Execration to fall back, but then Hate will fall back himself. They managed to fend off the Lord from hitting the base any further.
Well, this is already a Execration game to lose. They've already pushed down the mid lane turret and the bottom lane turret as well. That's a great push coming in from them. They had the Luminous Lord, could have ended the game, but ONIC PH had a call to just put the Ling out there. Now that's a big risk, because if ever you do go for the 4v5 inside the base and the Ling isn't there, yes, ONIC PH has less damage to give, but you're fighting them underneath their base, and if Execration loses that fight, the Ling will just simply continue pushing. That could have been an ONIC game. So I like the discipline from both teams here. Both teams, they know their win conditions, but Execration has been executing way better.
And the execution, what Execration needs to be ahead of here, as the Abyssal Arrow finds its mark onto Renzio, not really an impactful target for themselves. They get the stun on the market. First Pathwell will be thrown up by Chakno, but they will deter themselves, but they just focus on the turret. The Lar forced back into the enemy lines here on the side of Execration. Yeah, nice timing on the Immortality as well. Immortality will be popped. And this is already a siege. Hate is on the backlines. This will get immobilized. Goes for the tap of the blades. Will catch Galra. Will catch 3 at the same moment. And this is a turnaround that ONIC PH wants. Immortality onto at the max will be popped, and he has nowhere else to go. It's just kill VJ alive here, and Hate on the hunt.
Not just Hate, also Kyrie trying to look out for KLVJ. KLVJ, the only member alive, will take down the red buff, but the orange buff rather, but looks like Hate will be going in for the turrets instead. You have 3 people, a siege minion, but I feel like that's not gonna last for long. 20 seconds on the members of Execration. I feel like they could only get a turret here, but let's look at that once again.
This instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94.
And look at this, a great push coming in from Execration. They did not expect the Ling to be up there on the backside. It was pushing, and again, Hate, a very nice entry coming in from the Tempest of Blades. Immediately tags 3 in one dash, and the perfect timing coming in from ONIC PH there actually gave them a lot of gold back. And now ONIC PH is ahead by around 400, but this is still, again, dead even. This is a very close game.
And just like that, they finally get an inhibitor turret out of Execration. ONIC just needs to maintain this, and if anything, they need to keep a check on the equilibrium of all the lanes, because Execration is just trying to push them as much as possible towards their side.
And they're already forced the turtle here. They have 3 lanes exposed for ONIC PH. That means all of the waves are slow pushing against them. Maybe not that much for the mid lane, but on the side lanes that has been pushed out for Execration, it's always going to be slow pushing against them. And when we talk about slow pushing, that means it's only a matter of time until their base is going to get crowded again with minions. So that means they have a ticking time bomb if ever they're going to go for a contest on this Lord.
And if anything, Hate really needs to join in on the fight. In order to get that little bit of a security of the retribution to get the Lord. And the threat of just Hate in the side lanes is too real for Execration that they can't really focus a lot of attention on that.
And looking at the pressure that you can put with the Ling, this is why you draft the Ling in the first place. Even at the face of a very hard game like this, your ability to just dash around through walls gives you so much mobility. But
hold up though, the lore force to flicker out. How's the lethal counter available? He can pop it right now, and the first damage is now real on the side of Marky. 8 in the back lines will take down E2 Max, will take down KLVJ as well, and this is an ONIC Lord, no questions asked.
What a turnaround coming in from ONIC PH. They find the one weakness that Execration has. And KLVJ did not position well inside that pit. He was trapped for a good 1 second there and had the rondo after a few seconds and wasn't even enough in terms of HP the moment he came out of the pit. So that means ONIC PH, they grabbed 3 quick kills. The Luminous Lord, and got no exchanges for that entire fight.
And this is not good for Execration as well, because look at the remaining heroes here. It's the High Loss, it's the Barats, no wave clear. This has to be an ONIC game. They need to try to fend off the member of the defensive Glorious Pathway. I like how it's horizontal as well, buying a lot of time for Kelra to respawn. The Lord is already knocking
3 seconds on
the
Kelra.
doors.
1
And
second,
they
Kelra's
get
alive.
Renzio in the process. They're already hitting the base here, and Kelra needs to go big here to clear out the wave. But he's not focusing. The damage output on the 3, but that is still the game. ONIC will take away the victory from Execration, getting 1-0 in this best of 3 series. And this winning moment is brought to you by Oppo A94.
What a great maneuver coming in from ONIC PH. Not only did they get a good amount of damage in before the Lord started, or the Lord fight started, but also we saw that Execration, it felt like they weren't prepared for a good contest like that one. And so for Execration, what happens next? They need to make sure to win game 2 because they are facing for another potential sweep. But let me just say this out loud right now. ONIC PH almost lost that. Almost lost that.
That was the game that Execration had in the bag, but then a couple of smart takes.
2 big errors.
2 big errors on the side of Execration just costed them that game. And I have to commend the final moments there. Chaknu just popping out the Glorious Pathway to just be as defensive as possible, to slow down the entirety of the lane. That has to be commended. As we're gonna have to bring it to midnight to break it down, as the resident analyst in the MPL. Let us know how ONIC won that game.
Alam nyo, ang storya ng mga games ngayong araw, comeback. ONIC PH able to come back against Execration in a huge deficit to win game number 1. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight and ating i-breakdown kung paano nga ba naka-comeback ang ONIC PH against Execration and ano yung mga naging conditions for them to clear. Tignan muna natin yung post-game stats natin, hatid sa atin ng Smart. Dito sa game natin, ang daming crucial errors na na-commit on both sides. But the better draft is on the side of Execration. One thing is for sure, they knowingly picked the Hylos against ONIC PH to counter specific heroes. Number 1, Ling, and number 2, the Balmond. Ito yung tinatawag natin ng mga assassin killers. Si Hylos kasi, ang gagawin niya, full protect on the core. Kung dikitan naman siya ni Ling, pwedeng gamitan ng Law and Order and tutusukin lang yung mga magsusubok pumatay kay KLVJ. ONIC PH, mahirap mag-engage on this lineup because of the presence of Popol and Koopa. And mind you, Execration used Popol as a position 4 dito, no? Siya yung kumukuha ng gold for on the tank support. Pero bumili din naman siya ng mask nung kailangan na niya. So equal lang yung distribution ng gold and XP. Bibili mo lang yan kapag alam mo nakuha mo na yung mga items sa kailangan mo at nag-level 4 na si PNK. Pero ang crucial dito is the itemization again of the players on the side of ONIC PH. Look here, no? Demon Hunter Sword, very typical naman for the Ling. Pero again, you see this item over and over again, the Windtalker on the Ling. Usually ang mga nagiging build ng players, Demon Hunter Sword, Endless Battle, Berserker's Fury into Blade of Despair, or minsan Malefic Roar kung kailangan na talaga ng additional physical penetration. Pero with this Windtalker, it allows him to move or maneuver around fights. Naaabot niya si KLVJ, nakakatakbo siya from the Hylos, and again, yung additional movement speed na binibigay nitong item na to. So even if wala ka sa pader, you are able to move around the map as quickly as possible. So it changed the dynamic of how Ling was played on the side of ONIC PH. Kasi mahirap mag-Ling dito. Sa totoo lang, mahirap mag-Ling against Popol and Koopa and Hylos. But with these item adjustments, nag-iba yung laro ni Hate. That's why nakakuha siya ng much better game for ONIC PH. Makikita natin lahat yan sa highlights natin. Pero bago tayo mag-proceed doon, i-check muna natin yung ating live watching rewards. All you have to do is scan this QR code or punta kayo dito sa ating website. Fill up a form and you never know, you might be one of the first 30,000 entries na mananalo ng in-game item rewards or a skin worth 599 diamonds. So sa mga gustong manalo ng skin dyan, again, all you have to do is go to this website and fill up a form and mananalo ka ng skin. Now, ito na yung inaabangan nyo, the highlights of our game brought to us by Smart. Again, makikita natin dito, Execration, sila actually yung nagdi-dictate ng tempo. No? Even though ONIC PH, they got a lot of kills on the early game. Nakakakuha pa rin sila ng pickups. This is the very nature of assassin lineups. Lalo pa kapag meron kang link kasi may backup ka na sustain on your assassins. But the thing is, team fights will always go in favor of Execration. ONIC dito, pinik nila yung Balmond for the lane matchup against the Barats. But the thing is, the team fight aspect is more dangerous on the side of Execration. Kapag dinikitan mo si Barats, there is a chance na kainin ka lang niya with the Tonus welcome and itapon ka sa pader para ma-clean up ng Lunox at pati na rin ni Granger. But the other problem that was presented to Execration, to ONIC PH by Execration is the sustain with the Hylos. Again, yung threat na dinidikitan lang ni Chaknu, yung mga key heroes on their side. Tapos tutusukin lang yung mga assassins sa side ng ONIC PH. Essentially, full protected na protected yung chorus ng Execration dito. May assassin proof, kumbaga. No? May assassin debuff yung ONIC PH. That's why KLBJ was able to play so aggressively against ONIC PH. Kasi nga, alam niya may taga-protect para sa kanya. Dagdag pa dyan yung presence ni Barats. Tapos yung poke damage ni Popalin Kupa, yung zoning potential din ni Eto Max, and at the same time, the damage output from the Lunox. Nakita natin dito, Ling melted to the burst damage nung pinasok niya si Granger on the backline. Although napatay niya si KLBJ, which was good, it is a sign na mas malakas ang Execration pagdating sa team fights. Now, things started turning around for ONIC PH. Napatay si Delar on the Balmond, but Ling with the response, look at this, napakagandang huli with the Tempest of Blades, catching 3 heroes on the side of Execration. And dito na nagsimulang mabaliktad yung laro ng Execration. Again, this is all because of the adjustments na ginawa ni Hate on his itemization, allowing him to play a different style of Ling this time around. And si Delar, once again, mahuhuli dito, mahuhuli siya ng Execration, pero hindi enough yung damage. Actually, hindi enough yung damage output nila to take down Delar. And once again, Hate going for the backline. Sobrang maneuverable on these team fights. Additional movement speed and the damage. ONIC PH, minaximize lang nila yung mga naging adjustments and mga naging mistakes ng Execration and was able to turn around the game against Execration. Beautiful stuff coming out from ONIC PH. Although this is ONIC PH adjusting, still there are a lot of critical moments for Execration, but it is none other than the MVP of the game, brought to us by Smart. Hate playing fantastic on the Ling. Siya yung nagbaliktad ng tempo rito for ONIC PH. KDA of 825 and a kill participation of 87%. Most of the momentum na nakuha ng ONIC or na-establish nila is with Hate playing Ling in this game. Yung mga first few pickups, actually, si Hate ang nagdidikta noon. And pagdating sa late game, yung adjustment, yung decision-making niya, yun din yung naging factor as to how Execration lost that game. Tignan natin kung makakabounce back ba ang Execration on game number 2 or will ONIC PH get another sweep once again? Casters, ano sa tingin niyo?
Well, you know what? I just realized that the transitive property still applies in esports. They got a 2-0 off of Bren. Ergo, they should get a 2-0 off of Execration. Who knows? We're going back into game number 2. Execration had that game in the bag. But then again, life is a wheel.
Yeah, and Execration, even if they had the early engages, even if they had the early game plays, I mean, they were in the lead for majority of the game. The side lane pushes were insanely good coming in from Execration. And at the end of the day, after those big Lord fights that ONIC PH won, it still tipped the game towards their favor. And I just gotta say, it's predicted game-breaking objective. The Lord was the one that tipped the favor for ONIC PH, but for Execration, let's see if they could extend this series to a possible Game 3, because anything is possible. As you said, life is a wheel of whatever.
Yeah, because sometimes you're on top of the wheel, sometimes you're at the bottom. And it just so happened that during that game, Execration was on top and then immediately on the bottom. It's not really the best of balance they can get, but we can still expect a good game from Execration because that was still a good performance from Execration. Focusing on objectives, focusing not on team fights because they know for a fact that they cannot force team fights themselves, just focus on objectives. That's exactly how they played. And this kind of sways away from the usual playstyle that Execration has been doing. Because they have been the aggressive team looking for the fights as much as possible. But then, now we see a little bit of a disciplinary change. Not disciplinary change, but a little bit of a change here from Execration where it's played slow, methodical, surgical even. Secure a kill, secure objectives. That's what they want to play. Will we see that?
Let's see, because right now in game number 2, Execration needs to win this for us to see a game 3, but this is an ONIC PH that actually had superior shot calling the moment team fight started. The moment those Lord takes were there, the high pressure moments, the ones that really counted in this game, it felt like Execration weren't prepared or didn't communicate well in those fights. Meanwhile, in the early stages of the game, where it was all about the rotations, all about who gets the turrets first, who gets the pickoffs, Execration was completely fine. They were 100% great during the early games, getting 3v1s underneath the turret, clean tower dives, clean tower takes, and they were on a roll, definitely on a roll. But suddenly, all of those things went to waste after one failed attempt to push. Let's go back to that pivotal moment in that game 1 where Hate tried to split push and then they tried to end the game. And Hate goes back, gets a triple kill, almost a maniac, and it just gave them the gold lead from then. And ONIC PH has the better communication in game 1, at least for the later stages. So for Execration, they need to extend that stuff that they had in the early game because that's what's working for them.
Yeah, and let's just go back to the team stats that were shown during the panel. Execration is completely different now. They're not a team that focuses on the late game now. They want to end it as fast as possible. And ONIC PH this time around, they're the team that can really thrive in the later stages of the game, in which we saw we went 20 plus minutes in that game, and ONIC was able to turn things around, partly because of the Hate's beautiful timings to dive in. Those were the two moments that really brought Hate into a completely different light here in this fight. But yeah, will we expect a better all-arounder lineup here from Execration though? Because the early game is working well for them, but they need late game security for themselves.
And in terms of late game security, I really feel like they did have late game security that fight. And if we look back to that final moment where ONIC PH went for the GG push, they were able to defend. It just so happened that the Lunox was too late.
Your team
As
is
we will be hopping into the draft of game number 2. This draft is brought to you by Smart. ONIC PH versus Execration. ONIC now on match point, and we'll be banning out the Diggy and the Jawhead. Meanwhile, Execration will be banning out the Popolin Koopa and the Benedetta.
Well, Benedetta has been always either picked or banned. This is not surprising anymore for a lot of their games here. But what's surprising is they actually ban out the Popolin Koopa, which prompts ONIC PH to ban out the Selena because there's no more direct counter and it's going to be hard to dodge those abyssal arrows if it's timed well. So Execration right now, they take away the Selena, they take away the Popolin Koopa. What's their final ban going to be against ONIC PH? Because ONIC PH right now, they're still running Marquee on their lineup. I feel like they're not going to sub in or sub out anyone. Game 1 definitely worked out for them and they're just going to continue from there.
Yeah, and it's still Marquee playing. It worked well for ONIC PH, so they're just going to keep him out. Iacno will be sitting out again in this fight. This is nice, though. Like, we're finally seeing the 6 guys come out for each of these teams.
Your team is
I'm still waiting for the time that that EJ comes out for Bren.
Well, people are also still waiting for the time that Heath goes back for
That's
Omega
true.
Esports. A lot of players are actually missed by the fans, and this just goes to show that even if you don't play, but as long as you're in the roster and people already know what you could deliver, people are gonna ask for you. They're gonna ask why you're not there. But speaking of things that are here, ONIC PH already secures an Eve for their first or their priority pick. That opens up a lot of possibilities for Execration. but there's not a lot of direct counters for the Eve as well.
Well, Execration can fight fire with fire, get the Farsa themselves.
True.
But Farsa, if my numbers are correct, Farsa hasn't been very successful for Execration because, if anything, it doesn't fit their playstyle. Basha being picked up preemptively stops any sustains coming in from ONIC PH because we're not seeing any bans on the healing galling, as what the Filipino stream would call it. We're not seeing any pickups from the Angela. We're not seeing any pickups from
Rafael
and
well.
the Estes. So it's not banned out, just getting the insurance Basha.
And right now, I just gotta say, like, it's good that you mentioned the Farsa not being as effective as it should be inside the MPL regular season right now, because if you look at the open qualifiers for MPL Season 7 had a lot of Farsas in it, and almost all of those Farsas gave wins. Farsa was the pick in the open qualifiers, and right now Farsa is almost not picked in the current meta. Eve has always been the go-to if you want artillery damage. Let's see on what they're gonna pair the Eve with, considering that they already have damage in the backside. Maybe a tank in the front lines would be great. They go for the Estes instead, paired with Bruno.
That's gonna hurt for Execration.
Your team is
Fighting
banning.
fire with fire. Farsa will be picked up by Execration. Now, here's the thing though. Basha onto Estes, that's already all said and done. That's already stopping the healing factor that he can potentially give out to Bruno here. And I like the little Venn. I wouldn't call it a Venn diagram because it's circles and the squares, but the battle that we have to focus on here is the Farsa and the Eve.
The real battle is who taps the more accurate taps the moment you just go on with your ultimate, because as far as I know, when you open up real world manipulation, you gotta spam those slides and taps, and there are tons of guides in TikTok on how to use that properly. So if you're a new player and would like to pick an Eve, TikTok and MPL is the way. There's a lot of guides out there. But going back to this game, Farsa versus the Eve, I just gotta say that Farsa has bigger burst.
That's
not range, but bigger burst and a bigger, let's just say a bigger AoE in terms of those blasts from the feathered airstrike. But if you're gonna talk about prolonged damage and CC, you gotta give it a real world manipulation. And if Execration finds themselves inside the real world manipulation without any terms of escape, it's gonna be hard to go out of it. Again, there's gonna be a snare once you try to go out of the real world manipulation. Start snapping out of the matrix. There's gonna be a little bit of stun after you go out.
Yeah, you'll be. Sorry, I'm still caught off with your thought there earlier on. But yeah, you will be completely caught off guard with the real world manipulation, especially if they don't see it coming as well. If Kyrie is just relatively safe in the backlines, which ONIC PH is slowly drafting to, because they're focusing on just banning out any potential snipes in the backlines, the Akai is a wonderful pick against the Eve. As long as Execration is able to go to the backlines and take down the Bruno, take down the Eve, that's all said and done. But that's just multiple steps in the Estes that's keeping everybody alive in the backlines.
Yeah, and the moment this Estes is able to get a lot of cooldown reduction, Execration will have, I'd say, not a swell time in fights, but it's quite easy to take down an Estes if you're gonna focus him first. But the problem is this: the Estes will stick as close as possible to everybody else inside the team. And I just have to say that Execration, they still have the chance to get someone that directly counters the Estes, someone that could group people up and just decimate them from there. Atlas, this is a Chaknu pickup when I see one.
A Chaknu pickup that has proven in the past to be very effective for Chaknu. We haven't seen much on Atlas in the past couple of weeks. I think we've only seen him two times total, if I'm not mistaken. This would be the crucial factor here for Execration. Get the Fatal Links, and then hopefully burst down with Farsa. That is the best case scenario that Execration wants to go for. They also have the insurance on the Ling that can dive in on the backlines, or if they're all crumpled up together like a piece of paper, they can also dive in. As we are seeing a beefy side lane here on the side of ONIC. It is the Uranus on their hand, as well as the Harith. A very annoying Harith, for that matter.
And I just have to say that this Harith will be, I think, on the gold lane this time around, of course. You know what? This is a very confusing lineup coming in from ONIC PH. Both the Bruno and the Harith could potentially go to the gold lane, but I feel like the Bruno will have to go to jungle instead, just to have a safer route in this game. Next up would be this Harith in the hands of Marky. We've seen Iaknu play a lot of Harith in ONIC games, but right now it is in the hands of Marky. That means we're going to see little differences in the way they play this hero. So ONIC PH, they do have a very ONIC PH lineup, but against Execration, I feel like Execration right now is more in their element. Again, Chaknu on this Atlas, Renzio on this Baksha. There's a lot of things to see for Execration. Losing that game 1, I feel like, was a signal to go back to what they're really used to. And Execration right now in game 2 looking quite healthy, wanting to extend this series to a game 3.
Yeah, and Execration really wants to execrate ONIC PH. That is their name. But yeah, we might potentially see a game number 3 depending on how aggressive Execration wants to play this game out. As we hop into game number 2, ONIC is confident with their lineup though. They look a lot better on their lineup this time around.
Well, ONIC PH right now, they almost lost game 1, and they have to at least play this a little bit more cleanly in the early game, because Execration in the early game from game 1 was insanely good. If they could replicate the same success that they had in game 1, that could be great use for them. And right now, we are entering the land of Dawn, where a lot of players right now aren't really playing aggressively. Most of them just want to try to secure the objectives that they need to be able to reach that early power spike.
And again, this is a matchup that everybody's looking forward to. It is at the max. It is Kyrie. And it's the Farsa versus the Eve.
It's going to be, I think, a very exciting match the moment they reach level 4. Pre-level 4, it's just going to be someone poking each other out.
Yeah, tap wisely. That is the, I think that's the name of the game here for both of these teams. It's still hard to tell, though, if we're going to see a game number 3 or if we're going to see a complete 2-0 here, because the lineup for both of these teams are really well-rounded in all stages of the game.
They have different objectives, that's for sure, but Kelra might be in trouble here. Jay with a 2v1.
His objective is to stay alive. He will get taken out, and Etomax kind of slow in there. Will potentially take down Jay. Does not have a lot of damage there. Still not level 4.
And that could have been ONIC surviving, but that one lone auto attack coming in from Execration that gave them the first blood, and now Execration will be ahead in gold, mainly because of that kill in the bottom lane.
And that is also a kill going to the side of Jay. Would have been nice if it went to Marky to get that little bit of advantage in terms of gold in his pockets. But we are seeing the rotations on towards the Turtle here. 1 second in, Turtle is up. Execration already having, actually ONIC having a good priority over the Turtle themselves, but the threat of Chaknu is still very much real. He's not level 4 yet, so it's not much of a threat, but it could still be a steal. Never mind, they will not go for it.
Yeah, and as you said, Chaknu is not yet level 4. It's not a smart idea to try to contest a Turtle if you don't have your power spike just yet. An Atlas without the Fatal Links isn't a threat at all, as you said earlier. So Chaknu really needs that level 4 before Execration tries anything aggressive in this game, because so far, if you look at their composition, the Ling and the Farsa are the only ones that could go aggressive, especially with Renzio on this Baksha. But let's see, and now they're going to rotate in this game. Lar is forced out to dash, and looks like she's just going to cut the lane here. Has the power to do so as well.
And the Lar is playing, I'd argue, one of his signature heroes as well. So he'll pretty much have confidence over Renzio here in the side lanes. He should come out on top against Renzio here in the side lane. And will have to focus on instead Marky and Etomax, not Etomax, Kelra over in the bottom lane there. It's an objective that it's a matchup that we have to look forward to, because they will add a lot of DPS as the game progresses, aside from the Eve, aside from the Farsa. And Execration do have the the turtle priority for themselves as well.
And speaking of the turtle, that's gonna spawn out 35 seconds from now, which means Execration, if they do establish good control in this bottom side, might be a turtle for free against ONIC PH. Marquee will have to I think request assistance from ONIC PH the moment that turtle spawns, because looking at how Execration is moving right now, they're just gonna take or push a little bit in the mid lane and immediately transition bot to try and get Kelra and then secure the turtle. But look at Lar in the base just disrupting everything.
That's as deep as a cut as it can go, and it has to give a lot of opening for ONIC to finally contest the turtle themselves. Lar wonderful with applying a lot of pressure for his team to really succeed. Now the turtle will be started out by Execration, and ONIC PH, they are in prime position to go for the retake here. Real world manipulation will be thrown, as well as a Feather Airstrike. The Venn diagram is going to be thrown out. Execration will come out on top. What that fight! Beautiful 4-man Fatal Links coming in from Chakno, allowing KLVJ to go ham in the faces of ONIC PH. The Lar in the backline, so we'll be able to take down Renzio, but
Kyrie going back.
Kyrie's going back. It's not enough. It's a win for Execration in that fight.
Yeah, Execration not only secures the turtle, but also secures 3 kills as well on their side. Execration with a great miracle setup, but I feel like that Feathered Airstrike won't really land.
We're gonna hop on to an instant replay real quick. We have to have a second look at that fight, as this instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94.
Where is Chaknu? Still invisible inside that brush. ONIC PH, they don't know where Chaknu is until the final moment where he just comes in with a lot of movement speed, and then boom, gets 3 people in that fatal link. The damage rains in, and just ONIC PH losing a lot of members in that one quick engage coming in from Execration. In Execration right now, the fans are going wild. This is the classic Chaknu set that they have been waiting for.
And that is a sign for ONIC PH. So really, hey, let's not group up as a team. It's a threat. We don't want Chaknu to get another one of those. And Chaknu has been consistently nailing those when he was still consistently picking up the Atlas as well in the earlier seasons of the MPL.
And right now, ONIC PH, they have still a good ground against Execration. Just a 600 gold lead, but Lar caught out of position in the mid lane, and that's going to be a kill for Execration. And it looks like Execration finally finding the edges that they need. ONIC PH, I feel like the win condition for them right now is to just give Marquee the space to earn more gold and potentially carry on this Harith.
And look at this though. Again, we just gotta have to go back to the composition here. It's a Bruno and a Harith. They hurt in the late game. As soon as they get, actually even in the mid game, as long as they have the items already, as long as they have 2 items on themselves, they will start to hurt, and that is a threat here for Execration.
And speaking of threat, Execration actually picks up the Dominance Ice, which is a big counter against ONIC PH, considering that both Marquee and Hade does need attack speed to be able to deal more damage inside a fight. So this is a great itemization coming in from Renzio.
We have to expect Kelra to come out with the Necklace of Durance as well to dampen the healing that Jay will potentially give out to his team. Good itemization here from Execration, and good holds here from Execration actually. They're not overextending themselves in the fight, but yeah, let's have to give props to Chakno. He is the primary threat here for ONIC PH. You need to make sure that if they are engaging, Chakno is nowhere near them.
And the moment the flicker is up for Chakno, it's always going to be a big threat against ONIC PH. So ONIC PH, I feel like the call here is to just avoid
look at this.
team
3
fights.
members are all together. The Fatal Links will not be forced out. But the Zama Force was forced out. That's a win for Execration.
And no kills in the top side. Great rotation coming in from Execration. The defense coming in from ONIC PH allows them to stay alive. Feathered Airstrike.
looking for it. He gets 2. The Feathered Airstrike lands perfectly on top of those 2 members. Jay will fall down. And Chakno is low. KLVJ as well is low. Renzio will be diving in towards the back lines. And Kelra just doing a good job, just sustaining a lot of damage here for Execration.
And Execration they immediately find two people with the Fatal Links, and this is the scary Chaknu form that ONIC PH do not want to see. And speaking of do not want to see, the Harith does not want anything to do with Chaknu. Just goes out in the top side, stays in his lane, gets the turret down for ONIC PH, but Execration, not only did they get a turret in the mid lane, but they also got 2 kills. That means Execration won that trade, and looks like they're gonna get the 3rd turtle of the game as well.
This is looking really good for Execration. This is this is sort of a look of how Execration was during Game 1, but with a major difference being them being very aggressive in team fights, and that is enabled by Chaknu, also getting a dominance ice for himself.
And Atomax on the Necklace of Durance, and this is very good itemization coming in from Execration. You just gotta commend that. They really do respect the healing coming in from Estes. They still respect the damage and the attack speed coming in from Bruno and Marquis, and that respect gives them enough knowledge to just counter a lot of these things with the items that they choose. They're spending their gold wisely, they're rotating nicely, and Execration, they're building a good amount of lead with just 3k right now going into 10 minutes.
Look at the big difference here, though. It's Bruno with 5,000 gold to his name, 6,000 on the side of KelVJ, but even more so, look at Kelra having 7,000 in his pockets.
And
that's a big lead.
That's a lot of gold.
3 locked-in items for Kelra as well.
That is a lot of items as well for Kelra. That does mean that this Lunox will hurt like hell. Already the Lightning Truncheon and the Necklace of Durance.
As well as the Clock of Destiny.
You know what? If you just pull out the Order of Brilliance, just go out in front of a lot of people, that's gonna hurt, that's for sure. Execration does have the lead, but let's go back to what happened in Game 1. They had the lead as well. They pushed. They made mistakes, and they lost the game. Execration could not afford that. They're already inside this game where they have a good amount of lead. They don't deserve another heartbreak like this one unless they let it happen. Chaknu, though, already in a mindset that they want to close this out.
They're really zoning out ONIC PH from even having an attempt to get the Lord themselves. And they're focusing on the bottom lane to really just not give the Lord that space creating place, not enable him to get a lot of space for ONIC PH. As we see ONIC really trying to go for the rotates here over to the mid lane. We spot out Kelra and KLBJ, and it's not working out well from them. The Lord is surrounded here though.
Yeah, that's
3
4
members.
people coming in from Execration.
Diving in on top.
No, 5.
5 just standing on the turret, and that's the turret going down.
And they don't even damage Dlar. They know that Dlar is a very tanky hero.
Reward
That's the reward
The flicker
manipulation.
out by Chaknu, and Chaknu can re-engage if he wants to. There's the response to the reward manipulation. Get the feather there, strike out.
And that response actually triggers a stalemate near that Lord. But ONIC PH, they're pulling this Lord towards them, but they're not actually gonna start it. Still, all of the lanes are quite protected for the side of ONIC PH, but Execration has been stellar in rotating around the map. Look at that mid lane and bottom lane. Unblemished turrets.
Unblemished turrets from Execration. And what's even more unblemished here is Chaknu's current hit rate with the Fatal Links. Currently hitting all of the Fatal Links with nobody even surviving.
So would you say that it's a Fatal Links? Yes.
Moving
I'd
forward,
take that as a
Execration.
Yes. Well, going back to this game, 12 minutes in, and we are looking at an ONIC PH that is still looking a little bit on the defensive side. Meanwhile, Execration, they are just going ham on this game.
They will be resetting the Lord. They know for a fact that they're baiting ONIC PH into a Lord fight that ONIC PH cannot handle for now.
Yeah,
so
they do have the Necklace of Durance. Means this Estes won't be able to heal as much as he wants to.
Oh, it's gonna be big. Chaknu will just be baiting out, just making ONIC fear for their lives for a potential Fatal Links coming in from Chaknu. The Lord is down to half HP, will be reset. Kelra being the main problem, almost takes down the Lore in the process.
But this resets the Lord, actually. Now the Lord is back at full HP, and that means Execration will need to take some time off before they go for the fight again. Chaknu isn't spotted just yet, but look at this. They're already half HP. KLVJ is low.
And this is also the Feathered Airstrike out of commission. A small opening for ONIC PH to really go in for the team fight. And Chaknu trying to look for the members here. Delar getting bursted out. Will not die in the process. But meanwhile, you see KLVJ just doing Ling things and just split pushing.
I mean, this is the same thing that Execration did in Game 1. They were able to get a good amount of lead in the early game, but ONIC PH was the one that had the Ling that just split pushed the entire time. So Execration, they're giving ONIC PH little taste of their own medicine in Game 1. But let's see if Execration could actually pull off the win this time, because Execration, they are looking hot on those team fights. And Execration, they could definitely do even more damage. But speaking of damage, it's a 14-minute mark, and we are looking at a late game phase where we have a Bruno and a Harith.
And this is like the third time that we saw a dance, a showdown in the Lord Pit area, because ONIC recognizes that if Execration secures this Lord, it may be another turret, it may be an inhibited turret for themselves, and they will try to counter this. They get Execration actually gets knocked out by the Lord. The real world manipulation will be thrown out, as well as the Feathered Airstrike. We have yet to see a beautiful Fatal Links. We see it now onto the Lord, and Execration is winning this team fight. Hate will fall down. It's just Kyrie left alive. There's nothing much this Eve could do.
A 5-4-none so far. Eve gonna try to buy time. There's no real-world manipulation that could save him in this trouble. Eto Max trying to cancel out the recall. 1v1 on the mages, but look at the base. Look at the blue side. 4 people. Feathered Airstrike trying to take down Kyrie. A 1v1 that won't matter at all. Jay is alive. Marky will be alive in 4 seconds. Can miracles happen, Nomad?
I don't think miracles will happen, but KLVJ will take down Jay, and we're going to game number 3. Execration force it out. And this is trademark Execration aggression, as this winning moment is brought to you by Head and Shoulders.
I mean, look at the faces of these people. They really know that Game 1 could have been theirs, and finally in Game 2, they secure the game. And not only that, in a dominating fashion as well, especially on the hands of Chaknu's Atlas. A lot of good Fatal Links in this game. The Lord was finally secured by them. No more blunders, no more mistakes, and Execration gets Game 2.
And really, there was a slight window there where the Lord knocked up 4 members of Execration. That could have been a small opportunity for ONIC to dive in, but that small window of opportunity is checked out by the positioning of Chakno. And I don't know, man. I have a feeling he might be MVP. He has to be MVP. He has been playing it really well. We'll see if that will be the case, as Midnight will let us know how Execration got game number 3 in that process.
Execration equalizes the series on the back of Comfort Heroes. Tayo natin yung kanilang game number 2. Chakdu, napakaganda ng kanyang performance. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight, and ating tignan yung post-game statistics natin dito sa ating game number 2, hatid sa atin ng Smart. Now, if we're gonna look at the itemization of KLVJ on this Ling, no, minute by minute, makikita nyo na ang una niyang binili is yung Endless Battle instead of the typical route na first item, Demon Hunter Sword. This is actually crucial for Execration kasi kailangan nilang lumaban ng early game against the heroes of ONIC PH. And the thing is, wala namang kailangan paggamitan ng Demon Hunter Sword. Even though meron tayong Uranus, hindi yan yung problema ni KLVJ this game. Ang problema niya is itong dalawang heroes na to. Yan yung number 1 priority ni KLVJ on the team fights. And mapapansin nyo, maliliit ang HP. So, the Endless Battle idea, it works. Demon Hunter Sword para mas mabilis na mag-farm and to take down the Uranus. Pero essentially, si Uranus dito, ang namang problema dyan is si Baksha. Actually, napakaganda ng itemization ng Execration dito. No? Meron silang dalawang Dominance Eyes. Now, bakit importante yung dalawang Dominance Eyes dito sa side ng Execration? Ito pala isa. Kasi dalawa yung setup nila dito. Number 1 is the frontline initiation of the Baksha against the heroes of ONIC PH to provide the vision against the Eve, the Bruno, and the Harith. Second time around is the Atlas initiation of Chaknu against ONIC PH. So, kumbaga may dalawang setup yung Execration dito. Kaya kinailangan nila ng dalawang dominance eyes to limit the mobility of the heroes while initiating and while using the Atlas ult on the fights. Actually, makikita natin yan mamaya sa highlights natin. Pero, ating muna tignan yung live watching rewards natin. Di ba tayo tapos? May pamangiba rin tayo dito, no? All you have to do is scan this QR code or punta kayo dito sa website natin, fill up a form, and if you are one of the first 30,000 entries, mananalo kayo ng in-game rewards, which is a skin na worth 599 diamonds. So please do check it out kung gusto nyo ng mga in-game item rewards. Ngayon, tignan natin yung highlights ng game number 2, Execration. Naging maganda yung performance nila dito. Itong highlights natin ay hatid sa atin ng Smart. Crucial, again, is yung early game yung ng Execration. If you are gonna look at the momentum of ONIC PH, meron silang Bruno dito, and meron silang Harit. So, essentially, yung composition nila, it's balanced between early and late game. Meaning, meron silang late game, pero meron din silang early game control and objective-taking capabilities on the back of Eve. Pero Execration, ang ginagawa nila dito is pinapunish nila heavily yung lineup ng ONIC PH. This is actually masterful execution of the draft. Compared nung Game 1, in contrast, Game number 2, mas maganda yung execution nila kasi time and time again, paulit-ulit lang yung ginagawa ng Execration. Mauuna si Renzio, titignan niya yung heroes ng ONIC PH, and once na makita na nila yung Atlas tsaka yung Eve, tsaka papasok si Chakno with the fatal links to destroy the team fight of ONIC PH. Again, paulit-ulit natin makikita. And although dito si Chakno, nakita niya na kasi kaagad yung Atlas tsaka Eve. So, I mean yung Eve tsaka yung Estes. So, no need nang hanapin yung heroes ng ONIC PH. Immediately, talon na kagad. Yan naman yung kinagandahan kay Chakno. Pag nakakita siya ng chance, tatalon at tatalon kagad siya to make a space for Execration to take the team fight. Ito napakaganda ng Lord Take ni KLBJ. Very beautiful spaced out yung team fight for Execration. And once again, nakita nila yung Eve, pati na rin si Estes, immediate execution or initiation from Chakno, and KLBJ goes for the cleanup. Ganda, kasi Execration dito, hindi naman sila natatakot pag late game, pero the threat of Harit late game is a scary thought, no? If you have a Ling and if you have if you have a Ling tapos walang ibang core sa lineup nyo, nakakatakot kalaban ang isang Harit. But sabi nila dito, wag na natin patagalin pa. Let's end the game on the back of Chakno's initiation with the Atlas 008. Typical standard Chakno gameplay for an Atlas. Walang kills, walang deaths, pero nandyan yung initiation ng team fights with a KP or kill participation of 80%. He really did bring the draft together here for Execration kasi siya yung nag-i-engage, siya yung nag-i-initiate ng fights. Kumbaga siya yung cleanup crew ng Execration dito, no? And that prevented ONIC PH from taking any form of snowball against them. Kaya parang naramdaman ng ONIC PH, hindi na sila nakakagalaw kasi lahat ng gusto nilang gawin, hinaharang ng Atlas. So, hindi sila nakapag-objectives. That was game number 2. Tingnan natin kung sino ba ang magwawagi dito sa series natin. Will it be ONIC PH or will it be Execration? Casters, back to you.
And that is, as expected, Chakno being the MVP. No deaths in that game. Almost always in every single team fight. Welcome back. It's game number 3. And so well-deserved MVP. Just like what Midnight said, they were just completely zoned out by Chakno in all aspects of the game. And really, ONIC had no answers there. No, man. Alongside with me is Uomi, and game number 3 is a completely different beast, though.
Yeah, game 3 will always be that nail-biter game, but let's look at history so far. A lot of the game 3s that we've seen in MPL Season 7 has always been lackluster. Not a lot of game 3s are close games. Usually one team finds their rhythm, finds their groove in the third game that it overpowers the other team. Let's see if it's going to be the same trend going into game number 3.
As we go into the draft of this final day, final game of the day, draft is brought to you by Smart. It's not the final day, guys. It's a fine day.
Yeah, it's a fine day for the final game of week number 5, day 1. We still have 3 days in week 5, and it's still going to be a long week for everybody right now. Let's see on what the first ban is coming in from ONIC PH.
Your team
They're going to ban
is
out
banning
the Jawhead. Meanwhile, Execration banning out the Popolin Koopa once again, similar to what they did in game number 2.
Yeah, and Execration are, gonna try to find a little bit more of the Chaknu flavor out here for themselves. It's because it worked well for them. And in order for you to really shine as a team, if you're Execration, make sure that Chaknu really gets the comfort that he gets, that he wants.
And when you give Chaknu the comfort picks that he likes, it's mostly going to give you the most Chaknu flavor inside team fights and inside the game overall. A lot of those team fights that Execration won in Game 2 were mainly because of the Fatal Links landing on more than 2 people. And ONIC PH didn't really know how to respond from those sets. And right now, ONIC PH, they do ban out the Diggy, which means that Execration, they do have the chance to secure another big set hero once again. There's not gonna be much of counters out there now that the Diggy is banned.
But with the Diggy being banned out, I mean, okay, it's fine. The Times Journey wasn't really as impactful in the current season that we have right now in the MPL. So I was just about to say that ONIC may be drafting a lot of season composition. That was why they're banning out the Diggy. That's not the case. They just want to assure themselves that no Diggy strats will come out. We're overthinking a lot of stuff, you know.
Well, it is quite simple when we try to look at it on paper. Diggy strat, one of the more annoying strategies that either breaks the game completely or makes the team using it lose inside the first 10 minutes. We've seen it happen to Omega Esports and several other teams that lost because of the Diggy strategy, and a lot of other Diggy strategy users that actually gave them good games. I think one of which we could recall is Aura PH that actually gave birth to this strategy inside the MPL. But moving on to our final bans in the first rotation of the bans here. Execration will actually, no, ONIC PH will be banning out the Mathilda instead.
Relatively safe ban for ONIC PH because they know we've seen a lot of times that Mathilda was able to set a lot of plays for the teams that pick up the Mathilda, and Execration is not going to be a stranger for the Mathilda pickup. So if anything, this is a safe ban for ONIC PH, but it completely opens up the playing field here for both of these teams. Eve will be banned out here on the side of Execration, and again, open playing field. All the comforts for both these teams are still available for picking.
And speaking of comfort, ONIC PH, they immediately go for the Benedetta. As I said in Game 2, this Benedetta will either get banned or immediately picked. And now that they get the Benedetta, this is a great power pick, a quite safe one too. But Execration, they get the same thing that worked out for a lot of teams, including ONIC PH in Game 1. ONIC drafted that Angela together with the Ling, and Execration steals it away instead in their first 2 picks. An Angeling combo, which means they could potentially steal out the Uranus as well if they would want to, and perhaps even get a Baksha or an Esmeralda if they want to just deny that counter pick towards the Angela.
Or a Delarcho.
Who knows?
Which is way off the books there. That's just wishful thinking on my part. But yeah, Solid Silence can be picked up by ONIC PH here. They don't need to focus on the Corsair for now.
Your team
and we did see, we're seeing the picks right now on the side of ONIC PH.
And
I think I heard a Basha there.
Yeah, Basha should be a good pick against an Angela. And not only against an Angela, but mostly a lot of the healers as well in the current meta. They actually go for a Kagura pick this time around for Kyrie. Kyrie had a stellar game on the Eve, but I would dare to say that Kyrie plays way better in aggressive mages such as the Kagura, such as the Lunox, who's, by the way, still open. In Execration, Etomax really likes to play around with that Lunox, so we still are yet to see Execration responding to the Kagura pick. Let's see if ONIC PH is going to ban out that Lunox against Execration.
It has to be the case. It has to get a little bit more safety there because just like what you said, Etomax has been crazy on the Lunox for the past couple of games.
Your team
we are
is
seeing
banning.
the ban coming in from ONIC PH.
Not yet, actually. So Execration and ONIC PH, they do enter the second banning phase. And to cap off the first 3 picks of Execration, they're going to go for the Paquito as their third pick, which means they're going to have a solid side lane and potentially someone that could match the pressure that the Benedetta could give.
Is banning.
And as predicted, they do ban out the Lunox against Etomax.
Execration will be responding with a Badass ban for themselves. ONIC PH will be... Who's the final ban here for ONIC PH?
Let's see in what ONIC PH could potentially ban out in their final ban. They could potentially just choke out the mid lane even further. Ban out that Farsa. Don't give an option for Execration to go for artillery damage once again. The Eve is already banned, which means you can't respond to that with a Farsa, or basically no other mage could have the same range as the Farsa in the Eve. And if the Eve is already banned, the Farsa could potentially be picked, especially on the side of Execration. They don't have the mage yet.
We are still waiting for the picks and the bans to show up. We heard the Cho.
Your team is picking.
We heard the Cho, and this is potentially going to the hands of ONIC PH. Adlar Cho, as you said.
My wishful thinking came true. We're still waiting. We heard the Cho. I think that is on the side of ONIC PH.
Hopefully it is, but Execration, they do have the priority pick after the ban, if I'm correct. So, wait. Yeah, they do have the priority pick, so Execration
will
could potentially have that show, because we haven't heard any other heroes so far. We still aren't being updated in the draft right now, but so far, if Execration does secure that show, it's most likely gonna be a side lane show paired with the Paquito on the other side. So the Angela would still be the support. They still need the mage.
Harith Akai on the side of ONIC PH. Execration running with a Cho fourth pick.
Alright, Harith Akai on the side of ONIC PH. They're running a Baksha and a Harith Baksha plus the Akai. A lot of zone control if you think about it. And not just zone control, if the Akai gets people off guard, the Zaman Force will be there. The Baksha will just limit everyone's healing. It's gonna be a mini wombo combo for the side of ONIC PH. Meanwhile, for the side of Execration, they don't have a big set hero right now. What they have is a Cho that could potentially set it up.
Potentially, and we are looking forward. That may... No, it's going to on the sidelines. Definitely going to the sidelines. What is a good roaming here, especially against an Akai? That's...
Well, the Akai right now, I would say that after Yaoi's performance on the Akai, I think it's risen in popularity in terms of who picks it up in the MPL. After Yaoi's MVP performance a week ago, actually just a week ago, we could see that Akai has popped out more often in the bans. But we finally see the complete sheet of heroes here. They're gonna pick up the Chang as their last pick up for the Execration squad here, which means they have artillery damage. Again, the Farsa was open, but they go for the Chang'e instead. Chang'e really does give a lot of objective pressure, especially with the Meteor Shower.
It's a Chak no Cho.
Yeah.
So Cho, it's a Cho no? Chak no?
Nice. Nice. I give that a 2 out of 5, but let's go to ONIC PH. Or you know what? Let's go to the land of Dawn already. This is game 3 between ONIC PH and Execration. This is a winner take all. ONIC PH won game 1 with a miracle comeback. Meanwhile, for Execration, they won in game 2 from early up to mid.
Oh, a very aggressive gameplay there from Execration in the mid lane, already bringing Hate down to a third of his HP.
Well, the Benedetta does have a lot of tools to escape, but not during level 1. Nobody, or maybe just a select few, gets the eye for an eye in level 1.
If anything, that is a situational eye for an eye. That's a situational pick. Sometimes you don't have to lock in your first skill in the early game. You need to respond to what skills your opponents give out.
That's a flicker, an early flicker burned out from Etomax there. Kyrie will have a better time against this Angelo, that's for sure. Let's look at the map a little bit right now. KelVJ is still roaming around his buffs right now. Already level, I think this is level 2 or level 3. I actually can't see it right now. But let's go back to the top side. A lot of rotations coming in early, but not a lot of aggressive ones. These are more preventive ones, looking at how they move.
Yeah, if anything, this is a relatively passive game for both of these teams, especially in the early game. The big contestation here would be on the second turtle, I believe. That is when we will see big team fights come out, especially considering the fact that Cignal is still not level 4. We're not seeing Jay on level 4 just yet, so it's really just which side lane will have a better time.
Yeah, and surprisingly enough, this is a core Benedetta that they flexed from priority picking this Benedetta in the first rotation. That means that this Marquee pickup before the Harith actually has more time to scale up in the gold lane. And this is great, just great drafting coming in from ONIC PH. Meanwhile, for Execration, they did flex out that Cho. I feel like it's also a steal pick, stealing it away from Dlar. But, you know, the box is already there, and I feel like Cignal, I mean, I do believe that he could still set up, but man, that Atlas game was really good. It's hard to keep up after that type of performance.
And if anything, we gotta keep an eye out on Jay here because he is the primary engage and disengage for ONIC PH. And if ONIC PH wants to come back and win game number 3, they have to come off of the back of Jay. He needs to make sure that his Hurricane Dance always comes in at the perfect timing, especially considering the fact that Execration really likes to hop in front of their opponents.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be their primary tool to try and get KLVJ out of position. I mean, KLVJ has really no other choice here. He will go inside the fight, will try to pick out Marquee, potentially Hate as well. But all of these people are very deceptive in terms of fights. All of them have a lot of dashes, and Vlar will never be a target for this link. We all know how a Baksha could potentially just tank everything up. The Turtle already half HP. ONIC in a great position, but look at Renzio already trapping Hate.
They get Cignal there in the backline. Skill VJ and Renzio will be responding onto Hate, forcing the Electro Final Blow away from Hate. Small opening. Execration will secure that. That's still not a big team fight. Execration wants just it's just a bit of insurance to secure that throw for themselves.
Yeah, still no first blood in this game, but Cignal trying to fight Dlar.
Way of the Dragon on to Dlar. He is down and out of the count. And Jay, there's little that he could do here. Not enough follow-ups from ONIC so far for now in order to really get a trade in the bottom lane.
I mean, even if the Baksha is very tanky, against 3 people in the early game, you really can't tank a lot of that damage coming in. And we are entering a short pause, but that was a great play coming in from Cignal. Definitely one of those sets that would give them the tempo in this game. That pickoff would give Dlar, let's just say, a bad time. He did not burn his flicker there, but he now knows that Cignal does have the ability to just kill him off if they go for another 3-man rotation.
And they have to wait, in order for them to get the safety that they want, they have to wait for Jay. And Jay has a lot of responsibilities off of his back. One of them is to make sure that Cignal does, if he decides to go for the G Kundo, immediately has to get Hurricane Dance and pinned against the wall. That is one of the safety factors.
Counter engage from ONIC.
ONIC will be diving in. Flicker will be forced out onto Renzio, and that is Renzio falling down. That has to be the trade for themselves.
Yeah, good trade coming in from ONIC PH. They did burn a lot of ultimates, but there's really no big objective just yet. The Turtle will be spawning a few seconds from now. Kyrie dodging death, but look at Jay.
Way of the Dragon, last moment they're on to Jay. Will make it out alive. We're seeing a little bit of the mechanical prowess here from these guys.
Yeah, Flicker is burnt for Jay. That's going to be massive. Zaman Force, look at Kelra.
That is a big Zaman Force, but still not enough. A lot of crucial team fight ultimates are already down for both of these teams. If anything, it's just a knockout punch here onto Renzio that will provide a lot of factors. Jay has his Hurricane Dance up once again, and Cignal really not winning this duel against Hate. Dlar will be responding over to the bottom lane. Dlar will be spawning in 25 seconds. That is... the turtle.
For 30 seconds from now, or 20 seconds from now, but look at this. Kelra just trying to escape, but that's not the best of ultimates that you could actually do. Will accept his fate at this point. Chang'e goes down. Might be another big trade-off. Dlar.
Wave the Dragon onto Dlar, away from turret range as well, and I like that coming in from Chaknu, and Dilar has to go down, but ONIC has other things in mind. Dilar's still up. Erenzio trying to go for the duel, will go for the knockout punch, but he will get traded out by Kyrie. A last hit will connect onto him.
A 1-for-1 for the side of Execration and ONIC PH, but ONIC PH, they do have the superior gold here, considering that they did take gold exchange, rather they take top lane turret. They're gonna take down this turtle, and now they're even in gold against Execration. That's the second turtle of the game, with the first turtle going for free in Execration. Chaknu!
Beautiful pin on the wall. Chaknu forced the flicker out. It's right now, is this a game about ganks? Who's got the better ganking prowess in this game wins the entirety of the game.
Well, let's see on who could rotate better, who could rotate faster, because Execration and ONIC PH, it seems like they know how to pull off aggressive stunts. The success of said stunts is the other question that they have to answer. Chaknu has been very consistent in delivering Dilar out of his turret, and that only happens every so often because he has to wait for the cooldown of Wave the Dragon.
Erenzio can pretty much bully Dilar out of the lane anyway, so he just needs to get a little bit of support on side of Execration, get that supporting cast type of deal going in for him, and he'll be able to take down the tier 1 turret on the bottom lane, no doubt. But also Supreme rotates onto Jay, just making sure that Dilar stays as healthy as possible, also making sure that Marky is having a good time over in the top lane. And as I say that, Kelra and KelVJ are having a little different plans here over in the top lane. Chakna will spot out Jay. That is a 4v2 in the top lane. Zama Force will be committed. KelVJ forced to use the Tempest of Blades to yeet out of the fight, but Hate has other plans. Electro final blow onto Kelra. The Heart Guard will not be used just yet, as Kelra will go down.
No, Heart
Make it alive. The Heart Guard will be committed. The Wave the Dragon connects onto Hate, and now it is a 2v2 here at the top lane. Jay has good opening here, will reposition and get the Hurricane Dance on Chaknu, but no follow-ups from ONIC PH, and that is a victory for ONIC themselves, as Renzio tries to rejoin the fight here. He will go for a fight onto Dilar, force to flicker out. KelVJ is in position to respond, but will not oblige anything, as the turtle will be started off by ONIC PH.
Well, that was a kill going towards the side of Execration. Great bait coming in from the Angela. The Heart Guard coming in the nick of time, and Hate was already just two inside that turtle, or that turret rather, and couldn't back off. ONIC PH lost one member, but that was a long exchange, and now Execration, they're gonna go in. Chaknu with a Wave of the Dragon.
Yeah, he's really forcing Jay back into the back lines. As I say that, Renzio will fall down. It's a turtle for one trade for Execration. Small victory, but this is a turret conversion for ONIC PH, as KelVJ dives in with the Tempest of Blades. Will take down Marky. No, he will be saved by Jay with that Hurricane Dance.
What a great save coming in from Jay, but KelVJ still hunting down the members of ONIC PH. Orange buff will be secured here by Hate, and still no exchange in that massive team fight that could have been way south for ONIC PH, but Jay saves the day.
That is a trade on the turret in the bottom lane for the top lane. Mid lane turret, though, is going down definitely on the side of Execration. And the goal lead is actually
still even.
Like, nobody really has a lead. If anything, it's just a couple of hundred here for Execration. That's basically it. And the cores are getting almost the same amount of money in the bank as well.
Just might be walking in the brush of death. Vlar and Kyrie on the corner, though, gonna try to support Chaknu, or Jay rather, around that bush. The next big objective will be the level 1 Lord 45 seconds from now, but I feel like both teams will just wait for it to become luminous before they actually take it down.
No, it could still be a Lord fight, because that's still the mid lane going down easily, but the Lord will push out in the top lane, no doubt. It's still an easy objective take for ONIC if they decide to take it themselves. It could alleviate a lot of the balance, a lot of the pressure from Execration that's being forced on all the lanes.
And this is why you draft the Chang. Just push a lot of minions.
Oh wait, a Heart Guard, KelVJ diving in, does have the Tempest of Blades, will not be able to burst out Marky in the process, but the Wave of the Dragon as well as the Hurricane Dance will be used up by both Jay and Chaknu, and nobody actually falls down in the process there.
Yep, another disengage from both teams. They both know well that the Lord will be spawning. It's nonsense to risk everything in that fight that could have just become a bad fight. They've already threw away a lot of their ultimates, and they could not afford to fight further. It was just too risky for both teams.
And Chakno will be down to half HP, will be forced to reset himself up. The Lord will become Luminous in a couple more minutes. And it may just be an easy take for ONIC PH because they got good zoning here for Jay.
Yeah, and KLVJ couldn't really find a lot of opportunities. Still 0-0-1 in this game. Just goes to show that Jay has been very effective in zoning out a lot of people. Renzio, though, tries to find Kyrie. The jab lands.
Not really the best spot for Jay.
Kyrie.
Okay. But Execration, they're turning things around. They're forcing ONIC in the back foot here, especially on the Lord take, because they know how important the Lord is for ONIC PH. As they spot out the Lord, not really much that they can do here. Kyrie will throw out the umbrella, will not go for the yin yang overturn. I mean, the Lord is still standing pretty tall. Execration is still doing a good job just zoning out on.
Yeah, Chaknu in front of two people coming in from ONIC, and he'll just simply walk towards that bush. Look at the top side, the Baksha and KLVJ would be just leveling out their minions over there. Looks like they're not gonna go for the Lord until it does go Luminous. KLVJ already securing a maximum level here. Level 15 on this link, but still 0-0-1. Could be a massive game changer. Zaman Force.
As well as the Meteor Shower being thrown out onto Jay. Good trade to deter any pushers. But this is a fight in the top lane between KLVJ and Delar, and KLVJ won that in terms of just taking the turret.
Yeah, the turret was the real objective coming in there for KLVJ. He doesn't really need to kill the Baksha. He just needs to apply pressure, take turrets, get bonus gold. Chaknu, though, in front of Jay, will not kick him back to his team. This is still a very tanky Akai.
A very tanky and very deadly Akai if the 8,000-pounder Blender Hurricane Dance combo connects on any one of the members here from the side of Execration. Chaknu, yeah, my Wave the Dragon is waiting for you, Jay. I know you're going to try to make plays. Gets the Jeet Kundo and the Wave the Dragon, potentially bursting Jay out, but Max will get spotted out by Hate, and the backlines will manage to make it out alive himself.
Well, gotta respect the damage coming in from the Meteor Shower, but didn't actually land on Akai. Great setup coming in from Chaknu, but when you put that kind of setup in the mid lane where everyone's still alive, you can't blame Kelra. Kelra can't position himself too aggressively, could be immediately countered if ever he does position very aggressively in that mid lane. Feel like for Execration, they need to play the long game. Jay might just be going in for the miracle setup. Looks like Chaknu will find him out.
And there's still no contestants on the Lord here, but meanwhile, the minions are already knocking on the doors of ONIC PH, already knocking on the inhibitor turret. Not the best of ways to go for here, but this is all the members of Execration piling towards the Lord in order for them to get that pressure on the side of ONIC. And ONIC just has to find that small opening for them to re-engage.
This might be it. This might be the opening.
Not really. Renzio's going to be able to survive that. I'll just stay safe as much as possible, and the members of Execration can collapse easily on top of ONIC PH on that fight.
And Angela could just literally stay in another lane until a fight actually breaks out. Heartguard is still available, but Lar will be diving that turret. Surprisingly enough, they haven't pushed the mid and bottom lane turrets up to now.
Oh, Chaknu, the battle of the tanks. We are not seeing any good sets coming in from them, especially on this fight. The knockout punch will be forced out onto Delar. And Renzio has to back off here. Kelra will be able to back up his teammate as Chaknu is being zoned out completely by Jay, and Jay has good positioning here onto Kelra and Renzio.
Yeah. Ling is very far away for the side of Execration, but KLVJ could definitely just dash around the walls and immediately be out there in case they need to fight. Chaknu trying to find Hate here. One kill in Hate could be very massive for the side of Execration. Meanwhile, for ONIC PH, if they take down either Kelra or KLVJ here, it's going to be very great for them in terms of taking the Lord. With Meteor Shower will drop down Jay back to half HP. Still fairly healthy considering that he is a tank.
My opinion could have been that Meteor Shower could have been used in case ONIC PH decided to contest the Lord take that Execration's eyeing out themselves. It's just another stalemate here on the Lord game. It's throwback to game number 1 of this series.
And this is a very intense game, even if there's not much happening. Rotations-wise, the Lord dances, the way they manage their waves, these are the things that you need to look at if you're looking Execration versus ONIC, especially in Game 3. They're not going for a very action-packed game. Again, this is what the Filipino audience hates. They don't fight, they don't kill each other, it's always a stalemate. But this is very, let's say, similar to soccer, where goals always come after a big dance, and this dance just might end right now.
Force the flicker out, Electro final blow is out. Cignal looking for an opportunity to go for targets, gets a 3-man Jeet Kundo, but not really committing any way of the Dragons in the process. And Delor will be rejoining the fight as well.
Yeah, and looks like still another stalemate in the mid lane. Both of these teams has been playing carefully and aggressively, and they just know their timing so well that nothing is happening inside the map. They cancel out each other when they try to make aggressive plays. Both of the teams right now are very disciplined, but Execration is slowly gaining a lead here. 3k gold up, and Execration has been controlling the map way better against ONIC PH. One Lord will change this all, and we are entering the 17-minute mark. 3 minutes from now, we're gonna have extra long death timers, which means that late game insurance for a lot of teams isn't that big of an insurance at all. They need that immortality the moment we go past the 20-minute mark.
And it's the longer the game takes, the better it is for ONIC PH, because just statistically speaking, ONIC PH has been able to close out games in the long run, and Execration has slowly tried to keep that number to a minimum, as we saw Cignal going for the way of the Dragon, as well as Jay actually expending his Hurricane Dance. Small opening for both of these teams to really go for the engage, because Delor is the only person that has a stop here. Kelra in the back lines will get spotted out, but meanwhile, KLVJ diving in onto 3 members. The hard start is not enough. Kyrie will be taken out, as the Zama Force will be expended. Again, a trade. A kill for Execration, opening for themselves to get the Lord, and Cignal's just doing a good job zoning out the members of ONIC PH, and this has to be a disengage for Execration. They don't need to force this out themselves. We're looking for an opening.
Yeah, Marky's still alive here. Zaman Force might be available for this fight. Jay gets kicked back, and he is not going down. Look at the damage coming in from this Lord.
Renzio in the back line.
Renzio, he finally falls down. Who will take down the Lord?
The Lord will be secured.
Will be going to Chang'e, and Cignal looks to be next. He will be going Shunpo, Jeet Kundo out. Kelra will be there to support him, but that's a 2-for-1 or exchange after the Lord.
And let's also take in consideration that the turret was also pushed out by the minions in the top lane, so that's a lot of openings here for ONIC PH.
And Execration. Not only were they able to secure the Lord, but they got 1 kill off, but dying out on 2 members is a massive push coming in from ONIC PH, which means that they could potentially take down inhibitor turrets before the Lord pushes down their base. And right now we're looking at ONIC PH, a 1v1 kill against the Angela, and that was one of the, let's just say, worst decisions that that Execration made there.
I mean, yeah, 44 seconds out on at the max. The death timers are starting to become higher and higher here for Execration, and they really don't want to get a couple more deaths here on their end. This is a throwback to what happened during game number 1. Execration is in the lead, and then ONIC came for the comeback. Would that be the case here, that Execration would go for the comeback? We don't know, but this is already late in the game. KLVJ is slowly becoming a threat, because he only died once this entire game, and he's getting a lot of money in his pockets in the process.
Yeah, not just a lot of money, but that money translates to a lot of items, and this Ling hurts like a truck here. And ONIC PH, they are still behind in gold. They're 1k behind, but we're at the late game phase already. We are about to enter the 20-minute mark, which means this even game gives a lot of even items and gold around these players. 1 kill would literally steal this game out the moment we start post 20.
That is also a kill that ONIC is eyeing out for. They recognize this. They're already posting up, as Delor is doing his job as a side laner on this Basha to just push out the lane in the side. ONIC PH will just apply a lot of pressure on the top and the mid lane. And this is a lot of pressure that Execration can manage if they survive.
Well, it's surprising to see that Execration, even they secured the Luminous Lord, they're the ones defending right now.
Yeah, the Lord didn't even have a chance to step out into the ONIC side of the field, and it's just a matter of time before ONIC will be able to secure this lane themselves.
Yeah, Chakno fights the
Wave
Lord.
the Dragon onto the Lord. That has to be big. The Tempest of Blades will also be committed. The Zama Force will be thrown out by Marky as well. The damage output onto Renzio is barely there, as Chakno overstaying his welcome might fall down. That's complete disengage.
Look at the discipline coming in from Hate. We're not if we're gonna get a replay out of that, I just want to look at Hate out there. He didn't enter at all. He had complete trust on Execration that they will survive, that he doesn't have to go in, that he doesn't have to risk his life, because again, Hate is the member to kill for Execration. And ONIC PH, they know for a fact that they could survive that one. In 45 seconds from now, the Lord will be spawning once again, and that should be the objective that they risk their lives for.
Yeah, that is a game-changing Lord that's coming up in the next couple of seconds. And Renzio and Delar just have to do their jobs and just battle in the side lanes, because this, at this point in time, has to be a battle in the side lanes. Who can apply a lot of pressure, because as far as Execration is concerned, they can knock on the top lane and the bottom lane without any problems whatsoever.
And that's a Zaman Force committed to just immediately steal away that orange buff. Again, we are at the final game of Week 5, Day 1. Game 3 between ONIC PH and Execration. We are entering the 22nd minute mark, where the game is still anybody's game. Immortalities are already being bought the second time around. This is the second immortality coming in from KLVJ. That means he's just hella rich right now.
And this is also a crucial fight, because if one member dies on the side of any of these teams, the respawn timers will be so high. It won't be manageable anymore, as the Lord gets a stun off onto KLVJ, and he manages to survive the Zama Force launched by Marky to try to dwindle out the numbers here, the HPs here on the side of Execration. KLVJ will get the hard guard support, but meanwhile on the backlines, Renzio might be paying the price. Immortality will be popped. KLVJ will be diving in. Does have the Tempest of Blades. Kyrie in the backlines will try to keep himself alive, and KLVJ will die? Question mark, as the Wave the Dragon connects onto Hate. Marky will take down Entomax in the process. It's a 0 for 2 trade. And Chakno does not have enough. KLVJ just running around. He can take down Hate. He can take down multiple members here, but he doesn't have enough HP to survive. He's just diving in. He manages to still get the kill onto Hate. But look at the death timers here on the side of Execration.
67 seconds on Hate. No retribution for the side of ONIC PH. Actually, no retribution for both teams here, which means 2 people coming in from Execration against 4 people coming in from ONIC PH. The Lord is almost free to take, but hard to secure. Again, this Chang has the knack to just deal so much damage to objectives that if ONIC PH tries to start this Lord without the retribution, they better not give Chang the space to deal meteor shower damage. And looks like Execration, they're gonna risk it all. Chaknu going in.
We'll look for a small opening here. The Lord's already down to a third of its HP.
Meteor shower's up.
Kelra is waiting for an opportunity, being zoned out by Jay. The Lord is being pulled out, gets the pin on to Kelra, and that is a big opening. But that is also the Lord being reset. And joining the fight is Renzio.
Well, now they have more time to at least secure this Lord. No meteor shower, but they already have their core coming up 2 seconds from now. They're not going to continue that Lord. They know for a fact that it's going to be too risky. A lot of the members from Execration are already alive. If Execration's goal there was just to stall enough or stall long enough, then they've succeeded. But for ONIC PH,
oh, this is not what they want. Marky does not have to be taken out, but Marky is also a threat here on the side of Execration. There's not a lot of tankiness here on the side of Execration.
I mean, this is a late game Harith, and we are looking at an ONIC PH squad already securing the Lord. Well, that's 4 people invested. The Benedetta know that's 5 people in that pit with the Baksha about to go. And looks like the Lord will be going to the hands of ONIC PH. Without Execration moving an inch from their base, this is quite the call coming in from Execration to give away that Lord.
If anything, this it's a risky play for Execration. They're not contesting the Lord, which means they're just waiting for ONIC to dive into their base and give them a taste of what happened between Blacklist International and Bren Esports earlier on. Just play it safe in the base, find an opening to force an error in the team fight on ONIC PH and then snowball for the victory. Because they know for a fact how long the respawn timer is for these guys. And if they can manage to take down Marky and Hate in the process, and Kyrie as well, it's a win. It has to be a win for Execration, as they're already knocking on doors. So Lord will take down the mid lane inhibitor turret. It's just moments before ONIC PH can secure this Game 3 victory. But that is if Execration would let them up. Cignal looking for an opportunity to go for the Wave the Dragon, but he's getting bursted out. Immortality will be popped out. The Tempest of Blades in the backlines by KLVJ. Not enough. Man, that is going to be the game. ONIC PH gets game number 3. No reverse sweeps happening today.
ONIC PH, after a shaky Game 2 performance, finally goes back in this series to secure the 3rd game.
And this instant replay is brought to you by Oppo A94.
And looking at the winning moment brought to you by Master, the secret of the good-looking people. You know what? Let's just go for the Tagalog version. It's a secreto ng mga guwapo, which means the secret of the good-looking people. And now, going back to this series, 2-1 win for ONIC PH means that they get 2 points. Meanwhile, for Execration, they get 1 point. We're gonna see the updates for the group stage here on our post-show with Maracino. But man, I just gotta say, that series was intense, and not the same kind of intense in Match 2. The Match 2 intense were action-packed. This was full of tension. I feel like that's the proper word. This was full of tension, that's for sure.
Agreed. It's a little bit more control from these guys, and really, it wasn't even an impactful late-game fight, especially on the base. It's just battling it out, and I feel like Execration had the right idea to go for and forego the Lord, but you know, a lot of things could change in the middle of the fight. But we will be having to throw this over to our analyst Midnight to break down that game and why ONIC deserved and got that victory themselves.
Cool, calm, and collected ang storya ng game natin, ONIC PH versus Execration, but the late game was too much powerful and too much stronger on the side of ONIC PH, and sila ang nagwagi sa late game. Welcome back to the Analyst Stand. My name is Midnight, and ating i-breakdown kung paano ba nanalo ang ONIC this time around against Execration. Tignan muna natin yung post-game stats na hatid sa atin ng Smart. This time around, yung Harith na late game ay nag-work for ONIC PH. Even though maraming defensive capabilities naman ang Execration, the thing is, yung damage output ng ONIC PH is just superior pag nakapag-farm na yung Harith. Look at this itemization from Marky, Thunderbelt, and Calamity Reaper. Why is this important? First of all, cooldown reduction. Syempre, as much as possible, gusto mo ng only dash on Harith. Oracle to provide the magic defense against the Angela and the Chang'o. Tapos, dinagdagan pa natin ng Feather of Heaven and ng Holy Crystal. Ito actually yung nagpapasakit sa damage output ni Harith, no? Very important itemization for Marquis. Yung Thunderbelt, it allows for more defensive capabilities kasi nai-slow yung mga kalaban na gusto siyang labanan. If you look at the heroes ng Execration, all of them, all the important cores, no? Hindi naman lahat, pero si Paquito, si Cho, at pati na rin si Ling, these 3 heroes need to close the gap against the Harith, and napapanish sila because of the slow of the Thunderbelt. And the thing about the Calamity Reaper plus the Thunderbelt, dalawang beses nagpo-proc yung true damage na meron ka from the passive of the item. One from the Calamity Reaper and one from the Thunderbelt. Kaya napakasakit ang damage output ni Marky pagdating ng late game. And of course, hero matchups din, lugi din talaga ang Execration against the Harith. Kasi if you look at again the heroes ng Execration, tinatakbuhan lang nila. Tinatakbuhan lang ni Harith yung mga heroes na to. Renzion needs to hit the spells. Si KLVJ kailangan mapwesto niya na maayos sa kanyang Tempest of Blades. And si Cho kailangan mapatama niya yung kanyang sipa against the Harith. But the problem is, meron din naman kasing Purify to save himself. And that was the post-game stats. Again, hatid sa atin ng Smart. Bago tayo mag-proceed sa ating highlights, lastly, check muna natin yung ating live watching rewards. If you want an in-game reward, all you need to do is scan this QR code or go to this website. Mag-fill up kayo ng form, and if you are part of the first 30,000 entries, malay nyo, di ba? Pang 29,000 pa lang ngayon, ay may chance kayo manalo ng in-game reward. So do check it out and fill the form para magkaroon kayo ng chance manalo ng skin worth 599 diamonds. Now, let's move on to the highlights na hatid sa atin ng Smart. Dito natin makikita, no, yung mga crucial moments dito sa game. Although medyo low kill scoring yung game, yung teams natin talagang kontrolado nila yung kanilang emosyon. This is the last game. Kailangan yung objectives natin ay in place. So Execration, instead of playing aggressively, which is their nature, sila yung parang nagfa-farm lang, nagre-relax sila. And ONIC PH, they are the ones putting the the aggressive lid onto Execration. Kumbaga meron silang Benedetta rito, meron silang Baksha, and meron din silang Kagura. So sila yung gusto humahanap ng laban. But for the most part, Execration, lagi silang lamang sa gold dito. Kasi again, mindset nila is mag-farm lang. Medyo kulang din kasi yung damage nila early game because of the Chang'o and the Ling. This presence of the heroes on their lineup means that they need to farm first. They need to get their items bago sila totally makalaban against ONIC PH. Sa side naman ng ONIC PH, again, they have a Benedetta, they have a Baksha, and they have a Kagura. These three heroes can actually poke heroes down and take them out on these fights. Nung dumating na yung timing ng Execration, eto na yung go time. Sabi nila, okay, meron tayong sustain for the Ling. Si Etomax, meron na rin, actually marami na siyang item to give enough shields for KLBJ to be able to fight against ONIC PH. Pero napakahirap mag-establish ng team fights. Why? There's a Baksha still on the side of ONIC PH. Yung taga-control ng box, the ultimate box dominator on the side of ONIC PH. Kaya medyo mahirap pa rin lumaban, no? Yung sustain ni Baksha with the Revitalize, nandun pa rin. And what ONIC does is stay their ground. Kumbaga, kung saan sila lumalaban, dun lang sila literal tumatayo. Hindi nila iniiwan yung area nila. They have a Zaman Force and they have a Benedetta. Although, nakuha ng Execration yung Lord na kinukuha ng ONIC PH, the game went on for ONIC PH. And sabi nila, tayo pa rin naman lamang ng late game, meron tayong Harit. And this is really crucial for teams to understand na yung scaling ay magkaiba talaga. Execration, although they have a Chang'o and they have a Ling, the team fight is much superior because of nature of matchups. So ONIC PH, favorable pa rin sa kanila talaga mag-late game dito unless they make a crucial mistake. And Execration, hindi nila nahanap yon. ONIC PH just prevailed on the late game. They played confidently. Kung ano lang yung dapat gawin ng heroes nila, yun lang ginagawa nila. And Marky played beautiful in this game. Lahat ng, pagdating ng late game, lahat ng resource sa side ng Execration kinuha niya, and the late game just came in, and that is why he is the MVP of this match. The MVP is brought to us by Smart. KDA of 502, kill participation of 64%, damage dealt of 68,125. Napakahirap gawin yan against Execration, especially against a team na napakalakas tumingin-fight. Mind you, walang deaths si Marky this time around, and this shows na confident talaga yung player na to, even though it was his first time playing in MPL. ONIC PH prevailing against Execration. Napakaganda ng mga series natin, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm really stoked to see more upcoming these coming days of MPL. But for now, I'll be throwing you back to our casters for more insights.
That was a wonderful debut from Marky. First game in the regular season of Season 7, already getting an MVP of the game because of that Harris performance. And man, what can we say about ONIC as the tournament goes forward?
Well, last week they did get a sweep against Bren Esports, and now they won against Execration 2-1, which means they're one of the teams to watch out for in the current season. And Marky, they've proved that they could play their sub and be as effective as they are with Iaknu. So right now for ONIC PH, a lot of things going great for them. Meanwhile for Execration, they need to find their place once again.
MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. As Nomad and Uomi will be signing off, we'll be throwing on over to Mara to give us the post-show breakdown.
That was a successful series para sa ONIC PH, and now it's time to hear from our winning team. Kakausapin natin sa ating Zoom call si Jay from ONIC PH. Hi, Jay! Hi! Congratulations, Jay! Balikan natin yung naganap doon sa Game 1 nyo. Marami nagko-comment sa social media natin na parang mas lamang nga daw doon sa draft yung kalaban nyo dahil double assassin kayo, walang marksman, at nandoon si Balmond. Anong reasoning behind this? But you guys were successful.
Yung game 1 po, yung pickings po namin, alam po namin, lugi po kami doon. Pero isang hero po kami na inaasahan po pang late game talaga. Is yung Changi nga po. Then yung umabot na po ng late game, alam naman po namin na kaya na po namin sila sa clash. Kaya iwas errors na lang po nang ginawa namin din. Yun po, yung may clash na nagkaroon sila ng error, yun, tinake na po namin yun as opportunity para i-end na namin yung game. Yun po.
And that was a great game. Ngayon naman, sunod-sunod ang inyong laban ngayong weekend. 3 games. Actually, nag-comment ang inyong koponan sa pre-game show. Nakalagay doon na hindi pa nag-umpisa, pagod na. So sa mga gantong situation na sunod-sunod ang inyong mga serye, paano kayo nag-a-adjust para hindi kayo maapektuhan, para kung ano man yung last game nyo, madali kayong mag-move on?
Okay, ano po, para sa amin, wala naman pong kaso sa amin kung kahit 3 games po kami this week, kahit 4 pa nga po, okay lang. Yun, ano po kami, naglalaro lang naman po kami and ina-enjoy lang po namin. Yun. Okay lang po kahit mapagod, basta may pahinga pa rin kahit pa. Yun po.
Yun ang importante, nag-e-enjoy kayo and you can move on from one game to the next. Jay, maraming nag-cheers sa inyo ngayon, maraming masaya na nanalo kayo. Ano ang gusto mong mensahe para sa mga nanonood ngayon? And it's time for shoutouts.
Yun po, maraming salamat po sa sumusuporta pa rin sa ONIC PH. Kahit na natalo kami ng game 2, yun, binabi naman namin ng game 2. Thank you sa family ko po, sa ONIC family din, then kay God din po. Thank you. Yun po. Ayun na po, thank you.
Congratulations! And you guys enjoy today's win. Bye, Jay!
Thank you po.
Ayan na. Now, MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart Free Games for All. Nakasali na ba kayo sa ating mythical raffle draw? Actually, ito para sa ating mythical raffle draw, kailangan nyo lang i-scan itong QR code right over here para manalo ng mga in-game prizes kung kayo ay nakakuha ng mga tamang sagot. Hindi lang yan, first 30,000 makakakuha ng ating treasure chest para sa ating live watching rewards. May bagong QR code kayo na makikita dito. And if you fill out the form correctly, you can win diamonds and skins. Kaya good luck sa inyong lahat. Sobrang exciting talaga ng ating mga labanan ngayong araw na to. It's Thursday filled with action. Kaya balikan na natin ang resulta ngayong Thursday. We had a triple header game. Sa ating unang laban, nanalo ang LPE kontra Cignal. That was a 2-0 game. Second series, ang daming nagulat dito dahil itong Blacklist International nakakuha ng kanilang unang pagkatalo ngayong Season 7, 2-1. And congratulations to Bren, talagang statement game ito. At para sa ating pangatlong serye, nanalo ang ONIC kontra Execration, 2-1 din para doon. May mga surprises ba tayong naramdaman dito, Leo and TDZ?
Well, para sa akin, nakakasurpresa talaga yung ating star match-up for today, Thursday, and Bren Esports versus Blacklist International. Well, Leo, napag-usapan natin yun before, na talagang kung sino man ang gusto ang makakatalo or makakasira, makakadecode sa ating undefeated Titans, isa sa mga teams na yon ay ang ating M2 World Champions Bren Esports. At isa pa rin dito yung laban ng LPE pati Cignal Ultra.
I literally said during the broadcast, my heart. Kasi promise, sobrang kabado, sobrang intense, sobrang ang daming emotions. And again, congrats to the World Champions again. But still, GG well played to Blacklist.
Silipin naman natin ang ating current team standings. Maraming nagbago ngayong araw na to. Nagulat tayo, may mga upsets, may mga masaya. Tignan nyo itong Group A. So, Work is still at the #1 spot. Bren naman, tumaas sa #2 dahil sa nangyari kanina. Aura, bumaba. At ang ONIC, still at #3 and Cignal currently at #4. Hindi pa sila nakakakuha ng panalo. Para naman sa Group B, Blacklist International, kahit natalo sila kanina, still enjoying 19 points, still at the top of the Group B standings. Omega at #2, Execration umakyat sa #3, NXB bumaba sa #4, and LPE currently at #4 spot.
Here's what's interesting. Numbers will not dictate how awesome and how powerful Bren Esports is right now. Again, they ended the very long win streak of Blacklist International. Again, sakto, 7-0 for Season 7. And again, all good things have to come to an end. And sakto lang na siguro ang Bren ang tumapos noon. But then again, Bren is now neck and neck with Aura. And Bren has the same amount of games as Work Osterforce. So, that really just shows na ang Group A talagang dikit. Mahirap makipaglaban sa Group A. But just the same for Group B. Sobrang dikit din lalo na for NXP and Exe na parehong 10 points.
Ang dami talagang mabilis magbago dito, kaya kailangan nakatutok lang tayo. Kung sino sa tingin nyo yung umpisa nasa baba, they're slowly climbing up to the top. At ngayon, marami mga magagandang labanan ang nakita natin ngayong araw na to, kaya silipin natin ang ating top 5 plays. This is the Smart Top 5 Plays of the Game at number 5.
Nako, ito yung LPE versus Cignal. First game natin for this Thursday afternoon. Ito yung yung time na makakuha yata ng steal. Lord take dito sa side ng LPE. So it was a really good attempt para sa side ng Cignal Ultra to contest. Ito yung isa sa mga crucial moments na pwede lang i-take out.
This is a moment from that same game but before the Lord. Tingnan natin yung intensity dito ng LPE. Lamang na sila, alam nilang kaya nila to. And I think,
boom,
no!
Surprise!
Ito ang arms ni Louis. You see how I did that? Louis ni arms, alright? So, perfect diversion. Perfect diversion play here from LPE, which helped them score the sweep.
Yeah, ang laking bagay ito yung tagato para sa side ng LPE. Number 3, we have ONIC versus Execration. Ito yung ating third series ngayong araw. Napakagandang real-world manipulation. Pero siyempre meron ding kontra dito sa side ng Execration. E2 max with the feathered airstrike. Pero boom! Hatak simula lupa pataas. Chaknu with the fatal links. Nakahanap ng magandang buwelo dito ang Execration. Sobrang dikit pero that shattered the whole momentum of ONIC PH. At siyempre, KLVJ along with the finishers. Si Dilar din naman, sobrang kunat pa rin. Pero yung hatak dito ni Chaknu using the fatal links, that changed the momentum of the game.
And number 2, this is from that same series pero game 1. Ngayon, pinapasok na ng Exe ang base ng ONIC. Idudura ni Renzio si Dilar. Mapapamatay siya doon. Pero tinan mo look at the defense here by ONIC. And look at Hate from the back. Papasok si Hate and full combo dito. Tempest of Blades. Kelra first. Susunod yung dalawa. And then it's going to result in a delayed wipeout, I believe. Unless makatakas si Kel. This was very, very foggy to my memory. Ay,
And also top 1, ito ang Bren versus Blacklist International. Akala talaga natin na matukukuha na ng Blacklist International. Matutuo nila ang World Champions. Pero wag kayong kukurap mga kaibigan. Tignan nyo kung paano maging execution dito ng Bren Esports. Boom! Blazing duet sa 5 with the meteor shower. Naubos at nalusaw lahat ng miyembro ng Blacklist International. At ito yung naging turnaround kung bakit nakakuha ng magandang tempo o nakabuelo kaagad ng Bren Esports. So sinubukan ba ni Edward na sumideline sa gilid pero sabi ni Pew, no! With the stun, that's a good cleanup by Bren Esports. And then isang mabilis na bagsakan dito, nakuha agad with the siege turret or with the siege minion and also with the meteor shower. Alam natin na magiging ending, Bren Esports forced the game 3.
Ang ganda talaga ng ating top 1 play doon. At bukas magbabago ang ating oras. Magsisimula tayo ng alas 5. Silipin natin ang schedule for tomorrow. Starting at 5 p.m. Execration versus Blacklist International. At susunod dyan ang Cignal versus ONIC. Ano ba dapat ang abangan natin dito bukas?
I think both matchups should be watched. Ma-enjoy ito ng lahat ng nanonood ng madlang MPL fans. No? Execration versus Blacklist, makita natin yung recovery ng Blacklist after losing today. But just the same, Cignal versus ONIC, dapat ultra almado pa rin Cap it because this is a rematch.
Indeed. At nakikita natin dito kung talagang kaya bang habulin o makakuha ulit. Makaangat. Only way is up para sa story dito ng Cignal Ultra.
Oh, yeah.
At yung sinasabi nga natin na, siyempre, yung mga bida na papagulpi sa umpisa, biglang babawi sa huli. Tingnan natin kung yun yung magiging estado dito ng Cignal against ONIC.
Saktong-sakto, magsisimula tayo ng alas 5 bukas. Perfect time, tapos na yung mga gawain, tapos na yung trabaho. Kaya sama-sama natin panoorin ang Mobile Legends Bang Bang dito sa MPL at mga ka-ML. I-continue natin suportahan ang ating mga kupunan at ang ating mga manlalaro. Manalo, matalo, dapat good vibes lang. And remember, ang pananalita, nagpapakita yan ng karakter ng isang tao. Ako po si Mara Aquino, sa ngalan ni TDZ, ni Leo, ang ating mga shoutcasters sa English and Tagalog, pati na rin ang ating mga hardworking staff. Nagpapasalamat po kami sa inyo sa pagtutok dito sa MPL at sana manatili tayong safe and sound. And because as we continue to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, we encourage everyone to follow the government's health and safety protocols. This includes practicing social distancing, wearing a face mask and face shield, sanitizing, proper hand washing, and staying at home as much as possible. Let's all do our part to stay safe and help stop COVID-19. MPL Philippines Season 7 is presented by Smart, the official tournament telco partner of the MPL. Free to game great with Smart, free games for all. Kita-kits bukas alas 5 mga ka-ML. Remember, keep it good vibes.
Welcome to the Giga Life. Your passions, your stories, your life. Simplified with just one app. This is the future. The Giga Life in just one tap. Experience more Giga moments when you make the smart choice. With the Philippines' fastest mobile data network. How do I know it's T1? Simple, smart ako.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? We've been kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Moment na sana, pero hassle ang kate. Yung kati na yan, dahil sa dandruff yan. You need Head and Shoulders. Unlike beauty shampoos, tanggal ang dandruff that causes kate. No more hassle sa moment. Goodbye na sa kate dahil 100% dandruff-free ka.
Sikreto ng mga gwapong Master Gamer? Para fresh all day, bring your clay game with Master. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Fights germs, controls oil up to 12 hours, and helps prevent pimples. New Master All-in-One Clay Wash. Sikreto ng mga gwapo.
Express your online business. Express your online business.
When you look inside a Jansport backpack, you see